Dan, if you can hear me in the hallway, you're being summoned. Good evening, Santa Monica, and welcome to the Tuesday, October 28th regular City Council meeting. Before we get started, I just want to remind everyone to put your phones on vibrate or silent as to not interrupt the meeting. We use happy hands instead of clapping, unless it's about the Dodgers. And Councilmember Raskin, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the land acknowledgement?
States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The city of Santa Monica is located on the land of Tobangar. With great respect, the city acknowledges the Gabrielino and Tongva as the first people of this ancestral and unceded territory of Corvagna, a village that we know today as Santa Monica. We honor their elders, past and present, and the Gabrielino descendants who are part of the Gabrielino and Tongva tribes. We recognize that these peoples are still here, and as settlers and kuyam, or guests, we recognize our responsibility and obligation to care for their land in partnership with them. The city of Santa Monica commits to work in partnership with the Gabrielino Tongva people to uplift their voices and visibility on their ancestral land.
Thank you.
Calling the roll, Councilmember Zwick is absent at the moment. Councilmember Hall.
Present.
Councilmember Raskin.
Here.
Councilmember Snell.
Here.
Councilmember Zernitskaya. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Terosas is absent at the moment. And Mayor Negrete.
Here.
Will any council members be recusing themselves from any items on the agenda pursuant to the Levine Act this evening? Hearing none. Mayor, do you have any agenda management this evening?
Yes, item 16E is being pulled.
Okay. We'll now move on to general public input. For regular meetings, public comment is permitted on special agenda items and items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And it looks like we currently have 8 speakers in the queue, and the last name on the list is Greg Morena.
Okay. I'm going to call.
Oh, and I'm sorry, we also have 2 speakers on the phone.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to call the first few names. Jonathan Foster, Ashley Olson, Denise Barton, and Reynolds.
Hello, Jonathan Foster. I guess we'll try to start with this one.
Thank you. So I'm just going to reiterate, Jonathan Foster, you're a seasoned professional, sir, so I doubt you're...
Well, you know, I'm actually not a professional. I'm a person that's being hurt by government. That's why I'm here. I'm not here because I'm a professional. And Tarosi, last week your eyes were rolling in the back of your head. Are you having a seizure? Do I need to call 911 for you? So let's, I was going to help you get a buzz on. before the meeting goes too far, I brought some margaritas cups and for you seven, and you'd be eating at the restaurant, like eating at the restaurant, and with the mayor with the margaritas, and to talk about policy and things the council should be doing as a government, badly affecting policy. You were putting a buzz on at the restaurant talking about policy. What's the difference if you get a buzz on right now? And shouldn't an elected official never be doing that at a restaurant, here or over, dealing with policy, even at a restaurant while drinking? Bad mayor, bad politician. You said several people are getting cancer. Is everything about you or your base dark, unhealthy, and deadly? You guys, I can mix it up for you, and you could put that buzz on. Like on 3rd Street, it'd be nice if you get rid of the alcohol on 3rd Street Promenade. And really, it is a crime to talk about policy while on alcohol, even at a restaurant. That's why I have another one I haven't said in quite a while. All politicians should wear a cam, so we know what you say at 3:42 in the morning in the bathroom.
Thank you, Jonathan. Ashley Olson?
Sorry, that's my disturbance in the back. Good evening. I just wanted to address that while the decision to stop the proposed bridge housing facilities on Ocean Avenue was an important moment for our city, it's a point to acknowledge and figure out how our city approaches these issues moving forward. And so no neighborhood, whether it's Ocean Avenue, Pico, or anywhere else, should ever be blindsided with this kind of situation. Behavioral health facilities need to be placed where they make clinical sense with trained staff, medical support, and proper oversight, not next to homes, schools, or parks without meaningful community input. We also need to be honest about something that's uncomfortable. Millions of taxpayer dollars are going towards programs that aren't showing real results. Too many people remain stuck in crisis without treatment or stability, and our neighborhoods are paying the price. We can clearly see that at the Manor on Pico Boulevard, a facility that's been in distress for years and is now closing with no clear plan for residents. That's not compassion, that's failure. And for many residents, this moment reinforced something deeper, that the wealthier areas get protected, while the lower income neighborhoods are left to carry the burden. And that frustration is real, and it deserves to be heard. Compassion and accountability can and must go together, and I hope that Santa Monica can become a leader in doing both, helping people effectively while respecting every neighborhood within our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Spartan?
Good evening. The correlation to Santa Monica will be made further down in the presentation. If you're still on the fence about how you're, please allow me to give you some reasons to vote no on it. Because besides it being a $300,000 action by Gavin Newsom for his personal self-interest, many, if not all, of the commercials in favor were paid for by George Soros, basically making Gavin Newsom Joe Biden 2.0. And if you think about it, what actions have Democrats taken in the last 5 years that hasn't resulted in hurting, injuring, or causing the death of American citizens, including here? Or what about the hypocrisy of Gavin Newsom in the state wanting us to vote for redistricting when the state has worked against the residents to have local district voting in Santa Monica? For all these reasons, I encourage you, everyone, to vote no on 50. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I have Reynolds, and then after Reynolds, I have Zena Josephs, Susan Finley, and Nina Simone.
Hello, Mayor, City Council, City Manager. The first time I came to Santa Monica, I hitchhiked here from Salt Lake City to see a concert at the Santa Monica Civic Center. I was lucky enough to catch the tambourine thrown by Laura Nero, may she rest in peace, still in my garage. And 4 of my friends came from Salt Lake and joined me here. We're now 72 and 73, and when we go to a music venue, we drop between $20,000 and $25,000 in a weekend because the tickets, meals, the venue, rooms, and stuff like that adds up. I think at a time when the city's looking for a revenue generator, you're sitting on a gold mine because it's got prestige, history, great location, and I just hope you'd consider that. The other thing I just want to talk about with the remainder of my time is I looked over all the agenda items, and I've been studying some of them. And I'm going to talk about process, not about specifics, because I don't want to violate the rule. But I worked in the Washington press pool for a while, and we had something we called the Friday night data dump. And it's where a lot of stories got buried so they wouldn't get swirled up in the news cycle. And I feel like some of the issues tonight, I'm not going to name the numbers of them, have been a data dump. And it's disrespectful. You have a engaged, fairly intelligent citizenry, and I think they deserve better. And I would really like a little more transparency and to include us in the process, because we live here because we love it. We live here because we care about Santa Monica, and I think you can do better in terms of reaching out and asking for neighborhood input when you have issues that are so important to the lifestyle and our well-being. So thank you. As Laura Nero would say, it's going to take a miracle.
Thank you. Zena Josephs, and after Ms. Josephs, I have Susan Finley, Nina Simone, and Greg Morena.
Thank you. Just waiting for the time to come up. On February 25th, 2025, the Santa Monica Daily Press published a column entitled "Save the Civic or Save the City." Quote, "Most Santa Monicans likely can't identify the large crumbling building that has sat empty at the corner of Main and Pico for over a decade. To others, the Civic Auditorium is a historic icon worth preserving at any cost. Yet as our City Council once again debates what's to do with the long mothballed building, it's important to acknowledge something. In a city with deep and pressing needs, some costs are simply too high to bear. Preserving the Civic Auditorium in its current form would require a public subsidy that shortchanges our community's basic needs around public safety and economic development. Reimagining the site could solve many of our city's immediate problems. A small but vocal contingent will read this and surely be aghast at any proposal that doesn't preserve the Civic Auditorium in its current form. But it's worth asking, whose future are we serving when we contemplate such a large giveaway of public resources to save a building to which no one under 50 has the faintest attachment, end quote. Well, my daughter's 39. She grew up in the city of Santa Monica. She attended the public schools. She participated in the school district's renowned music program. And every year until the auditorium closed, 1,000 elementary, middle, and high school music students performed in the Stairway of the Stars concerts. They were so popular that the same concert was presented 2 nights in a row. The youngest students in the 2012 concert would be in their 20s now. Like my daughter, I doubt that any of them, including Mayor Negrete, will ever forget making music in the Civic Auditorium with 1,000 other band, choir, and orchestra musicians. And I suspect that they have more than a faint attachment to the Civic Auditorium. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Finley.
Thank you for being here today and hearing us again. It did take a miracle, and I want to thank the mayor for creating this miracle, and also Lindsay Horvath. You listened to us, and not only did you listen to us, but you made astounding movement and change based on our input. And I led my community in New York City for 20 plus years. We were surrounded by clubs and bars and mayhem. And I spoke for 20 plus years to the community board, to all of our elected officials. We made a step forward, we made a step back, but we never solved the issue. And so to wake up and find that we've been heard, for me, is a miracle. And I have great gratitude for that. And I do very much, as Ashley said, and Greg, you have a group of people here who are astounding that I've been working with. They really care, they're incredibly smart, and they're willing to put a tremendous amount of time and effort into what the mayor has suggested. And for free, we're not charging. And I think between us all, we have some sympathy for the neighborhoods into which this kind of housing is just jammed in, because people have fear of other, and it's a kind of it's the ancient brain, it's the lizard brain, that fear, And some of it actually is justifiable. People have been harmed by homeless people. So you don't know the difference. And you don't know whether you're going to have security if that kind of problem occurs in your neighborhood, or if you'll be dead even. You don't know. And you go into fight or flight.
Thank you, Ms. Finley. Can I just finish my statement? No, you have 2 minutes. Sorry. Thank you.
I'll give you to guess what I was going to say.
I have Nina, I'm sorry, is it Nima Simone? Or Rima Simone? And then Greg Morena? Is Miss Simone here? Simon? Am I reading it wrong? Is it Rima Simon? Okay. It's Rima Simon. Okay, Greg Morena.
Cool. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. A point of order about trust and public comments. The current public comment process is better than it used to be, but I think we can make it a little bit better. Commenting now about general items and then sometime later about other items is a bit wonky. The process doesn't foster total engagement from your residents and creates a bit of confusion and suspicion. So please consider a cleaner process. Communication and transparency is critical to our democracy. This is how trust is built, and we need to trust you. Your values and opinions are important, and they must be included in a clear and transparent communication strategy. I want to thank Mayor Lana for her transparency in bringing the Ocean Avenue projects to our attention. A lot of time and effort activated our community around this issue, faster than anything I've ever seen in our city. Now we have hundreds of active residents with plans to have thousands more. We want to be trusting and engaged. We are SantaMonicaNeighbors.com. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have 2 speakers on the phone for this section.
Correct. Edgar, we're ready for the phone calls, please.
Good evening, council members. Our first speaker is Mike Montgomery. Mr. Montgomery, if you could please unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Mr. Montgomery, if you're there, you can proceed. Mr. Montgomery?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. So to speak tonight, I had to register a full day in advance. I had to pick how many minutes I wanted to use and then speak with the very kind clerk, only to be told I'd get 2 minutes, but maybe it'd be 1 minute. But overall, I'd get up to 6, depending on how many others signed up. And honestly, it feels like I needed an advanced math degree and a crystal ball just to figure out how to participate in this democratic process. That's not accessibility. That's a barrier. And it's a barrier that this council has built. It discourages people from participating. And that's just not how it's supposed to be. The harder you make it for residents to speak, the more distrust you create. And unfortunately for this council, the public is now paying attention. Many of the policies and projects you've pushed have awakened this community. People are organizing, talking to each other, comparing notes, and they're realizing how badly this city has been managed. You're going to be hearing from a lot more people about a lot more of your mistakes a lot more often. I think it's time to rethink your strategy. Stop shutting people out, stop hiding behind confusing processes, and start listening to the residents you serve. The mayor has certainly shown us how to do that. I think the rest of the council has not. And if you can't do that, then you need to make room for leaders who can. Leaders like the mayor, who still seems to remember who she serves and why she's here. Santa Monica deserves openness, accountability, and the courage to change course before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. Mr. Price, your 2 minutes starts now.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Yeah, I just also wanted to start my comment tonight to kind of echo what some of the other speakers have said about this, the process in place. I think it's very frustrating to have to do this a day in advance, and I'm kind of shocked that there's only been a few people making comment tonight. Maybe it's because of this process. I had to fill out an online form, and then the city clerk's office called me and made me answer all those questions again, kind of feeling like an interrogation. And, for what? To watch our concerns, brushed aside like we're an inconvenience. The mayor gets it. She actually listens. She engages. She governs for all of us, the people. But Caroline, Jesse, Barry, Ellis, Dan, you all sit up there like the public is a distraction from whatever you've already decided behind closed doors. You silence residents because the truth might get in the way of your agenda. Meanwhile, Santa Monica, our community, is falling apart. Crime is rampant. Neighborhoods feel less safe than ever. Businesses are closing. Storefronts are boarded up. And enforcement is practically non-existent. Residents are losing faith, not because we don't care, but because we see a council that doesn't seem to. We hear talk about fiscal stability, but we all know where this is heading. The city is drowning in spending, morale is collapsing, and bankruptcy is not some abstract risk. It's a real trajectory unless leadership changes course. This community deserves better than a council that hides from its own citizens. We deserve leadership that listens, acts, and fights for the people, not against them. If you won't govern for everyone, residents, families, and businesses alike, then do the right thing. Step aside, because the city belongs to its people, and the people are done being ignored.
That concludes public input for that item. We'll now move on to public input under items under consent calendar and closed session only. Public input is not permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And we have 3 speakers for this item. The last speaker is David Kaplan.
Okay, I'm going to call all 3 up. Nina Fresco, Jonathan Foster, and David Kaplan.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Santa Monica Conservancy about item 4A. The city once offered a broad array of historic preservation incentives, but the Mills Act is the only thing left to encourage owners of historic properties to invest in restoring Santa Monica's landmarks. City tax revenue impacts due to the Mills Act are justified by the cultural benefits to the local community as well as visitors and tourists when Santa Monica is known as a place with an interesting and important history. A new fee structure for Mills Act applications is entirely appropriate, but as a budget item, it should be considered apart from the processing of today's applications, which face a registration deadline of December 31st. Missed deadlines delay projects, thus adding to rehabilitation costs, an unfair burden on private owners, providing the city with a valuable public benefit. Please approve tonight's worthy Mills Act applications. And I just wanted to note that in your packet, you did not actually receive the application materials for these properties, some of which have amazing stories that we should all be really happy to know about and should be sharing broadly. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Foster.
Hello, Council. Jonathan Foster, homeless for 25 years in Santa Monica. I am a homeless resident for 25 years. I've lived here for 25 years. I am not a burden on the city of Santa Monica. I've never cost the city of Santa Monica a penny. I paid all my bills here that I have incurred. And I wanted to say that I read all the emails, and it's kind of like the same one on the homeless thing, 4G. And then I read what the staff report was, and you want to extend. So I agree. Extend. It's very important. Yeah, very, very important. And one of the things, though, because of the attack to my vehicle for the last 3 years, I've been totally inundated with dealing with my vehicle. And I can't remember all the items and different categories of statements that were talked about tents and sleeping bags and on the park and all the problems the police have been dealing with. And one of the things, though, after I read a bunch of stuff, I noticed that the city has not said where a homeless person can put up a tent. You said where they cannot. And you say that you want to help out these people and you want to give them maybe a place, a building to go into, but a lot of them aren't going to fit in, right? And I looked down several things and I listened as much as I could. And again, it was a little while ago. I don't totally remember, but you have not said, this council, the last two councils have not said, though, where homeless person can put up a tent, where a homeless person can put a sleeping bag, and how fast can you become homeless that you might find yourself want to stick around in the greatest place on earth, Santa Monica. So I don't like those people that say, this is just the best place. Oh, it's awesome here. But this is the greatest place on earth. And people, if you would found yourself homeless, wouldn't you want to be able to put up something? So where can they?
Thank you. David Kaplan.
Thank you. I'm speaking in support of the Mills Act contracts that are before you tonight. I was the applicant for the two, one on 20th Street and the other on Hart Avenue. And we spent 6 months putting together the 10-year maintenance plan that goes with it. It went through staff review to make sure the work was appropriate for the kind of tax returns they're getting. And I just wanted, there is this annual deadline for December 31st in all the last 20 years of this process. So I just hope somehow this gets through. And just in general to speak, as Nina did, that the Mills Act is the last remaining benefit that the city offers. There used to be some permit, plan check fee issues, and I've worked on Mills Acts for a small courtyard off Lincoln, bungalow on Marine, as well as a major house on Ocean Avenue. And these were incentives that helped them do work and, in fact, develop additional units on the property. And even the major homes, of super wealthy people, there's embodied energy there. Allowing them to demolish and rebuild is another thing I think we should be concerned with. So the Mills Act in general is a great benefit for the city. I think you'll find there's been a great study by the city staff about what the implications of that are and how they can make it pay for itself for the city. So thank you for your support and hope those projects get through tonight. Thank you again.
Thank you.
That concludes public input on that item. We'll now move to the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And I heard somebody wants to pull item 4A.
Yeah, that's correct.
Councilmember Zwick, are you pulling 4A?
I don't know if someone else.
I was pulling it.
I guess we both made a request to do so.
Okay, I have Councilmember Zwick in the queue. Did you want to introduce, or Councilmember Snell?
Did you want to adopt the rest of the consent calendar?
Yes, I'll make a motion to adopt the rest of the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Snell, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Terosis to move all items on the consent calendar except 4A.
Councilmember Zenitskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Item 4A, adoption of resolutions approving historic property preservation agreements, Mill Act contract with the owners of the properties located at 137 Hart Avenue, 1958 20th Street, and 2026 Palisades Avenue.
At 226
I'm
Palisades.
sorry, 226 Palisades Avenue.
Councilmember
So
Snell.
my question is with respect to how have we taken a look at the calculation with respect to I'd like to have some discussion about that.
Hi, good evening. Stephanie Reich, Design and Historic Preservation Planner for the city. Would you like a presentation?
Yes,
or would you
please.
like? Yes, okay. Well, good evening. So here's a little background on the Mills Act program. So designated structures of merit, landmarks, and contributing buildings and structures that are located in historic districts are eligible. It's California state law that was passed in '74 that is enabling legislation, and we passed our ordinance, included in our ordinance in 1992. So it allows for tax savings for property owners, and they enter into an agreement city. And so here are the findings that need to be made. So we have identified that the 3 properties before you meet these findings, that there are no outstanding violations, the property is not subject to tax delinquency, and all alterations or rehabilitations comply with the Secretary of Interior standards for historic properties. And so the city and the property owner enter into an agreement that includes a 10-year restoration and rehabilitation and maintenance plan. As David Kaplan mentioned, we have an architect, a restoration or a preservation architect that typically works on these plans. We review them. We go on a site visit to make sure that the property, that it identifies maintenance and rehabilitation that's appropriate for each property. And so the initial contract term is 10 years. All that work is supposed to be done in that initial 10 years, and then it remains in effect and is annually renewed. This is a very important incentive for preservation. These properties are in a higher regulatory environment, and it is more expensive to rehabilitate and maintain these buildings. Let's see. Okay. So that's repeating. Am I going the wrong way? Sorry. There we go. Okay, so these are a map of the properties that are already under the Mills Act contract. We've got 9 commercial properties, 52 single-unit residential, and 43 multi-unit residential. And we've got 39 active within that 10-year period, 65 that are being auto-renewed. We have a total of 104 at the moment. And so we did a little number crunching to identify that since the year 2000, the city's revenue loss has been a total of approximately $4,500,000. These are the properties under review today, 226 Palisades Avenue. All of these properties were designated in this calendar year. And so we have some numbers on what the rehabilitation and maintenance plans will cost in today's dollars. And the tax reduction is very often similar to or less than what the rehabilitation and maintenance plans identify. So this is 1958 20th Street. That was also designated this year. All of these are pretty important resources for the city. This is 137 Hart. That was also designated in 2025. And so here are the financial estimates for these particular properties. As you can see, there's a significant reduction for the property owner, and the city's revenue reduction is a relatively small percentage of that overall tax reduction. And so Gina Selak, who is the primary staff person, she's a senior planner on this project, she did some research and we looked at the assessment that City of LA has done to make some recommendations going forward for how to better sustain the program. So we're recommending to establish an application fee, which we don't have, and also fees for monitoring contracts. We're engaging in monitoring to make sure that all of the property owners are maintaining their properties as promised. We're also looking at, for the future, establishing a contract limit for the 10-year plan and then getting a new work plan for the 10-year, upon the 10-year renewal to ensure that these properties are preserved into the future. And so there will be a comprehensive fee study that this will be included in. We just wanted to highlight that fee study. And that is the end of my presentation.
Do you have any questions?
So, no any questions, but I want to make a statement with respect to why I pulled the item. First, I wanted to give the public the understanding of the reduction in taxes based on this particular Mills Act, and also the effect on what it would be to school. I figured about $17,000 annually would be less going to the school district because of it. So that's why I pulled it. I understand I'm very supportive of historical items, but I wanted the public to understand what the effect on this Mills Act are with respect to revenue coming to our school district and also to our community. So that's my comment.
Councilmember Zwick.
Thanks. So my understanding is a lot of cities approach this differently. There are some that limit the type of historic properties that qualify. There are some that cap the annual benefit per year that's awarded. There are some that require cost-benefit analysis between the property, the tax benefit that's given, and the actual benefit to the public. A lot of them have a maximum assessed value for properties or a maximum tax loss that the city is willing to sustain. Do we have any of those?
We do not. We review the work program to make sure that they're comprehensive. Very often, those work programs total to the amount over time that of the tax reduction. Very often, it's greater than that 10-year tax reduction. And so we ensure that the properties are rehabilitated and well-preserved based on the Mills Act contract.
Got it, but no assessment of sort of public cost versus public benefit in that regard.
Well, we don't have, we don't have a quid pro quo, as it were. There's no requirement, but essentially, we are ensuring that the tax benefit is going back into the building by the work that we do.
Got it. I'm looking at, there's some snapshot that was added to the agenda that has some assessed values and estimates of loss of revenue. Okay, I'm seeing something here as well. It's different than the numbers that are attached to the agenda, but regardless, it says something like the assessed current property tax on 226 Palisades is $45,000, but it recently sold for $8 million, and I can't understand that math. I would think it'd be double that at least.
So, I'm sorry, what is your question?
Well, the property sold for around $8 million just a year ago. It says that the current tax is $45,000 a year, but I would think it must be at least double that based on a 1%.
I don't think that's correct.
Do they pay less than 1% a year in property taxes? Because I do.
Additional information on those particular properties here. So I don't know if this is helpful.
Well, I just wasn't sure how that was their current property tax value because it just transacted for over $8 million.
I wonder if what's helpful is under the government code, like basically how it's probably based on what the basis of the assessed value is. So, like as noted in the staff report, it's under state law. It's the lesser of the current market value, the Prop 13 value, or the restricted Mills Act value. That's what's used as the basis for calculation of property tax. So it's the lesser.
So they're using this as the basis.
That's
it's
right.
not actually the tax burden. Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
So my question is, we're estimating the cost to the city, but that's actually just a really small portion of the total tax benefit that they're getting, right? The majority of the property taxes go to the city, go to the county, go to the school district, go to the state, all of those entities as well, right? So any small portion that we're losing, all those entities are actually losing more money.
The county loses a majority of that, yes.
Okay. And when I just did a quick perusal on the internet, several of these properties were recently completely renovated and sold. I mean, that's what they look beautiful looking, and they've been completely renovated. So what are we crediting exactly?
So very often, properties will have done a substantial amount of rehabilitation and renovation work prior to applying for designation and for the Mills Act status. So we include that in the calculations, the work that they've done to building systems and to renovate the property.
Right.
We include that in the work plan.
So
they get credit for that.
someone was doing this work anticipating getting a major tax
Often
break.
that's the case, yes.
Okay. So The Mills Act, though, as I understand it, is designed to encourage the preservation of old buildings. But if it's an $8 million property that was recently restored and clearly bought by someone of means, we think that without granting a large tax credit to someone like that, it's going to fall apart?
That's not our decision to make. But the incentive of the program is there so that people will be incentivized to designate their properties and maintain them over time.
And I guess I can add is that, as noted in, one of the slides, is that in this current year, because of the way our municipal code and state law is written, there's sort of those 3 requirements that if they meet it, the council shall, approve the contract. However, council certainly could give us direction in future years, to explore, whatever direction you want to give us, because it certainly is a policy decision of the city to approve Mills Act. As I think we noted in the presentation, City of Los Angeles has paused Mills Act contracts for further study. We could certainly, take that direction from the council, and do similar, bring back options, for your consideration.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Reich. Appreciate the presentation. I just had some further questions around the public benefit piece to preservation work using the Mills Act. So obviously part of the public benefit is preservation of historic buildings for various reasons, either their architecture or the history, et cetera. Is there anything about the public being able to access or view at least buildings that use this incentive?
No, these are often they're private buildings.
Sure.
That they can be private buildings or public buildings, but the Mills Act does not enable the public to enter the buildings. When we focus on the work plan, we focus on the exterior of the buildings and the building systems. We don't, because if it's a privately held building and the city or the public is not able to enter, we don't think that that's in the public interest to include whatever maintenance, finishes, what have you on the interior. That's not in the public interest, so that's not included in the Mills Act contract.
Got it. That makes sense. And so I guess I'm looking at Google Maps of one of the properties, and there's a bunch of trees between the street and the building. And so I'm just curious how we're squaring the public benefit of being able to view the exterior of a Mills Act building if the public can't view it.
I understand that question. That is an interesting question, and many designated landmarks are not in full view of the city. So this is a benefit to make sure that these property owners are stewards going forward of their designated properties. That's not a requirement. Whether you can see the property from the street is not it's not part of the criteria for designation.
Okay, thank you.
And I think I would again emphasize that this has been, it's been a policy of the city. It is, as we said, it is really the only financial incentive the city offers for the preservation of historic resources and sort of being good stewards of that. But it is a long-standing policy of the city to offer this program. So again, we certainly could receive direction to bring back different options, if there was interest in doing that.
Councilmember Raskin.
Thank you. So following up on Councilmember Hall's point and distilling all this, so I think it's fair to say then that the Mills Act is a unique program that will ultimately result in both potentially quantifiable and intangible benefits to the community, such as rising property values for the remainder of the community that benefits from having well-preserved historic resources in the neighborhood.
I think that is very well said. I would agree with that.
Perfect. And with that, I am happy to move this item.
Second. Moved by Councilmember Raskin, seconded by Mayor Negretti.
On the queue, please.
Oh, sorry, Councilmember Zwick.
I'd like to make a substitute item. Motion, excuse me. I would move that we pause on approving these Mills Act items until staff can come back with a program comparable to that in many other cities, which actually assesses the relative public benefit versus lost tax dollars to the community when it comes to assessing projects like these. I'd hope that they would perform some sort of cost-benefit analysis to weigh these projects for future consideration and propose future proposals around maximum assessed value or maximum tax loss that we would be willing to tolerate. And look at cities like Los Angeles, Pasadena, San Diego, San Francisco, all of which assign a system of prioritization in order to determine which properties are worthy of this remarkable tax exemption for private use.
I'll second that.
Before we move on, I'm sorry, City Attorney, I bumped you out of there.
So the way that the code is written, if Ms. Wright could put it up on the screen, there is no discretion for the council if the three conditions are met. If that is part of council's direction, we would recommend approving these this evening, given the language of the code is currently written, and then returning at a future date for future applications.
I've seen fiscal distress indicated by other councils as a means of not approving.
I understand. I'm not sure that their language is written as strongly as this. It basically says the city shall, by resolution, approve if those three conditions are met, and staff has indicated that the three conditions are met. These applications came in May, is that correct?
Before May, yes.
Before May, so they've been working their way through the process. So there is risk there in pausing.
Just want to make sure everybody who's in the queue is still in the queue. Councilmember Hall?
I think I would ask then that the maker of the original motion would incorporate Councilmember Zwick's direction to come forward with a program for future Mills Act applications.
As the maker of the motion, I appreciate the concern about these issues. These are complicated, but frankly, they're not agendized tonight. I'm not comfortable adding that to the motion, given that it's not part of our agenda.
What's wrong with direction?
I think this is something that we should agendize in the future as part of a further discussion. To the extent that we can give direction to re-agendize it in the future, I'm okay with that. But
Point of order, can I ask a question, City Attorney? If we move this item tonight, is any council member able to bring this on as an agendized item in the future?
Yes, for discussion about future action and direction, yes.
Okay. So with that, I know we have a motion. It sounds like the substitute motion we cannot make tonight. Is that correct?
I would like to comment because my motion is still on the floor.
Okay.
I don't agree with the findings that were made that this is a benefit, and I would vote that we not accept the findings.
Which one is the concern? The number three?
Yeah,
I think that the three findings, as the code is currently written, and this was a decision that was made by City Council probably about 10 years ago, but as the code that is currently written, those three findings are the required findings in order to approve.
Well, so, I know that at least there was work done on some of these properties. Yeah.
Sure. So I think, if I understand your question, your concern is more kind of the work plan that is included as attached to the agreements.
Well, yeah, I also saw there are things like tree trimming and other things that are just mandated basically for all property owners, and I'm confused why that would be sort of a part of such a plan that we would grant a tax benefit to.
Understood. I would say that one of the concerns we can certainly look into that, and if council is not comfortable moving this item tonight, we could perhaps continue it. That would make it very tight in order to get these approved by the end of the year. One thing we would probably want to look at is how similarly situated Mills Act contracts have been treated in the past, and to make sure that these this year were not being treated differently. So we would want to just check that piece without having council direction in advance, right? So if you give advance direction before the applications come in, that's fine. But I think we would just want to match up for this round, to ensure consistency with prior practice. So we can do that if council would like to continue, and we could look at that before the next council meeting.
is there something also that I haven't been able to read the details, but I've heard there was sort of non-conforming, unpermitted work done on one of the properties? Is that something that was assessed in the current findings?
I can't speak to that, but my understanding is that they would not be eligible if they had outstanding violations of the code under finding 1. But perhaps staff can speak to that.
We've found that all 3 properties meet the finding and none have non-conforming work, and all the work that has been done meets the Secretary of Interior standards.
Okay, so I've got Councilmember Raskin in the queue.
Yeah, so I think the substitute motion is still on the floor, but folks, we're spending a lot of time talking about an impact to the general fund that's less of 1/10 of 1%, if my math is right. I appreciate the concerns, but none of this is agendized tonight. We've got applications here that meet all the criteria that we are required to approve. I'm happy to continue this discussion at a future meeting, but I think we should move on, considering we have a lot of business tonight.
I still have you in the queue. Councilmember Zwick.
Did you say that one of the benefits is that it would raise property values for people? Is that our mission?
I mean, if the question is to me, yeah, having well-maintained historic resources in a community is something that creates a rising tide for all boats.
Councilmember Snell.
So thank you. So if we accept the first motion, could we add, and I want to find out from Councilor Rassman, could we add that we have staff go back and look at future items with respect to this particular motion, and bring back to council for further discussion as to looking at different ways? Would you be acceptable to that?
I would defer to our city attorney if that's something we can give direction on.
So you may want to move this item and then provide direction separately after moving the item, because that is a common practice of the council. So so move the item and then provide direction to staff to bring back a future item.
I still have you in the queue. Are you next? Councilmember Zernitskaya.
So I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding correctly. The recommended action from staff includes receive an update on future proposed changes to Mills Act contract renewal monitoring and cost recovery. That doesn't cover bringing that back, or would it?
Actually, that would. I apologize. I forgot that was part of the that was part of the agendized piece. So it's not. It would still be cleaner to kind of move the approval of the resolutions and then provide the direction separately. But that is on the agenda.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Trosas.
I would just urge the makers of the motion to, yes, move the item, but also to ask how other jurisdictions handle this along the same lines of questioning that we heard earlier, and come back with it. Because to me, I don't feel like I got a full update on future proposed changes to Mills Act contract renewal monitoring and cost recovery, and that was one of the items here. So I think we are in order to provide additional direction that we would like a return from staff, given our fiscal situation, how we can similarly situate ourselves with other jurisdictions and have this be equitable for everyone.
City Attorney, would it be clear that it seems like there are applications that have an approaching deadline? Yeah. So in order for them to be in the clear legally and for all reasons you stated earlier, we move this item, and obviously clearly stated here, there's further discussion to be had around how we look at the Mills Act process going forward.
Yes.
For new applicants. Okay. So if everyone is clear on that, I'm ready to move the item. I was moved by Councilmember Raskin and seconded by myself.
We still have a substitute on the floor. So
sorry. Who seconded the substitute
I'll
motion?
take my second back.
I'll withdraw the item.
I'll withdraw.
Okay.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Trosas?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
We'll now move to closed session. Item 5A is existing litigation, Alejandro Garcia versus the city. Item 5B is existing litigation for all of the cases as printed on the agenda. Item 5C is existing litigation, the city versus ICSOP and others. Item 5D is potential litigation. And item 5E is a real estate negotiation regarding 1640 14th Street. Councilmember
Councilmember Hall. Oh,
Thank you, Mayor. I will be recusing myself from item 5E pending guidance from the FPPC due to a potential conflict of interest. Thank you.
Councilmember Zwick, you're in the queue. Okay. City Attorney, when do you expect us to be back?
An hour and a half?
So it is 6:25, so are we saying 7:55? All right, so we will be back no earlier than 7:55, and thank you. And we'll reconvene. Can we reconvene from where we were? Do we have to restart? City Attorney, do we have to start over, or can we reconvene at roll call? Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Zwick is still absent. Councilmember Hall.
Present.
Councilmember Raskin.
Here.
Councilmember Snell.
Here.
Councilmember Zernitskaya. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Terosas.
Here.
Mayor Negrete.
Here.
Okay. Now we have an in-person quorum. Now I'll ask if any council members would like to recuse themselves for any from any items on the agenda pursuant to the Levine Act. Please note that updated Levine Act forms were posted online for items 4F and 4G.
Okay, it says that staff has pulled 4D.
They will request to pull 4D, as in David, but as far as the Levine Act forms, forms were updated for 4F, as in Frank, and G as in George.
Okay. So if you're here to speak on item 4D, the staff will request to pull the item? Okay.
Yes, and for the record, no council members are recusing themselves for any item.
And a little agenda management, City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Wanted to ask the council regarding a request from staff. Earlier this afternoon, we were notified at the city that LA County has paused the supportive housing project located at 413 and 825 Ocean Avenue. There are a variety of reasons why the projects have been put on pause, but as part of the conversation staff has been engaged with LA County, we believe there exists a significant exposure for the city to litigation given the circumstances surrounding the project. To that end, what we're requesting is that given this matter came up after the agenda was posted, we'd like to request that the council take immediate action to hear this matter in closed session tonight. If the council were to agree to add this item tonight, it would take a 2/3 vote of the city council identifying this as an emergency situation that has developed. And with that, we'd like to request the council consider that matter.
So just to be clear, I need a motion and a second to hear a emergency closed session item with the potential exposure to litigation pursuant to the Ocean Avenue projects at 413 and 825. Correct?
That's correct.
I'll make that motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Moved by Councilmember Hall, seconded by Councilmember Zernitskaya. We need a roll call vote.
Yes, Councilmember Zwick is still absent. Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, so to be clear, City Attorney.
So since this item has now been added to the closed session, public comment may be taken on this item under item 4A along with all of the other closed session items.
So after item 4, you could sign up to speak on it. To be clear, item 16B is separate and will be heard after closed session. The new closed session is just specific to the potential litigation risk.
Yes, the closed session item is with respect to the significant exposure to litigation as described by the manager and voted on by the council.
Thank you.
And Interim City Attorney, I just wanted to just clarify the item number. Would that be item 3, public input on items under consent and closed session only?
Yes, I apologize. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, so if anyone would like to sign up for that item, please go outside and get assistance for my staff and select item 3. Okay, so now we'll move on to general public input. That's item 1. So this is general public input and comment on special agenda items. For regular meetings, public comment is permitted on special agenda items and items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And a reminder, per council rules, 4 minutes is not allowed on general public input, and if there were 25 or more speakers, then time will be reduced to 1 minute. But good news, we have 8 speakers registered to speak, including 1 caller. The last caller is Kelly Smith, and so anyone registered after Kelly, you'll be considered late, and council will have to vote to hear you for a minute. Okay, so our first speaker is Ashley Olson.
Do you want to call them? Usually I call up the name. I'm going to call a few names
yes,
so you can
call.
line up, and then it's quicker that way. So we have Ashley Olson, Margarita Casto, Michael Feinstein, and Greg Morena. Oh, yeah, just line up against the wall and then in order. And Ashley Olson's first. Or Greg Morena's going to go first, I guess.
All right, hey everybody. I just want you guys to hear it from me directly, right? I don't want there to be a game of telephone or anything like that. I know you all, I work with you, we talk a lot, but I got to tell you on this issue, only the mayor communicated with us about a critical project in our neighborhood. St. Joseph's told us that 3 council members knew about the issue since the beginning of the year. We received no communication. That is not transparent or inclusive. The partners in this deal, they also didn't communicate with our community. So we count on you guys. I mean, this is really, really important to us. You are our representatives. You have more access and knowledge. I know that. I know how it works.
Sorry, hold on. This is general public input.
Just about transparency.
So,
and
yeah,
communication.
you could talk about it, but not reference any item on the agenda. So to be clear, during general public input, it's about anything not on the agenda. So it's, you could talk about the weather. No, you can talk about general items, but if you start
Inclusiveness is where I'm going.
Sure, then.
All right, cool. Most of you know, I grew up here, right? I grew up on the south side. My brother lives there still. My mother-in-law lives next door. My cousin down the street. Today, my wife and 2 kids, we live on the north side. Inclusiveness includes all of us, no matter where we live in Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thank you. Margarita Casto.
Thank you for your time. I'm going to be brief. I just want to talk about the fact that, I was in the park, Palisades Park yesterday, taking a walk with my child and needed assistance of the police department. I called them and they didn't show up for an hour and 30 minutes. Not because they didn't want to show up, they were understaffed. Homeless population in Palisades Park is not their priority, but my kid is my priority. I didn't feel safe. There are dozens of kids that she plays there on a daily basis. We go on 3 walks a day. She's 22 months, and it's just, I feel the strain on the city. I'm sure everyone is empathetic and sees the same thing. And another thing I want to also kind of talk about is definitely the lack of transparency that's happening with a lot of processes in the city. It takes, 2 years to get a building permit, and some other things get passed through much faster. So I feel like we need better rules and transparency policies in the city, especially when it gets, around the areas that are significant to the city, significant to the families and the residents, and bring in tourists that we rely heavily on, and a lot of local businesses rely on the tourism as well. That has been declining. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Feinstein.
Hi, I understand that soon you're going to be considering adopting a goal of 5 acres of open space per 1,000 residents, which I support, and soon after that, the idea of having a great park on all the land at the airport, which I also support. Well, a few months ago at the Santa Monica Democratic Club, someone who wants to pave over and develop a large part of the airport made a presentation saying that we don't need a lot of new park space. because of a ridiculous anecdote when they were in Clover Park and they didn't see people using the fields. So I wrote to city staff about this, and this is what they said. They said that it's important to clarify that while fields may appear open during certain hours, our fields are consistently booked to capacity during peak demand times, which are weekdays from 2:30 to 10 and weekends from 8 to 5. These prime hours are when the vast majority of youth and adult sports organizations are looking to schedule practices and games. While it's true that a field may be empty at 11 on a Tuesday, that doesn't reflect the broader reality of demand during usable hours for most residents, particularly families and school-aged children. The demand on turf fields is so high that many organizations are forced to shorten practices or seek field space in neighboring cities. To manage this, we implement a seasonal allocation plan that prioritizes sports based on time of year, helping to fairly distribute access. We understand that not everyone is engaged in youth or adult sports, and the perception of underused fields during off-peak hours can raise questions. But from a programming, revenue, and community engagement standpoint, our fields are among the most heavily used and highly valued in the city. And there are people who want to develop. There's a push-pull for a ballot measure in November that would allow development at the airport. That's fine to have different opinions, but not to understate our need for open space and fields. Thank you.
Thank you. And before Ms. Olson comes up, I'm going to call the next few names. Ken Parr, Sean Ahaus, and Walt Davis.
Council members. It's disappointing that not everyone is here in chambers tonight for such an important meeting. But I'm here just to say an overall general that I think our community is really struggling with feeling represented by the council. You know, it seems that the fundamental issues is that the council isn't adequately listening to our city, which I know is going to be discussed later. But many of the council members here tonight, it seems there's ethical, and if there's not financial, there's ethical conflicts that you have. And Councilmember Hall, you sent a letter supporting SB 79 on behalf of Santa Monica, one of the only 2 cities statewide to do so. Despite over 80% of residents opposing this bill, this is not representation. Our city hasn't done an assessment on an evacuation plan for a natural disaster, which we all just went through what happened at the Palisades. Our city infrastructure can't support increased density, and yet we're pushing through more development every day. Councilmember Terosis, you work for LA County. You're soon to be mayor. Are you going to put Santa Monica City above the county or the county above Santa Monica City? You know, there has been times where many of you have received donations, campaign contributions from developers, and then you don't recuse yourself on the items voted related to those developers. And I'm just going to ask that you start considering some of the decisions that you're making behind closed doors and decisions that seem to be already made before it's even up for vote, and that you do better, because everyone is really feeling let down and disappointed by the actions and the state of the city at the current moment. And I know you guys all can do better, and I know you want to do better, but that's not what's happening. And our city's going downhill. So thank you.
Thank you. Ken Parr.
Good evening. I'd like to start by saying thank you for your service to our city. I'm here in 2 capacities this evening. One, as a lifelong resident of Santa Monica. I was born and raised here. And second, I'm the director in finance of Carlthorpe School in Santa Monica. So I represent myself and my family that has been doing business in the city for over 110 years, and then also the students and families of the school that I represent that is in the north side of Santa Monica. Some of the main concerns that we have on both of those fronts are some of the transparency and clarity that we've seen in our city leadership in recent years, and also just the general direction and concern that we've got when it comes to where Santa Monica is going. Having grown up on 3rd Street Promenade before the beautiful facility it is today that unfortunately is empty, and seeing the homeless crisis and what we've seen, and the fact that many of us will not let our children walk through our own city anymore. When I attended Sama High, I would walk home from there, and it was, you know, had its issues, but today it's far more egregious. And what we see today is a city that is in crisis. And we'd ask that you, as council members, would work together and work with our city to be transparent and work hard to bring Santa Monica back to the great city that it can be and was. So, I look forward to talking to you all individually in the future and on some issues this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you. Sean House.
Hello, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Sean Ahas. I'm the CEO and co-owner of Vito Restaurant here in Santa Monica. I'm also the CEO and co-owner of California Roadhouse, which currently has a proposal being considered by the Santa Monica Pier Corporation to open a new restaurant and live music venue on the Santa Monica Pier, where we intend to create an additional 30 to 50 well-paid jobs. I'm here asking for your support in creating job growth and economic development, and to help preserve our city's financial viability by joining me in opposing any new labor peace agreement ordinances and by opposing any right to recall ordinances on any city-owned property. I ask all of you, would you invest your savings in creating new jobs on the Santa Monica Pier if City Council passed a mandatory labor peace agreement or right to recall today? Nor would my investors or myself. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration and dedication to our city.
Thank you. Walt Davis.
Good evening. I know many of you probably don't know me because the rotation of the city council and city manager and everyone else goes along quite a bit. I've been operating within the city of Santa Monica as a street performer since 1989. We worked very carefully with the city at the time to set up a system so that the street performers could operate out there under the First Amendment with the promenade and the pier. Now, I consider you guys the city managers and the city fathers and mothers. However, I also consider you to be absentee parents because there's a lot going on that has not, and it's not being addressed with this pier at the moment. We have enforcement with code enforcement and the police, but we don't have enough as far as the illegal vending and some of the other activities illegally going on the pier. Code enforcement is only there 3.5 days out of the week, and when they're there, most of the time they're not there. If you call for code enforcement to appear, then we're told that they can't do a lot because the city managers or the city attorney is prohibiting any actions. Same response I get from the police is that it is code enforcement's responsibility. The bottom line is it comes right back to the city, that the city is responsible for what goes on out there. The world comes to the pier, they come to the beach, they come to Santa Monica, and as such, the world visitors should be safe and feel comfortable coming there. As it stands now, there are too many illegal activities going on the pier to make people feel comfortable and feel safe. I'm asking that more attention be placed toward enforcement of activities on the pier, as opposed to letting it just.
Thank you. Okay, I've got some more names in here. Susan Finley, Warren Brand, and Jonathan Foster.
Mayor?
Yes.
We have one caller who was next.
Okay, sorry. Kelly Smith?
Yes, and then Susan Warren and Jonathan registered after our last speaker, Kelly
Okay,
Smith.
so Susan Warren and Jonathan will have 1 minute for a late chit, but we're going to hear from Kelly Smith.
Okay. Edgar, if you can bring Ms. Smith in, please.
Hi, good afternoon, council members and mayor. Kelly Smith. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Yes,
hi. You have 2 minutes.
Smith. Okay, Kelly Smith, Santa Monica resident of 25 years. I'm deeply concerned how the former senior care facilities at 413 and 825 Ocean Avenue were fast-tracked to house individuals with severe mental illness.
Kelly?
Please know, I care deeply.
Sorry, Kelly. So we're on general public input, so it can be anything that's not on the agenda. That would be related to 16B or potentially the closed session item. I don't know if you want to hold on or if you want to modify what you're speaking about so that you don't mention the items on the agenda.
Looks like Ms. Smith is muted. Edgar, I'm not sure if you muted or can unmute.
Can someone discuss with her on the phone offline while we go to the next speaker to keep moving?
I was
Oh,
I was told this was the general comment section. That's when they brought me in.
it is, but if you're mentioning items on the agenda, you have to speak during the next section, which is when we come back from closed session, which is probably in 45 minutes or so, or to an hour. If you want to just not.
Okay, I'll wait.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you. So I'm going to call the next few names: Susan Finley, Warren Brand, and Jonathan Foster. Just to be clear, this is general public input, and late chits get 1 minute. Oh, yes, Susan Finley. Yes.
Do we need a motion
To allow 2
them-
minutes? Yeah.
Yeah, to allow them to speak for 1 minute.
Would you like to?
I'd like to move that we
Thank you.
allow late
I'll
chits to
second.
speak for a minute.
So what does that mean?
Motion to speak for 2 minutes, giving you your minute back.
Thank you.
Is that what you're doing?
We needed a motion for 1 minute.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought you were
I don't
giving
know.
her the
City
full 2
attorney,
minutes. Sorry about
Can you please clarify?
I thought that was
I
already.
just wanted you to know that we all tried to sign up downstairs. There was a long line. We couldn't get to it. We came upstairs and it's not working, or it wasn't working.
it.
So we've been trying all night
We
to
don't-
sign up.
We don't need a motion to get 1 minute. That's automatically in the rules, correct?
You do need a motion to accept late chits. The automatic is that they get 1 minute if you do accept them.
I will make a motion to allow these next three speakers to get 2 minutes if I can get a second.
Second.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you.
I thank you very much. I can't speak about.
Well, hold
some
on one sec.
things.
Sorry. City Clerk?
We'll do a roll call
You
vote.
have to vote on that.
I'm sorry, that was seconded by Zernitskaya. Is that correct?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Torosis.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete.
Yes, okay, sorry. A lot of formalities. Now you may speak.
I thank you very much for letting me speak, and I thank you very much for the news tonight. I've been very discouraged because I was the head of Flatiron Alliance in New York City, where I've gone through all of this government stuff, and I came here for peace and quality of life, and I was worried. And I met the mayor, and I have to tell you, I'm so overjoyed with this woman who is our mayor, and I'm so overjoyed to hear that there's going to be a pause on this.
Just, we can't talk about that
Okay, I
item.
can't talk
Sorry.
about it, but all I can say is it's kind of renewed my faith in my choice to come, my choice to help my son buy his home, be near my brother and my sister-in-law, and have some quality of life finally after fighting New York City for 20 years. So I feel it's like really important at this point to think about common sense and to value people who are taxpayers and love where they are.
Thank you. Did you give her the 2 minutes? We did. Thank you.
Thank you.
I thought I made a motion for 2 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Finley.
If you have another minute, you can.
If you want to finish
But just don't touch
thought.
on the items on
Well,
this general.
the item I'm touching on is that, you know, Santa Monica is a beautiful place. And we have a wonderful person with wonderful ideas for this community that really and truly touch me. They're things I've been thinking about for a long time and never heard anybody talk about. So in any way, here I am, I'm becoming active again and telling her I'll support, and our community will support whatever it is she wants to do and you guys want to do to make this a better place. And I want to make sure that there's no wrecking balls. We're a fragile community right now fiscally, and I want to make sure that anybody who can recognizes that fragility and supports us coming back to the strong and beautiful place that's within us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Warren Brand.
Hi, everyone. Go Dodgers. And I am an Ocean Avenue resident. Grew up here, Franklin, Lincoln, Samo, and SMC. So it's incredible to see this coalition that's come together over what's going on this week, and just transparency, coming up with, you know, different ideas to really help our community and help the unhoused and the people that are in trouble and suffering. doing it in residential areas, predominantly near schools, where a school is closer than
Sorry,
a market.
Lauren, I'm so sorry to, I know.
I gotta
I
go.
know.
But thank you for what you're doing, and let's keep building. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm just going to reiterate, Jonathan Foster, you're a seasoned professional, sir. So I doubt you know the rules, but I appreciate everyone. We have a rule where the general public just means you can speak about general public stuff, and then you can move on to the items on the agenda. But thank you, Mr. Foster.
Hello, Jonathan Foster. You know, I'm very upset with the council. Hi, council. Drunk Monica. The drunks are walking around 3rd Street. And before I talk about 3rd Street and the beer and everything, I wanted to mention that we should ban winter in Santa Monica. It should only be warm here. There should be no cold air, sleet, rain, or hail, and the rude friend flash flood is not a lot. Anyway, so let me go back to beer. I'm very upset, and I'd like to ask if they could only do beer and alcohol on 3rd Street when it's a special event, not the Monday through 8-9 days a week, beer all day and night, all the time that it's open. That would be great. That I would approve. The all day, 7 days a week, it's Drunk Monica. It's really not in the best interest. I've not been happy seeing children walking around with their drunk parents really sloppy. I've seen it, plenty of it. I know what you mean to raise money for Santa Monica. It's got a huge bill to pay. I don't think that this is the best way to go about that. 45 seconds left. In the last couple council meetings, I've heard about the land discussion and connected to reparations, which I believe, I may be stepping right off the cliff here, but I think it's for Black people, right? Reparations. And the thing is, in the United States of America, there is no United States of America without Black people. It has nothing to do with Latinos. And everybody that became a citizen of the United States of America owes Black people for this crime. They were not paid. This is a back paycheck. Anybody white wants their back paycheck paid, they'll sue. So I support reparations.
Thank you. Vicki Goodman.
Good evening, Mayor Negretti, council members, and neighbors. My name is Vicki Goodman, and I am the founder and president of UCLA's Friends of the Semel Institute for Neuroscience and Human Behavior, and a founding member of the Resnick Neuropsychiatric Hospital Board of Advisors. My husband and I have been proud members of Santa Monica community for 45 years. And during this time, 20 of those years, I've devoted my time, both personally and professionally, to the cause of mental health. As the mother of a grown daughter who lives well with bipolar disorder, I have seen firsthand how dignity, compassion, and community partnership make all the difference in recovery. I want to take this moment to thank Mayor Negretti for her incredible leadership. It's because of her honesty, courage, and commitment, residents, schools, senior living facilities, and local businesses finally learned about the projects for the first time.
So, Vicki, I'm so sorry. I know this is so hard for everyone, but if we want to talk about the 16B item, we have to wait till we come back.
Okay, well, I'm not addressing it anymore. It's
Okay.
I just really want to thank you for your transparency and your heart of leadership. You are a compassionate and wonderful leader, and we're very, very grateful to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for understanding. Some of us I know haven't, maybe this is our first meeting, and there's a lot of processes and procedures, and so thank you for sticking it out with us. I think that closes the general public comment. So if anyone has signed up to, again, after, is it item?
It's item 3, if they would like to speak on
The emergency closed session, which is about potential litigation. And then after we come back from closed session, we'll have public input on the remaining agenda items, which means you can talk about anything on the agenda after we come back, except for the public hearing.
Yes.
That's a separate speaking. Look, we're all in this together. All right, what item is next?
Okay, item 2, special agenda items. 2A is a proclamation for United Against Hate Week.
All right, thank you. I'm going to call for Delana Gabanekama, and I'm sorry if I did not say that correctly. Please correct me.
Delana Benakama.
Okay, Delana Benkama, and our poet laureate Anne Carmack, and our student Indigo Khosla and group. So I'm going to read the proclamation, right? And then I think we have a poem from one of our students. Okay. Whereas the city of Santa Monica is a place of diverse peoples and communities that embraces and celebrates its history, cultures, and traditions, recognizing that diversity is fundamental to the city's vitality and global standing. And whereas the city acknowledges that over the course of history, many marginalized peoples and communities who have lived on this land and in the city have experienced acts of hatred, discrimination, and systemic oppression. And whereas the Los Angeles County Commission of Human Relations reported a 45% increase in hate crimes in LA County, rising from 930 in 22 to 1,350 in 23, the highest number recorded since the commission began tracking in 1980. And whereas racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, xenophobia, sexism, transphobia, homophobia, and other bigoted and hateful actions have no place in our city. And whereas since 2017, the Santa Monica City Council has reaffirmed its commitment to diversity, inclusion, and equity, adopting resolutions rejecting hate and discrimination, clarifying the city's role in immigration enforcement, establishing a racial equity statement in 2020, and in 25, adopting racial justice, equity, and social diversity as a core organizational value. And whereas in 2024, the city reaffirmed its commitment ensuring that all residents, regardless of background or circumstance, are able to live with dignity, thrive in the community, and trust in their local government to safeguard their rights and aspirations. And whereas the city of Santa Monica is a community that is welcoming to all and promotes safety, belonging, and equal protection of constitutional and human rights. And whereas education, dialogue, and community building are keys to strengthening mutual understanding and embracing differences between people. And whereas the city supports United Against Hate Week and LA County's LA versus Hate Signs of Solidarity campaigns to empower residents to stand against prejudice and protect the safety and civility of our neighborhoods and cities. Now, therefore, I, Lana Negrete, the mayor of Santa Monica, on behalf of the entire city council, do hereby proclaim October 19th through October 25th as United Against Hate Week and encourage all residents, businesses, and community organizations to join together in promoting kindness, inclusion, and unity to reject hate in all its forms.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for the proclamation honoring the week. Good evening, City Council and our community members. My name is Delana Benakama, and I work for the Human Resources Department. I'm also formally part of the DEI team based in the City Manager's office. And I've had the pleasure of planning United Against Hate Week activities for the past few years, and I want to thank the Council so much for your support of us, including Mayor Negrete. This year, United Against Hate Week is October 19th through 25th, and we're spreading awareness by partnering with various organizations to provide programming and resources, including bystander intervention training. And you can find more information about our events on the city's blog at santamonica.gov/blog. I also encourage everyone to attend our family-friendly kickoff event on the Promenade on Sunday, October 19th. The event will feature hands-on CPR training, live musical performances, and more. I'd like to take a moment to thank all of our partners that we've been working with. They are the Santa Monica Malibu Council of PTAs, Santa Monica Malibu Classroom Teachers Association, and the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District, who have been instrumental in raising student awareness of the week. I'd also like to thank the Bahala Foundation, Downtown Santa Monica, and the many city departments involved, including the library, fire, PD, and city manager's office. And now I'll turn it over to our poet laureate, Anne Carmack, who we're excited to join us tonight.
Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. Before I introduce the poet that we selected to come present her poem today, are there any other poets in the crowd who participated in this program? We'd love to have you stand up so we can give you a round of Air fingers. Congratulations. It takes great courage to share your work. So we're very proud to have you here with us tonight. And again, with this program, we invited area students to submit poetry, and a small panel selected a poem by Indigo Khosla, and she's going to step up here and share it with you guys.
Hi, good evening. My name is Indigo Khosla, and I'll be reading a poem called I Won't Give In to the Flames. Stuck in the dark, unheard, loss of self-worth. Their words on replay, their hate on display. You say it's okay, but in reality, you know the truth. The feeling of invisibility, the feeling of being looked over, walked on, thrown away. The hatred eats you alive, the pain hard to survive. But just like Earth, we do not stop spinning. We get up, we stand up, we fight. Those who put you down, they frown on themselves. They are jealous of your beauty, jealous of how amazing you are. If they put you down, they go down with you. The flames surround them. They fade into oblivion as you rise, you fight, you believe in yourself. Their words may echo, though the truth holds strength. If you put me down, walk on me, yell at me, bully me, it's only a reflection of yourself, your pain and your doubt. Because if we burn, you burn with us. If we fall, you fall with us. You can throw me away, ignore me, hurt me, yell out my name, but I will never, never give in to the flames. Thank you.
I think we can do a round of applause for that.
14 years old. Round of applause.
So we're going to also invite all the other students who are joining us tonight to take a photo with us with the proclamation.
Are we going down?
Like it sounds like I'm not allowed to say anything.
All right, this next proclamation, I'm sorry, do you need to call the item, City Clerk?
Yes, item 2B, proclamation for Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
So this one is near and dear to my heart. This is my first month that I can say I'm cancer-free, celebrating breast cancer awareness. I try not to cry. Last year, February, I was diagnosed 2 months after my dad fell from a stroke and became paralyzed. And I went through 3 surgeries, 5 months of chemo, and 20 rounds of radiation, and never missed a council meeting during the process. And I can tell you, speeding through that process while losing my father, who was also my best friend and my business partner, it didn't take me out, and it made me stronger, but it was because of the community I gathered around me during that time. So I just want to let everyone know that awareness starts the conversation, but action saves lives. I've been very public about my treatment, and during that process, over 16 friends under the age of 35 were diagnosed. Yes, under the age of 35. Over 6 friends under the age of 52 were diagnosed, but it was because I shared my story. So I encourage all of you who have who are hopefully thriving and on the other side of breast cancer to share your story as well, because it may encourage someone to get checked. For 40 years, the American Cancer Society has turned breast cancer awareness into action to save lives. This October, we're encouraging everyone to do more than wear pink, to go beyond ribbons and awareness, but to take action. Let's get loud, walk together, share stories, volunteer, get screened, check those boobies, and support our communities. Because when it comes to ending breast cancer as we know it, every dollar, every step, every signature, every screening matters, and every action counts. I'm inviting up tonight Kaylee Malloy from the American Cancer Society and Dr. Crystal Fancher from the Margie Peterson Breast Center, which I'd like to say that is where I received my outstanding treatment right here in Santa Monica at St. John's. I had the top oncologist, surgeon, and care from everybody, including my radiologist, but everyone from the valet at Margie Peterson Center, all the way through to the care that you get there. And we're just really fortunate to have it here in Santa Monica, so thank you. Whereas October is recognized nationally as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, a time dedicated to raising awareness about the impact of breast cancer and the importance of early detection, education, and support for those affected by the disease. And whereas breast cancer is the most common cancer among women in the United States after skin cancer, with approximately 316,950 and 2,800 men expected to be diagnosed in 2025, and 1 in 8 women estimated to receive a diagnosis in her lifetime. And whereas breast cancer remains the second leading cause of cancer death among women following lung cancer, however, death rates have declined 44% since 1989 due to early detection through screening, increased awareness, and advances in treatment. And whereas the Margie Peterson Breast Center at Providence St. John's Health Center is a nationally recognized leader in breast health and cancer treatment, offering patient-centered multidisciplinary care, advanced diagnostics, innovative therapies such as intraoperative radiation and oncoplastic surgery, and access to clinical trials and support services that improve outcomes and enhance quality of life. And whereas the American Cancer Society play a vital role in the fight against breast cancer through funding groundbreaking research, promoting education about prevention and early detection, and providing critical support services to patients and their families. And whereas the City of Santa Monica is committed to supporting the health and well-being of its residents, working alongside organizations like the American Cancer Society to connect individuals with local resources, including mammography services, community outreach programs, and survivor support networks. Whereas Breast Cancer Awareness Month serves as a powerful reminder of the strength and resilience of breast cancer survivors, the dedication of healthcare professionals, and the importance of community solidarity in advancing the fight against this disease. And whereas since launching Breast Cancer Awareness Month in 1985, the American Cancer Society has invested over $600 million in research. Advanced genetic discoveries such as BRCA1/2 helped standardize mammography guidelines and contributed to life-saving treatments, including tamoxifen and Herceptin. Not fun medications to take, let me tell you. Now, therefore, I, Lana Negrete, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2025 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and want to let you know that October 25th is the Making Strides of Santa Monica Breast Cancer Walk at the Pier. In the City of Santa Monica, encourage all residents to take part in activities that raise awareness and support those affected by breast cancer. Do you guys want to say a couple words?
Hi, I just wanted to thank Lana and the rest of the City Council, and thank you to everyone that's here. Please, get your mammograms and spread the word. As Lana said, it's the most important thing. So.
Hi there, I'm Kaylee Malloy. I'm here on behalf of the American Cancer Society, and I work with Mayor Negrete, and also, of course, our partners at Providence and the Margie Peterson Breast Center to support our breast cancer initiatives. And we're so grateful to the community of Santa Monica for hosting our Making Strides Against Breast Cancer Walk. Last year, we were joined by 25,000 people and raised $1 million. It's incredible, and we cannot have the impact that we have, that Lana so graciously shared with you all, without our community members and without volunteer leaders like Lana, like all of you. And we're so thankful for the continued support, and I hope you'll join us on October 25th at the Santa Monica Pier It'll be a great time, fun for all ages. Thank you so much.
And if you don't have a team to join, my team's called the Tough Titty Committee. You can join my team. All right, we'll take a picture.
All right. We talked about this. I know that was because they were all here.
Okay, our last special agenda item is 2C, Proclamation for Code Enforcement Week.
Yes, okay, last proclamation, but last but not least, I'd like to call forward our Code Enforcement Manager, Daniel Mick, and the entire Code Enforcement team. Don't everybody get excited all at once now. All right, this is the second week of October is Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week. The state of California has proclaimed the second week of October as Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week. Whereas code enforcement officers provide the safety, health, and welfare of citizens within the city of Santa Monica through the enforcement of local, state, and federal laws and ordinances dealing with various issues of building, zoning, housing, animal control, environmental, health, fire, and life safety. And whereas code enforcement officers have a challenging and demanding role and often do not receive recognition for the job done to improve the quality of lives for the residents, and whereas the role of code enforcement officer has expanded in recent years with jurisdictions increasingly relying on the expertise and training of code enforcement officers in their communities. And whereas the code enforcement officer is a dedicated, highly qualified, and highly trained professional who shares the goals of preventing neighborhood deterioration, enhancing communities, ensuring safety, and preserving property values through knowledge, training, and application of housing, zoning, and nuisance laws. And whereas the code enforcement officer has a highly visible role, particularly in the city of Santa Monica, and regularly interacts with the public, and a variety of federal, state, county, and local officials in their capacity as a code enforcement officer. And whereas the City of Santa Monica recognizes and honors the code enforcement officers that serve our community and acknowledge their role in leading the way to improve quality of life within our community. Now, therefore, I, Lana Negrete, the mayor of the city, and on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim the second week of October as Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week and calls upon Santa Monica residents to join in recognizing and expressing their appreciation for their dedication and appreciation by all staff members who serve in capacities as code enforcement officers within the city. Thank you, and I'm sure you
Thank you so much. I'm Daniel Mick. I'm the Code Enforcement Manager. I guess I'm the de facto head of the division, but I'm nothing without this amazing team behind me and those that could not be here tonight. They are tireless, dedicated workers. They are the epitome of professionals. So I thank each and every one of you for the jobs that you guys do every day. You deserve far more recognition than this, but it's coming. You guys are doing great. We really appreciate everything you guys do. Thank you to the council. You guys have been so supportive. Our new city manager, Oliver, thank you for everything so far and everything you're going to do for us in the future.
You caught yourself on that one.
Our director, Jing, I mean, everybody that we work with in CDD, as well as the rest of the city of Santa Monica, thank you so much. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you. I can run down and if you the rest of you.
You're part of code enforcement, kind of. No? We have to stand down here. You can see over his head.
Yeah.
That's great.
There's too many tall people down there, so we have to stand up here.
I don't think they can see us. You guys are all tall. We love you guys. Keep getting those back. Get those bad building owners who are keeping up their fines.
Yeah. Get those funds.
Yeah, get those fines. Oliver, come in. Yeah, we want one with Oliver. We'll Photoshop in Dan and Alice. Okay. Thank you. Are you
Thank you
going?
so much.
Are you staying? Appreciate it. Okay. Wait, did you move? We just moved. Wait, where? It's still downstairs. Oh, okay. Is it better? It's different. Okay. Oh, hot. Love that. Okay. Hope we're getting embedded. Pool party. Pool party. I love a pool.
Thank you. Thank you. Get your boobies.
Okay. Okay, so our next item is 3, public input on items under consent and closed session items only. And we have 3 speakers. And the last speaker is Charlie Loventhal.
Wait, I'm sorry. We have 3, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I've got, sorry, let me put my glasses on again so I can try to pronounce people's names right. Zach Gadzik, Susan Finley, and Charlie Loventhal. And this is for items under consent, calendar, and closed session only. Zach? Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Zachary Gaidzik. I was Will Rogers, John Adams, Santa Monica High School, and Santa Monica College, just for the record, Southside, Westside. But however, today I'm not here as Zach. I'm here on behalf of LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath to read a statement. So, I am completely disappointed by the lack of proper communication with Santa Monica residents about the proposed interim housing projects on Ocean Avenue. It's clear from the North of Montana Association meeting and conversation since that there has been inexcusably little engagement around this proposal. This is not how trust is built, nor how lasting solutions are created. These projects arose from a housing developer reaching out to offer solutions for the challenges Santa Monica is facing. Unfortunately, the proposals moved forward without the transparent coordination and communication that a project of this scale demands. The City of Santa Monica has been calling for more beds to address the crises we see playing out on our streets, and we agree. We must move urgently to house people with acute mental health needs, but not at the expense of transparency or community partnership. Given the place the community is in, my office has worked with the Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health and St. Joseph Center, and they have agreed to immediately pause the project to allow for more community engagement. Additionally, we reached out to the state regarding the funding for this project and asked them to provide an extension so that that will not affect the funding for the project and it can move forward theoretically. So that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. And just so on this next section, thank you, Zach. Zach is from Lindsay Horvath's office. This is about public input under the consent calendar. And I have a feeling you guys want to talk about 16B. I know it's different. I get it. So this is about closed session, and the closed session would be the potential litigation. So you could talk about it in that area, or what's on the consent calendar, which I'm going to take a wild guess that that's not what you're talking about. If you want to talk about the item that I have on at 16B, that's right after we come back from closed session. Is that what you were thinking? Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay, so that was our last speaker. We'll move on to item 4, consent. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member dissents. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption.
Sorry, clerk, point of order. Do you mind moving Susan Finley and Charlie Loventhal to that, to the
16B?
Yeah.
Okay,
To,
yes.
yeah,
I
6.
can do
public
that
comment.
during closed session. And I did not receive any requests from the city manager or the city council to pull any items, but staff has requested to pull item D.
Okay.
So
Are we hearing?
I'll make a motion to move consent item A through O.
Okay,
Minus 4D.
minus 40. To remove the balance.
Right.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Snell, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
Okay, so Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Let's see. So now we'll move to closed
Oh,
session.
are we hearing something on 4D, or is it just pulled off the agenda?
It was,
Got it, okay.
so now we'll move on to item 5, closed session. We have 2 items, both are conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. 5A is Judith Delgado versus the city, and 5B is Alejandra Garcia versus the city. And then there was the emergency item. I don't know if you want to restate that.
Yes, that was significant exposure to litigation, 1 case.
Okay.
City Attorney, when do you think we'll be back?
1 hour.
Okay, so we will return in 1 hour, at which point everybody who wants to speak on the remaining agenda items can speak roughly 7:40 p.m. and not before. Thank you. Sorry, we're just working out a few technicalities.
Oh, defense. Okay, whatever.
Thank you for waiting. I'm so sorry. So, Council, we're convening back in open session. City Attorney, do you have any report outs from our closed session?
All matters were heard with no reportable action taken.
Okay, thank you.
All right, the next item is the city manager's report.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, have just a brief report before we dive into our City Council meeting. We have a fairly large item that the executive team's been working on for the last several months that we're excited to share with the council and community. Before we get to that, though, I wanted to first acknowledge, definitely with the effects of the federal government shutdown, there are impacts we're aware of related to food distribution programs, given the ongoing federal government shutdown. We wanted to let our community know that the city has been coordinating all of our local resources. We do have food resources available here in Santa Monica. We published an information blog post earlier today with additional details. Anyone who has any concern or interest in the item, we recommend please visit our website, check out the blog post with additional details and service support. Moving on to a couple other quick items. I hope everyone stayed up till midnight watching the Dodgers win in dramatic fashion this morning, last night. In the 18th inning, hopefully folks were watching the game on the promenade. Many thanks to everyone at DTSM, the city staff, all the folks who made the Dodgers pep rally last Thursday and all of our watch parties on the promenade possible as we all cheer on the Dodgers to hopefully their second consecutive World Series. I'm not sure what the score is tonight, but hopefully it's going well. They lost. Wow.
Sorry to tell you here, folks. Thanks a lot, Oliver.
Thanks.
Some people wanted to go watch it and
text the family, delete that recording. Just as we move forward, since there will be additional games now in the World Series, the watch party will continue. Every Dodger game and the World Series will be broadcast on the promenade, so we encourage everyone, come on out to Santa Monica for food, drinks, and cheer on our boys in blue. As we move through this week, want to remind everyone this coming Friday is Halloween. It's the launch of the official holiday season. Can you believe the holidays are here? Hopefully everyone has a terrific time trick-or-treating. Stay safe while you're out there. And don't forget, the promenade's going to be open for trick-or-treating from 3 to 6 p.m. As we move into this weekend, there's a series of terrific events in town. The Santa Monica Pier is going to be hosting our annual Dia de los Muertos celebration. Everyone's invited to join in on the free family fun and programming. Make sure to come on out with photos of departed loved ones to place on the communal ofrenda. Coming up 2 weeks from today, on November 11th, we hope everyone marks their calendar. We will be celebrating Veterans Day on the pier. More details will be soon published on our website. And lastly, at some point, we will bring the pets into the council. We have not yet tonight, but our adorable pets for adoption are... coming.
I have him here, I swear.
Well, our adorable pets as we wait. It is not coming. But as we wait for that, I will let everyone know the adoptable pets this month that we wanted to share are Simba and Pusheen. They are sweet, playful, 8-month-old bonded brown tabbies that are looking for a great home that can take both. Of course, Simba is the confident and curious leader of the duo. His sister, Pusheen, tends to be a little bit more timid, but when it's playtime, she will come out of her shell. We hope everyone contacts the animal shelter if you're interested in meeting Simba and Pusheen. And as always, everyone can visit the Santa Monica Animal Shelter Foundation website to make a donation or shop the Chewy wish list. With that, Madam City Clerk, we'll turn it back to you.
Do any council members have anything to report on travel since the last meeting?
I just have a question for the city manager on his update. City manager, I understand that CalFresh, i.e. food assistance, is running out at the end of October, and there's no plan from the state or the county to backfill any food assistance starting on November 1st. Is that correct?
That's correct. Through CalFresh, that's our understanding right now.
Okay, so I don't know if it's worth mentioning for people who are listening, but the Virginia Avenue Park Food Pantry gives out food on a weekly basis, and my understanding is that folks have been actually directed to the LA Regional Food Bank as well to find their closest location if they need to go pick up food. Is that something that we can just put? I noticed that was not on our blog post, so I was hoping, because the state has given money to the regional food bank system to actually get out some food for people.
There's also LA Community Care on Pico Boulevard. They've come to our Virginia Avenue Park events, and they're just east of Santa Monica, just east of Sepulveda on the corner there, and they also have a food bank with plentiful options as well as other things that they've offered up for all residents.
Certainly, given the extended shutdown, we're going to consolidate what all those existing local resources look like, and we'll make sure to publish more information here soon.
So there was no travel announcements? Okay, so for the mayor's highlight, I don't have any faces to put on screen, and the reason is because they would prefer to be behind the scenes. But I would be remiss if I didn't send a huge extended gratitude announcement, and just I want everybody to know that we have a rapid response team on the ground that is responding to ICE activity, everything from false stories to make sure that the anxiety levels of those that are impacted are level set, and connecting people with resources and care and items you wouldn't even imagine that they would possibly need beyond just legal advice and access to legal representation and money, but groceries and clothing and rides and all sorts of things. These people are comprised of just individuals in our community that have decided to get together to do this work. They are in cars and boots on the ground every day, and they are doing tireless work, and they're leaning into advocacy all the way up to the state and federal level. And so I just wanted to highlight those individuals, and although they've, for obvious reasons, rather remain faceless at this point, these people exist in our community, and if they're listening tonight, I just want to say that we see you, and we feel you, and we are grateful for you. This entire city council is. So thank you to the rapid response team, and I think we can clap for them.
Moving on to public input on remaining agenda items only. Public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And we have about 19 speakers in the queue, including 4 speakers on the phone. The last speaker on the list is Maddie Fuchs Lynch, who's actually the first speaker because he is a minor.
Okay. So, Maddie, you are up first, and then I'm going to call the next names, which is Judith Serlin, Sharon, and Cody Green. Maddie's up first, though.
This is the biggest step the city has taken in 5 years to set Santa Monica in the right direction. This is what Santa Monicans elected a new council majority to do. Santa Monicans want safer streets. The realignment plan contains a comprehensive strategy to revitalize downtown and make public spaces feel safe and vibrant. Santa Monicans want more and cheaper housing. The realignment plan commits to cutting construction permit waits down to a matter of weeks. Most of all, though, Santa Monicans want to feel their city is alive again. The Santa Monica realignment plan will jumpstart economic activity and bring some life back to Santa Monica. This is a masterpiece of public administration. Thank you to City Manager Chi and the council, and especially our newly elected council members. We could never have done this without you.
Judith, sorry. And after Judith, I have Sharon, Cody Green, and Denise Barton.
Thank you. Teamsters members want the city to succeed. They chose to work here. Some members grew up here. Some members live here. They're all growing older here. The city's success is an extension of their own. Teamsters Local 986 supports the expansion of services and the budget adjustments and personnel authorizations recommended by the city. During negotiations, we reminded the city that an investment in Santa Monica workers is an investment in Santa Monica. Many of our members attended these meetings and addressed the body here. They addressed retention rates and recommended improvements in wages and benefits. We thank the city managers and City Council for listening. The proposals that the city is now addressing, healthcare, wellness, winter closure, will address morale, and these contract improvements will help close the revolving doors. The proposals give employees a reason to stay. This is a smart move. Retention saves the city money in the long run and keeps institutional knowledge in-house. In addition, the proposals to expand staff addresses employees' unspoken concerns about the health of the city. During COVID, employees saw city services retract and jobs disappear. They saw the to-do lists get longer and longer, and it was very discouraging for folks. Teamsters members know where the dirty laundry is hidden. They know the work that needs to be done and what actually has been done. Expansion of the city of staff signals that Santa Monica is back. It gives our members a reason to stay, to keep going. Remember, our members want Santa Monica to succeed, and they want to be part of that success. They want to feel a sense of pride in their work, and they want to feel a sense of pride because they work for the city. Now I thank you for your vision, and although this is part of a greater plan, we encourage the conversation with workers to keep getting their input because they are.
Thank you. Thank you, Judith. Sharon. Sharon is up next. Okay, Cody Green.
Hello, thanks for having me tonight. My name is Cody Green. I'm the president of the Santa Monica Police Officers Association. I'm speaking on item 16F, which is related to the dialogue of behavioral health bridge housing. The Police Officers Association supports many of the items that are outlined in this, including outreach and coordination with the community, the residents, and the neighborhoods potentially impacted by these types of housing units. To be clear, the POA is not against any type of bridge housing or homeless housing, but rather just supports the communication with the community and gives the community opportunity to have input and say about what's going on in the city and in their neighborhood. The POA supports, including experts when making these decisions, dialogue about land use types and how those affect the neighborhoods and the communities. We support a framework related to communication and outreach to those neighborhoods and those affected by this, and bringing daylight to potential locations across the city where additional projects are planned. The POA supports accountability frameworks amongst city, state, county, and other nonprofits, developers, and community stakeholders to ensure that everybody gets a say in these type of developments. Essentially, 16F is a recommitment to good governance, which I know we all support, and the POA is here to express our support of all the council members in the ongoing dialogue related to this type of housing. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Denise Barton, and then after Ms. Barton, I have Patricia Keeney, Kevin Keegan, and Susan Finley.
Good evening. On item 11A, the city manager's sales pitch revitalization plan.
So how many of you sitting up there know the reason we have an audit subcommittee is because I believe in 2014, the Los Angeles Grand Jury required it due to Santa Monica being the most financially mismanaged city in all of LA County. And proposals like this means nothing's changed. Then isn't this the reserve fund supposed to be for emergencies? And aren't you supposed to be paying those funds back, not siphoning them more? Or what about the GS funds? Aren't they supposed to be for funding for the police or affordable housing? So using that for schools or any other reason would be fraud. On the music festival part, do you know the reason the concert at the beach was stopped was because an artist hit shortly before they played resulted in an unmanageable crowd size, which the local police were unable to manage alone. You need more police to make the city safe, resulting in new businesses, more patrons, and more tax revenue for the city. What you should be doing is eliminating some of the nation's highest paid city staff, not adding more and creating new departments and programs the city can't afford. And on item 16F, why do the residents want housing projects for LA, especially for the severely mentally ill? Your lack of transparency means none of you can be trusted. Kind of like keeping City Hall closed means it's a private club the residents aren't invited to. Thank you.
Patricia Keeney.
Thank you for including peer-to-peer ferry service on the agenda tonight and consideration for assigning staff to explore this further. I want to thank City Manager Oliver so much for listening to our initiative in what I believe was your third week, and thank you for the council for your recent support. I especially want to thank Mayor Lana. She's championed this initiative from the very beginning, her vision for bringing back maritime to this iconic city, as well as her forward thinking on the vision of revenue, tourism, commuting residents to connect to the E-Line, as well as her commitment to emergency planning, have been greatly appreciated. Thank you. The ferry is not a new idea. We've had precedents where this has happened twice in the Pacific, and what we're approaching differently this time is a private-public partnership. The timing is right between the Palisades fire and evacuation the city will never forget, and now we have three major upcoming global events with the World Cup, Super Bowl, as well as LA 28. And with PCH under construction, the 405 always jammed, we feel the ferry will allow Santa Monica to become the epicenter of the Olympics to connect everyone in LA, especially to some of those games in Long Beach. Peer-to-Peer is a pro bono managing entity behind Equity Mobility to connect LA through private funding. And we're working on three different initiatives. Number one is the ferry that will connect from Malibu to Santa Monica, to Marina del Rey, to Long Beach and San Pedro, all of which will connect to public transit at every stop. It also will include the water taxi that we're working with Janice Hahn under the bridge construction between San Pedro and Long Beach, as well as working with LA County to restore the original Port of LA with a floating dock and Palisades to assist in the rebuild effort with workers and supplies. We are partnering with 2 California licensed vessel operators that have stellar safety and environmental records, one with PUC authority to run weekend services pretty quickly. This looks like, just so everyone has a sense of this, this is a 100-foot catamaran that can hold 149 passengers. It's carbon neutral. It has hydrofoil technology. It's a catamaran that will run 30 knots, which is going to be faster than drive time. So from Malibu to Santa Monica in less than 30 minutes, Santa Monica to Marina del Rey in less than 10, and Santa Monica to Long Beach in an hour. Ferry service could begin as soon as May 1st in 2026 if you vote in favor tonight. We have crunched metro feasibility data and weather and tide data with NOAA, and your peer is ready to adopt and handle this. It only needs a prefab rising tide gangway that can be added in less than 30 days, and this would provide harbor patrol on the pier with a second evacuation path. We propose that staff join with us and with Pacific Parks and Coastal Commission, who is very excited about this project. I have that in writing, that because it aligns with their mission to offer equitable access to the water. And this meeting we'd like to take place on November 19th with your staff. with the engineering to demonstrate this minor adaptation. We have addressed environmental concerns. 2 of our board members are both from Heal the Bay, one of them being Lisa Boyle, who is a longtime Santa Monica environmental attorney, and we envision long-term being a part of the California State Water Evacuation System, in which we would fund the breakwater repair that Surf League and Tom Ford have so tirelessly worked on. Imagine LA connected, on the water, on the Blue Highway. Most importantly, this would be an added benefit to the pier during the Santa Monica Bridge construction and deliver embarkment fees and revenue to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Kevin Keegan, and then Susan Finley and Rima Simone.
City Council members, mayor, and staff, good evening. My name is Kevin Keegan. I'm speaking on item 11A. I'm a Malibu resident and a member of our local peer-to-peer committee led by Patricia, which is a private-public partnership focused on bringing a safe, clean, reliable ferry service to the Santa Monica Bay in time for next year's World Cup and the 2028 Olympics. I want to thank the Santa Monica City Council for considering the peer-to-peer project in your realignment plan tonight. I thank Mayor Negretti for her strong and early support of our project and vision, and also I thank City Manager Chi and his staff for incorporating peer-to-peer into the plan on your agenda tonight. The peer-to-peer goals include, but are not limited to, enhancing emergency transportation preparedness, providing accessible transportation services, ensuring environmental sustainability practices, and encouraging regional and local economic growth opportunities. You can learn more about the project at peertopeer.org, which I'll mention again in a moment. Peer-to-peer supports the Blue Highway vision, which is envisioned as a regional coastal transit system with water ferry and water taxi routes from Long Beach to Santa Barbara. As Patricia mentioned, our objective for the initial route is for a 149-passenger, carb-compliant, and carbon-neutral catamaran to run from Malibu to Santa Monica to Marina del Rey, down to Long Beach and San Pedro. The catamarans are run by California licensed vessel operators. Picture this. With this new service, instead of regularly being stuck behind a long line of traffic on our highways, Santa Monica commuters, residents, workers, families, visitors, and tourists will have a scenic, comfortable, beautiful alternative transportation experience in our region. Furthermore, once the catamaran docks at piers, passengers will have access to public transportation, including the Metro E-Line and Big Blue Bus in Santa Monica, shuttle connections to LAX and Marina del Rey, and the 134 bus line in Malibu. Parking is part of this public transportation plan. With your support of the realignment plan this evening, City Manager Chi and his staff can explore the potential revenue-generating opportunities we believe the peer-to-peer project and transit services can offer Santa Monica. With your support, you will be joining a broad and strong coalition. For example, to tie ferry routes with the public transportation, we are using data for feasibility from LA Metro, RAND, and Caltrans. Other coalition partners include Santa Monica Pier Business Impact District, the Santa Monica Bay Breakwater Foundation, Palibu Chamber of Commerce, Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce, Harbor Patrol, Coastal Commission, California State Parks, the Water Emergency Transportation Authority, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, LA County Beaches and Harbor and Sheriff's Harbor Master, Senator Ben Allen, Assemblymember Irwin, Supervisors Horvath and Hahn, who are big champions. Additionally, we are collaborating with the Santa Monica Pier Board, Pacific Park, LA 2028 Organizing Committee, cities of Malibu, Pacific Palisades, and Venice, U.S. Coast Guard, California Energy and Transportation Commissions, and Heal the Bay. Relatively soon, we plan to take our peer-to-peer proposal to Governor Newsom. Our hope is Santa Monica will be on board. Again, to learn more, please visit peertopeer.org. Thank you sincerely to the Santa Monica Mayor and City Manager for their support of peer-to-peer, and thank you to the council members for your consideration tonight. Please vote yes in favor of peer-to-peer being included in your realignment plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Finley.
Back again to support the mayor and express my gratitude again for something I never in a million years, being the cynic I am about politics, would have thought could have happened so quickly. My dad was an assemblyman in New York City for many years, and I saw how things worked, and I just thought, oh, the pause. What is that pause? That's a pause that's going to lead to, okay, you had your pause. Now we're going to do what we intended to do. But it wasn't that. And I, for one, am really grateful, and all the members of my community are really grateful. And I'm not even sure at this point. I haven't written anything down because I don't know where we go from here. I know that the group, of friends, of Safer Santa Monica neighbors, intends to try and help figure out where to put additional homes for people who are seriously mentally ill, but then step back and say, well, how many do we have and how are they doing and where are they? We need a map. We need to know where everything is. We need to know, are they the same or different vendors? And a big question really is, how well does this work? And have we followed up long enough to know whether the buzz that you get from living, for example, oceanfront, how long does that last? Because what we're really looking for is something that will make a difference in someone's life for the rest of their life. And what I was going to tell you before is that I'm a child of a mother who was bipolar manic depressive. I spent my childhood trying to make sure she didn't kill herself. And I know from experience, having known her my entire life, that it's very hard with serious mental illness to change people and enable them to function better. Medication helps, but it's expensive, and that's the problem. That's why I think they threw everything out a long time ago, because it costs money.
Oh, thank you. Now 2 minutes goes by so fast. Thank you. I have Rima Simone, and then after Ms. Simone, I have Thias Leavitt, Brad Ewing, and Darian Ellis Burks.
I'm Rima Simon, and I live at 701 Ocean Avenue. And I want to thank you so much for overturning the decision for bridge housing at 825 and 413 Ocean Avenue. I don't know how that decision for bridge housing went without the residents' buy-in and without really knowing. Like, we just found out about it, very, very last minute. I am a social worker, and I worked at the VA for 12 years. And I worked with a lot of bridge housing, and I don't know, do you understand what bridge housing is and how that works? And I just want to take a minute to explain. If you're dealing with severely mentally ill people and they have a curfew of 10 o'clock at night, who's overseeing their medication? Usually people go out on the streets, and the drug dealers know where to find them, and the prostitutes know where to find them when they get their monthly stipends or checks or whatever. Bridge housing is designed for residents to stay for 3 to 6 months, and then they're supposed to be helped to get into permanent housing, which is becoming scarcity due to the fact the Housing Authority, as well as Medicaid, is getting cut in 2026. So in order to think about, of course we want to help the population, but to put them into a situation of bridge housing when it just becomes a revolving door without really a solution and without really having a full plan, a clinical plan, psychiatrists, doctors, social workers to help people, realign their life. It's just, we're not helping the patients, and we're not really, and it becomes a threat to the residents of the community. So
Thank you, Ms. Up next I have Thias Leavitt, and then Brad Ewing. And then just a reminder, when you come up and you state your name, state what item you're speaking on. It looks like Thias isn't here, so Brad Ewing.
Good evening, Mayor Negretti and Council. I'm Brad Ewing, co-chair of Santa Monica Ford, speaking in support of 11A.
Oh, your microphone's not on.
There we go. Good evening, Mayor Negretti and Council. I'm Brad Ewing, co-chair of Santa Monica Ford, speaking in support of 11A, the proposed revitalization plan. First off, I want to commend City Manager Chi, our city staff, and our council members for all of the hard work and dedication that they put into crafting this plan. The city's been struggling with structural problems for years. It's no surprise to anyone, and they require bold solutions. Previous council majorities promised change, but they failed to deliver. But I do think we're rounding the corner, and this plan will accelerate our progress. Last Saturday, I went to DTSM. It was packed and lively. I ran into some friends on the 1300 block. They were watching the Dodger game. I moseyed on over to the 1200 block and saw some dance music at a free concert. It was great. There was families there, people of all ages, enjoying the best that Santa Monica has to offer. And I think that's the kind of activity that we need to reboot the city and usher in a Santa Monica renaissance. So I urge your support to adopt this plan, and I thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you. I'm just going to go back to Thias Leavitt, if you're here, and then there's Darian Ellis Burks, Judy Kruger, and Hunter Hall, the next speakers. Damian Ellis Burks, if you're not here, Judy Kruger.
Good evening, Mayor Negrete, council members, City Manager Chi. I'm Judy Kruger, CEO of the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce, in support of 11A, the realignment plan. This is a bold action plan with lots of details to bring vitality back to the business community. And as you all know and have heard many, many times, clean and safe is a top priority, as well as economic vitality. So we appreciate the plan being brought forward, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Hunter Hall, and then after Mr. Hall, we have Caroline, Judith Meister, and John Prindle.
Hello, beautiful people. I'm back with more positivity. Really excited about this plan. Thank you so much from the Main Street Business Improvement Association, but I am going to be bold and say that I'm here on behalf of every single restaurant in Santa Monica tonight. Love this plan. It's awesome. I want to give a special shout out to Mayor Negrete for everything that she's done over the past several years. All the meetings that we've had, you've shown up and people notice that. So thank you. Also, big shout out to Natalia. Really appreciate your insight on everything over the years. Barry, you as well. Carolyn, thanks for making those calls. Dan and Ellis, you're really smart guys. I just haven't had the chance to sit with you yet. I'm looking forward to it. Jesse, thank you for reaching out about the events. We love it. We love everything about it. Small ask on the wastewater fees that we're trying to get rid of, which is great. It wasn't clear on reading the document. If anybody has signed up for those already and is already on like a payment plan, perhaps, it would be rad if we could get rid of any remaining payments. And that's all I got. Thank you all so much. Have a great night.
Thank you, Hunter. Caroline? And then I have Judith Meister and then John Prindle.
Good evening, Mayor Negrete and City Council members. Judith Meister, I'm speaking in support of 11A. I was first appointed to the Library Board in 2021, and since then, a lot of you are new, so you may not have seen me come several times each year to ask that funding be restored to the library and that we open all our branches. And so tonight, I'm very pleased to be here and to urge you to support the realignment plan and reopening all of our libraries. I'm also here to say a couple of thank yous. Thank you to all our residents and library supporters who have been advocating for the past 5 years. Thank you to our friends of the library for raising funds to fill in some of the funding gaps and keep programs going. Thank you to my partners on the library board for your leadership in keeping the pressure on. Thank you, especially to our tireless and creative library staff who have never lost your commitment to serving the community and doing so much with so little. Thank you to our innovative and steadfast library director, Erica Kuyugin, who has inspired and encouraged staff during these difficult 5 years. And thank you to our new city manager, Oliver Chi, who in just 5 months has recognized the value of our libraries in building community and supporting the economic vitality of our city. And I look forward to thanking our city council members once you have approved the plan and we see Fairview and Ocean Park Library Service restored to 3 days in January and 4 days in July. This is an important first step to refocus on the priorities of our neighborhoods and rebuilding trust. As it's been said, it's a bold plan, and I believe it will be successful and that we will once again have a thriving city that will have our libraries open 7 days a week.
Thank you, Judith. After John Prindle, I have Lisa Song and Joe DeRosa.
I'm here to speak on 11A. First, I want to thank the council majority, city staff, and Mr. Chief for the work and the deliverable that is the Renaissance Plan. This is a long overdue and provides a clear and concise view of our challenges and how we plan to tackle them. I'm glad to see that Santa Monica's future is bright and that that future starts now. For the first time in years, I noticed the LA Times published an article on Santa Monica that was 100% positive. It was heartening to see them mention the generational change you all represent. Thank you for your public service. And yes, Mr. Sell, you are young at heart. As you all know, I spent years helping to close Main Street to cars. As such, I want to give a shout out to the most excellent idea of extending the EZ designation and for the Planned Business Improvement District's financing. When I put on my Ocean Park Association board member hat, I noticed that you have given us a pathway to self-fund and to drive a sense of community to our residents. For that, I say thank you. Please vote yes on 11A, and there's no need to modify it.
Lisa Song, and then Joe DeRosa.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I just want to say that I love being part of this community. The way people here mobilized upon learning the shocking news that the Ocean Avenue property was set to open this month has been truly inspiring. I especially want to thank Mayor Negretti for working so hard to do the right thing regarding the properties. Your leadership has shown how important transparency and community partnership really are. But the situation has really revealed something so urgent. Santa Monica has no safeguards to prevent high acuity behavioral health or interim housing from being placed right next to our schools, parks, homes, not just north of Montana, but all over Santa Monica. This isn't safe for anyone, not our kids and not for the people who really need help. Our city used to be one of the premier destinations in the world. Families felt safe walking our streets, and visitors spent millions of dollars here. But now people are afraid to come. We've lost that sense of safety and pride that once made Santa Monica so special. Now, we are a deeply compassionate community, but compassion must come with responsibility and with the right support. We need policy that sets distance requirements from schools and parks, ensures community input, and places people in clinically appropriate environments where they can actually access drug treatment, mental health care, and real resources to recover. Santa Monica can lead again and become a model, not just for the county, for the city, the county, but even the state. By acting now with empathy and common sense, we can protect our neighborhoods, we can help people heal, and we can restore the city that we all love. And that's why we first need to support 16F. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Joe DeRosa up next. And I just want to make sure if Caroline is in the building, Darian Ellis Burks, or Thias Leavitt.
Did you call Heather Thomason?
I did not. I don't have it here.
Heather Thomason? Yeah.
Okay. Joe DeRosa?
Well, I'm sorry. Joe DeRosa actually signed up late, so in order for him to be heard, there needs to be a motion by council.
Oh, it's okay. It means I was just going to support
Oh,
you guys.
oh, sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say thanks for pivoting to safety and turning the downtown area back into like a tourist and event destination. It's something I totally agree with. And I think the plan that's put forward accomplishes a good amount of that. And I hope you guys will support it and work with it to craft a complete version. I'm all for that. And I will continue to try and turn the Sears building into an LA Artist Series to try and drive entertainment and the arts in the downtown area. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Heather Thomason?
I signed up for 2 minutes. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'm going to change it over.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Heather Thomason, first on 11A. I want to thank City Manager Chi for acknowledging in the fiscal realignment plan the importance of restoring appropriate height limits for boulevards, by which I'm hoping we are referring especially to neighborhood commercial corridors. This is critical for balanced and responsible development when we are encouraging development in many other areas of the city, and I hope all of you and staff will pursue this as quickly as possible. While I'm also very much in favor of that policy point, I do feel it's important to acknowledge that there's significant discomfort among many residents about the process for this larger plan, and particularly the absence of study sessions with enough time for public input before a council vote. And I recognize that these decisions are being made under challenging circumstances, but I do hope we can all recognize and take into account some of these deep concerns about transparency and process moving forward. I just returned from Washington, D.C., where I witnessed executive actions proceeding without transparency or proper process. The White House East Wing demolition, the National Guard deployed, all taking place in the shadow of the extrajudicial executions on the open seas. Obviously, these situations differ vastly in scope and consequence, but the principle remains that to uphold our very fragile democracy, we must stay vigilant with our commitment to transparency and process. Now, quickly on 16F, I just wanted to speak in favor. I am very supportive of bridge housing, shelters, and group homes for people dealing with mental illness, and it is so important that we not waste precious limited resources that we have for vulnerable populations, which is a risk when plans get made for facilities that will ultimately have a hard time taking off because of a lack of transparency and community engagement. So transparency and community engagement when it comes to the location of these kinds of facilities can only ultimately help us get to the best treatment for the most vulnerable among us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I called all the names. There was some there. What was that?
Greg Morena.
Oh, no. Greg Morena. I also have, I'm just going to call the names that didn't get checked off. Sharon. Thias, Leave It. Carolyn, is that you? No. And Greg Morena. And Darian Ellis, if you're out there.
Hello again. Okay, we'll just item after item. We'll start with 11. Cool. Thanks again for being here tonight. Public service is hard. Especially when the Dodgers are playing in the World Series. So I'm speaking on 11A right now and then 16F later. I love 11A. Myself, Anahara Senior, Ontario Day had an economic development item in the agenda in 2019, but this one is much better. So thank you, Oliver, staff, council for putting this stuff together. Just a couple of notes. The parking fee update. Please be careful. My question is, what is the difference between increasing the parking fee versus the economic activity of an individual spending the day in Santa Monica? I don't know, but that value is important, right? We want to make sure that people are spending money and that Santa Monica gets a piece of that when they spend the money through their economic activity. On outdoor dining, to promote economic recovery, please consider those of us who pay city percentage rent and outdoor dining into your fee schedule. Before this item, I was going to terminate my outdoor dining lease because sales are slow in the winter and we don't need the seating. However, if you don't double charge me or the people who pay percentage rent tenants with square footage and percentage rent, thank you, and I'll be your best partner, I promise. Thank you for considering the expansion of the entertainment zone. Keep in mind, lots of people picnic on our beaches and the pier, and that alcohol experience is very different than 3rd Street. Okay, last. Everything else, great, no issues. Otherwise, I'd tell you about them. But thank you for supporting the Master Facilities Agreement. Please consider including requirements for programs like the LEAD at-risk youth program and team sports. They offset the cost of more social programs and the police chasing my boys in the street. It's a symbiotic relationship. We had an old saying in the neighborhood, anything for the kids. Please include our at-risk kids into the agreement. Okay, moving on to item 16F. In the last month, I've heard so many stories about fearful encounters and the disappointment in our city. We are in crisis like never before, you know this. Yet today, I am hopeful for item 11 and now 16F. In order to fix it completely, we must have clarity and understanding of how we got here. Thank you to Supervisor Horvath for hearing us and recognizing our due process rights and understanding that Ocean Avenue was not done right. Residents and parents around the Ocean Avenue projects were frustrated, confused, and disappointed when we found out about these projects. Most are not political people, but together we pieced together scattered information just to understand what was happening in our own neighborhood. Our goal was to be constructive and engaged based on the facts, and tonight we have that opportunity. With only a full understanding about what happened can we have a meaningful conversation that reflects our values and ensures accountability to everyone, for those in need of care and those who share these communities. Tonight, Mayor Lana's item 16F seeks to restore our trust in the city through transparency and accountability for the Ocean Avenue projects. All facts must be brought forward to ensure the future decisions are made in partnership with the community. We, Santa Monica neighbors, want real guardrails around site suitability, programs, and operators that are grounded in evidence-based care solutions. Please use our precious resources to consider thorough safety analysis and economic impacts before allowing anybody to develop anything. Council members, tonight, please vote yes for item 16F to protect our neighbors, parents.
Thank you.
We have 3 callers on the line. Edgar, can you please let in the callers?
Hi, good evening, council members and mayor. Our first caller is Mr. Montgomery. Mr. Montgomery, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead and.
Thank you. Hi. It's deeply concerning to me that it took the mayor publicly exposing the Ocean Avenue housing projects and Supervisor Horvath stepping in to finally stop them. But think about that. The only reasons these projects were halted is because 2 leaders had the courage to speak up, while the rest of this city council quietly supported moving forward. That's not just disappointing, it's alarming. And, you know, I want everyone to know that you don't get a bogey because someone else came to their senses. I do agree with what an earlier caller said, that passion comes with responsibility. Compassion, comes with responsibility, and that's true. Yet these projects were designed with no drug testing, no background checks, no doctors or nurses on site, limited security, if you can even call it security, and an open door policy where people could come and go as they pleased. And they were to be placed steps from elementary schools where families live and play next to businesses and hotels. This isn't a zoning technicality. It's a fundamental question of judgment. So how could anyone think this was responsible city planning? How could you approve something that every parent, every business owner, every neighbor immediately recognized as potentially unsafe, and then just try to slide it through? The mayor showed courage and transparency in bringing this to light, and she deserves real credit for that. She listened, she acted, and she did what good leaders are supposed to do: protect the people they serve. But the rest of the city council needs to look in the mirror. The damage here isn't just about one project, it's about trust. It's about the growing sense that the public input doesn't matter, that decisions are made behind closed doors, and that safety takes a backseat to ideology or convenience. Santa Monica can and must do better. We need leaders who think through the consequences of their decisions before they create chaos and fear, which you have definitely done. Leaders who see neighborhoods as places to protect.
Thank you very much. Mr. Price, you are still muted. Please press *6. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. This is on regarding 16F as well. Really, I'm honestly stunned that it took the mayor going public and Supervisor Horvath stepping in before these Ocean Avenue projects were finally stopped. Like, that's what it took, outside intervention, because most of this council either supported them or stayed silent. How did it get that far? Where was the judgment? Where was the leadership? You were prepared to move forward with housing that had no drug testing, no background checks, no doctors or nurses on site, and an open door policy, all of it next to elementary schools. Like, think about that. children walking to class while high-risk residents come and go freely with no oversight. It's reckless, it's dangerous, and it shows how out of touch this council has become with the people that you represent. Oceanfront housing for the severely mentally ill in a city already overwhelmed by crime, drug use, and lawlessness. You didn't think about the impact on families, on small businesses, or in public safety. You didn't think about the teachers and parents who would have to live with the consequences of your decisions. You failed to protect this community. The mayor did what she was supposed to do. She stood up, told the truth, and stopped something that should never have been considered in the first place. That's what courage looks like. The rest of you need to take a hard look in the mirror and ask whether you're still fit to serve. Because Santa Monica deserves a whole lot better than you. We deserve leaders who listen, leaders who protect, and leaders who remember that this city belongs to its residents, not to political agendas or outside interests. And if you can't do that, then...
Thank you very much, Mr. Breslau. You have 4 minutes. Please go ahead now.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This is Jonah Breslau with Unite Your Local 11, commenting on item 11A, subsections 13 and 14. We represent 30,000 hospitality workers in Southern California and Arizona, and we urge that as we consider measures to help economic recovery, including by developing publicly owned sites, we believe that continuing to include public input, including the successful development agreement requirements for larger commercial projects in the downtown community plan area, is critical to make sure Santa Monica continues to get the best possible projects. Accordingly, we urge that development agreements continue to be required for developments that include commercial projects like hotels. We look forward to engaging on this as the process moves forward. Thank you very much for your consideration.
That concludes.
Thank you. That concludes.
That concludes public input for this evening. We'll now move to item 11A, Santa Monica Realignment Plan.
Terrific. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. On behalf of the entire city executive team, I'm happy to be able to share tonight some of the work that we've been engaged in during the past several months to develop a plan aimed at achieving realignment in the city. We have a staff presentation that we wanted to run through. We also have every member of the executive team here this evening. There are questions from the council as we run through the plan that's been developed. I think we want to start by articulating the last several months. Well, first, we haven't been working to develop this plan in a vacuum. Over the last several months, we've spent time listening, observing, and assessing all of the key issues that are happening here in town as we've been trying to think through how did we get to this point, and also how do we develop a plan for moving us forward beyond this moment that we're in. There's no doubt the last 5 to 7 years, Santa Monica's been through a lot, from the COVID pandemic to tourism collapsing. We have seen absolutely a decline in the local economy. There have been increases in public safety incidents. Heard consistently, the scale and breadth and acuity of the homeless issue in town has grown. We have deferred maintenance in key public spaces through lack of investment into our stuff. Childhood sex abuse settlements have eroded the city's cash position. And certainly, I've been here only a couple months, but definitely you can sense there's an erosion in the public's confidence that we can recover from this moment. We haven't been thinking through these things in a vacuum. We've been talking to people. We've been listening to people. We've been engaging with the city council every single day to understand where it is and how we got to this point. And here's where we're at today. In some sense, I've described, when folks have asked me, what are you seeing in Santa Monica? I've described it as a jurisdiction that's gotten knocked down. And a lot of folks have identified that, and is there a way for the city to get back? That we seem to have lost focus, capacity, confidence that used to characterize Santa Monica. I've wanted to be part of this city organization since the time I started working in municipalities. I know so many people have always held Santa Monica up to be that beacon of what's possible. But the current moment we're in is really challenging. It is a crossroads of sorts. If you go back to fiscal year 2017-18, we had a high water mark at that point. The city had almost $436 million in cash on hand. Today, not 7 years later, we're down to $158 million in cash. Only $98 million of that unobligated, given council's direction at the last budget cycle to allocate $60 million towards the city operations over the next couple of years. As we've been cleaning up the fiscal year 24-25 budget and closing the books, sales tax revenue came in 6% below projections. TOT revenues also came in 10% below projections. When you do a forward look at what the structural situation is in the general fund, if we do nothing today, we're staring at a general fund operating deficit of nearly $30 million a year starting in fiscal year 26-27. Concerning further is private investment into the city really has stalled. And you look at the current economic environment, our office market has been crushed. We have an office vacancy rate that's estimated at 35%. Based on the latest estimates from CBRE. Our retail market is seeing a commercial vacancy rate of about 16%. That's the highest in more than a decade. Both those numbers are among the highest in the LA subregion. When you look also, certainly public safety incidents that have been very high profile in nature, coupled with the increase in acuity in the homeless situation, there's a sense that there's disorder in town. And against that backdrop, as I've gotten to know the city team, and there's so much talent on the city team, but I've definitely sensed there's a strain. There's trauma that's happened over the last couple of years. Morale has certainly been impacted with the cascading number of issues that we've had to deal with and the impacts on the city staff. And to this point, as the executive team is engaged in thinking about these issues, as I've talked to the city council, to this point, we haven't developed a framework. We haven't developed a plan for how we're going to try to address these issues. What has that all done? I think what I'm encouraged by most is I've had so many conversations with every member of the council, and it is so encouraging to me, first and foremost, that every member of the council I've talked to, you've all rejected this narrative that Santa Monica's best days are behind us. There's so many people I've talked to who don't believe that. We need leaders that believe Santa Monica can get back up on its feet. And I can represent to the council and community, every single member of the city team, we all believe that also. That every single day we are looking for ways to improve and live our mission in a more intentional way to help get Santa Monica back to being that city that can do what's possible. In the last couple of years, there have been a ton of good ideas that have been suggested by members of the city council, by folks in the public, by our staff. What we've lacked to this point is clarity. How do we create clarity in the organization around purpose, culture, priorities? How do we ultimately identify what is it that we have to do now that's most important? And how do we organize our work in a way where we can actually execute? The executive team really spent some time at the end of August. We went off site for a couple of days, and we spent 2 days locked in a conference room. We learned we have an attorney that has PTSD that works here in the city. We learned that our police chief sunburns very easily. We need to be concerned about that. We learned a lot about Scorpion, who is poetic in the way that he can utilize words. We learned that the members of this team are unique and dedicated and have a massive commitment to figuring out how do we stop with the organizational ADD? How do we stop with this frenetic, put out fires every day? How do we develop a plan that responds to what the council's been asking, which is let's get Santa Monica back to being that community that we all know it can be. And one of the things that I think everyone should be heartened by, sometimes you just need to knock everything down and start over. You need to rebuild. We labeled the plan we're presenting tonight as a realignment plan intentionally, because we don't think that the city needs to get rebuilt. We think that the foundation of this city is still grounded on values and principles and in a backdrop that means we don't need to start from the beginning. What we need to do is change our approach. We need to realign. The overall concept of realignment really contemplates making needed investments in the organization today so that we can continue to get back to delivering on the work that needs to happen in order to encourage private investment, in order to create a virtuous cycle where the city can really be revitalized. And it's built off of three key principles this city council identified early on. To achieve safe neighborhoods and clean streets was the first priority identified by this council through our March study session earlier this year. Activating economic opportunity and growth is linked to creating a safe and clean city. Developing affordable, livable, and secure housing actually feeds economic opportunity and growth for sure. And in order to execute on those concepts, the strategic priorities the council identified, we do think we have to build greater capacity in the organization to be able to execute. And we have to get back to getting healthier. We need to eliminate internal politics, create better clarity, increase the sense of purpose and morale so that we can really buy into the mission of what it means to work here in the city. I'd like to spend some time running through each of the work plan items associated with all of the 5 strategic priorities identified, starting first with our public safety and clean streets plan. And there's 2 particular program elements tied to this initial priority, the Safe Neighborhoods Program and the Clean Streets Program. It's central to helping Santa Monica find its way back. Because if you can't create a better sense of order, it's not going to be possible to encourage folks to reinvest here in town. Now, a key component of the Safe Neighborhoods Program is making sure we align our existing resources and allocate new resources to address the areas of town where there is the greatest levels of disorder. And that really starts in the downtown. 36% of all of our calls for service happen and originate in the downtown core. 50% of all of our homeless calls for service start and originate in the downtown. That's a primary area that's generating this sense that maybe things aren't as well kept as they need to be here in town. The plan also makes sure we're investing resources so we're not forgetting other parts of the city so that we can continue to address and increase our capacity to respond to public safety incidents throughout the rest of the city as well. Now, what's incorporated in that plan? From the downtown perspective, the first thing we're looking to do is reestablish a police substation at the Santa Monica Mall. It'll be located in Suite 122 next to the Tesla store. We've been working with the current decision makers for the Santa Monica Place, the creditors, and trying to identify how we utilize that space to not just have a location downtown. We've been looking at how do we utilize that location for the police to actually respond out of that substation. We're also going to look to expand the size of the patrol force that we have managing the downtown public safety environment. We currently have a downtown services unit that staffs around 4 officers a day. We're looking to expand and double the size of that daily staffing, where the downtown services unit will increase to 8 to 10 officers assigned daily, specifically dealing with issues downtown, with more intentional patrolling on bikes, on walking beats, and in vehicles. We're going to complement the downtown services team with our regular patrol officer deployments, with the beats that we have covering the downtown core. That's an additional 5 officers a day that will cycle through. We're going to embed our outreach and social service support with 2 help officers attached to the downtown services team. In order to create more capacity, we're looking to add 8 new public safety officers. Those 8 public safety officers are going to be stationed throughout the Promenade, Palisades Park, Tongva Park, Reed Park, and in our downtown parking structures to make sure there's a consistent presence so that we can monitor what's happening throughout the downtown core. In addition to the focus on downtown, we're also going to look to expand our crime impact team. That's currently a 5-member team. We're looking to expand to 7. That crime impact team is a specialized unit that's deployed to address specific problems that are facing the community from a public safety perspective. We're also going to expand our motor and traffic enforcement unit to make sure that we're creating safer thoroughfares and corridors for all modes of transportation. As we've looked at what's happening in the downtown and within the police department more holistically, Acting Chief Jacob has identified that we currently have 43 police officers that could retire today. It's not a good situation if you don't have folks in the pipeline ready to take over a position when it vacates. It takes 12 to 18 months to get a police officer trained and deployed so that they're able to operate on their own. And to that end, we're looking to add 10 additional police overhires that we would manage carefully. When we've identified an individual is looking to retire, we deploy that additional overhire in advance to make sure that we don't have a gap in staffing coverage, given the amount of time it takes to really hire a police officer. The police department by itself, though, isn't going to be able to completely address the issues because there are allied services throughout the city that need to support those efforts. One of the things that we've heard consistently is that this end-of-line issue with Metro creates additional ongoing problems, given that we are at the end of the service. That's certainly something that we can verify. It does create a new issue that we do need to better manage. What we're massively encouraged by is through a couple of conversations with the team at Metro, we've identified a connection with Metro Police Chief Bill Scott. Chief Jacob and Chief Scott are meeting to develop an MOU framework where our city police department will be able to assist Metro in enhancing enforcement activity on the platforms in Santa Monica to create an additional level of safety and security. An additional item that we've identified in talking with our team and observing how the downtown shelter operates, we really believe that Samoshell needs to be relocated to a better location. Now, it's always hard to locate a homeless shelter in any context, but in a downtown environment, it's definitely not the right location in our mind for how we want the city to present and how we want to help folks who are in need of services and support, how we want to help them heal. So in addition to thinking about intentionally relocating Samoshell out of downtown, and the staff is currently working with brokerage firms to identify possible locations, we're also thinking about the service delivery model that the city wants to engage. Well, currently in the city, there are over 200 shelter beds located all throughout Santa Monica. How do we think about the city's shelter being a more intentional piece of infrastructure that isn't just sheltering in a congregate sense, but really provides an integrated service model where in one building you combine sheltering with the appropriate level of services, all combined to a linkage to transitional and then permanent housing. There's a different operating model that we're thinking, and our HHS team is currently working through details on once we find another location, how do we do the appropriate outreach to articulate what it is that we're thinking? And we'll certainly keep the public informed as that work plan item matures. Another important element in the public safety support that needs to happen is investing in the city attorney's office. Our criminal unit lost staffing during the COVID cuts, and that hasn't come back yet, even though the filing requirements have increased fairly dramatically over the last couple of years. What that's resulted in is right now we're only filing cases on somewhere between 65 to 75% of fileable cases. And what we're looking to do is add some additional staff to the criminal unit so that we can increase our ability to file on 90% of all legally fileable citations and arrests made by the police department. Lastly, there's a series of new policy program options that we think are important to consider. One is, can we institute a new vehicle habitation ordinance that our HHS department's been assessing based off a very successful model that's been deployed in San Diego? We're also looking at seeing if we can expand the Samuel Bridge facility as an additional tool with a couple more bed access for the police department to have an access point for folks who are looking for diversion. We currently have access for 3 to 4 individuals at the Samuel Bridge. We're having over 50 people a month utilize the facility because of the partnership that exists between the police department, the city attorney's office, and our outreach teams. If we can expand the capacity, that creates another tool that the police department can use really to improve and increase public safety support throughout town. Those elements are contemplated as part of the public safety program, but just creating a more safe community doesn't address the issue that as you're arriving into Santa Monica, the city does look a bit tired. We haven't been investing in our infrastructure, and what we've been thinking through would be important to reestablish the public's confidence that we can take care of our stuff and really deploy and show folks that Santa Monica still can shine. Can we quickly deploy a larger scale capital improvement plan in the downtown core? We've identified a series of improvements, $3.5 million worth of work to do improvements that will be visible and noticeable, most of which can be completed by early part of before January, February of 2026. We're looking also, how do we invest in other key civic areas and commercial corridors that people love, like our bid locations. There's funding in the plan for us to engage with the bids to identify infrastructure improvements that might make sense in those different parts of town. Lastly, Vision Zero is such an important element of what we need to engage in to reduce traffic fatalities and traffic collisions. We're looking to make additional investments so we can enhance our Vision Zero programming moving forward. I wanted to spend some time talking about each of those 3 elements. First, related to the Downtown Capital Improvement Plan, there are 5 areas we're looking to allocate dollars towards: urban forestry, streetscape improvements, creating a better sense of civic identity, making investments for event planning in the downtown core, and also increasing our beach and parkside maintenance. First, related to urban forestry, we are going to look and get back to pruning the magnificent urban canopy that we have, especially in the downtown corridor. The row of mature ficuses that we have on 2nd, 4th, and 5th are overgrown. We have fallen behind. We used to be on a 2 to 3 year tree trimming cycle. We've now reverted to a 5 to 6 year cycle. We're going to go through, trim all of the trees in the downtown core. Our teams walked the downtown. We've identified 37 locations where trees should be planted, where trees currently don't exist. They're vacant tree wells. We're going to plant new 36-inch box trees in those 37 locations. We've also identified 403 other tree wells that have trip hazards or are in need of maintenance or repair. We're going to look to make improvements on that front also as part of this program. There's streetscape improvements we've identified also. If you walk through downtown, you'll notice our 8 major intersections, our crosswalks and scrambles. Right now, the paint is peeled. We haven't been maintaining all of our stuff on the streetscape front in the downtown core. So Broadway, Santa Monica, Arizona at both 2nd and 4th, those crosswalks are going to get touched up. Santa Monica at Ocean Avenue, Broadway at Ocean Avenue, those scrambles will also be repainted. We're going to look to modernize signage and pavement markings throughout the downtown. There's 20,000 square feet of new sidewalk that needs to be installed throughout the downtown. We've also identified damaged pavers in the 1200 block of the promenade that needs to be repaired and replaced. We've heard from a number of different entities. Parking Structure 4, we've had some folks who've had accidents from that particular structure. We're looking to install safety barriers. And lastly, a lot of the trash cans downtown are old and busted. There's 125 total. We're going to secure new weather-resistant models and deploy them as part of this capital program. As we improve basic infrastructure, there's also other elements of improvements to really enhance civic identity. The water fountain at Civic Center, the water fountain at Tongva Park, they don't work anymore. That's our stuff. We need to make sure our stuff is taken care of and it works. The plan contemplates repairing those water fountains. When you're coming off the 10 freeway, our gateways don't present Santa Monica in its best light. Lincoln at 4th and 5th, can we update and make media improvements, landscape improvements, physical improvements to really demonstrate when you come off the freeway in Santa Monica, you're in a special place. Lastly, our main crosswalk at Colorado and Ocean and also the Broadway Bridge, we have a plan to deploy in 2027, a really cool art installation that we want to show everyone here. Some of the improvements that we're looking, first the Lincoln off-ramp, a before and after shot of some fairly simple improvements we can make that would make a big difference. 4th and 5th on that off-ramp, there's a corridor. We need to install a new water line, do a little bit of utility work, and then we can do a planting that will really improve the look and feel coming off the freeway in, excuse me, coming off the freeway into the downtown core. As you're pulling up to the 4th Street median, we're looking to make improvements in that particular median with new signage and new landscaping. And then at Ocean in Colorado in 2027, excuse me, following the completion of the new installation of our new pier bridge, we're going to be looking to install a thermoplastic scramble that really articulates that you're in a beachside community. Excuse me. Thank you. Concurrent with that, we're also looking to update the Broadway Bridge with graphical updates and painting to improve that sense of place when you're driving and walking throughout town. In addition, the capital plan also contemplates being prepared for events downtown. There are some capital needs that we have to ensure that we can facilitate a renewed level of downtown event coordination. One, in order to facilitate quicker approval of events that require shutdown of streets, we're going to look to standardize traffic control plans for layouts in the downtown core. We're also looking to install new anti-vehicle barriers for the farmers market that will also facilitate the more regular closure of Arizona for events moving forward. Lastly, from a park and beach maintenance perspective, we need to get a new beach sweeper in order to make sure our beach lots are enhanced so that as you're coming into the city's beaches, it's a cleaner arrival experience. We're also looking to repair and upgrade restrooms 16 and 17 near the pier and at Muscle Beach, new doors, new locks, new hardware, make it a more inviting location in place. In addition to that larger capital plan, we're also looking at a couple of other clean street program elements, the targeted investments into our bids. Plan allocates $500,000. The staff intends to engage with each of our bids, identify key physical improvements in those areas in a manner that makes sense for each of the corresponding bids so that we can make some improvements in those areas. We're also looking to deploy new Vision Zero program enhancements. There's new staff capacity for improved responsiveness for striping, signage, and roadway maintenance. Also, more traffic engineering mobility analysis capacity, and also allocating another additional $500,000 per year so we can do quick build response whenever we identify improvements that need to be made as we're moving through the course of a year. That's the Safe and Clean plan. And the thought we have really is if we can complete all of those elements to create an environment where the city feels safer, looks cleaner, it creates an opportunity for us to think about now, how do we activate economic growth? There are both programs, new services, and also new policies that we're looking to recommend as part of this broader realignment plan, including large format activations, the reopening of our branch libraries, modernizing our permitting processes, reducing sidewalk dining and parklet fees, suspending some regulatory requirements for the time being, and also exploring the expansion of entertainment zone opportunities throughout the city. We really do believe that the safe and clean priorities we have are going to help trigger and drive local economic growth. One thing I thought would be interesting to share is we engaged in leasing a new space for our police substation at the Santa Monica Place Mall. One of the elements that the mall decision makers have told us, locating a downtown substation there spurred a whole new renewal of interest in leasing at the mall. It's currently 70 to 80% vacant, but there are a ton of LOIs out, and the Club Studio Arte Museum have signed leases to come into the old Bloomingdale's location. We know of several other large-scale new tenants and potential lease extensions that may be coming shortly. We'll be monitoring all of that moving ahead, and it leaves us encouraged that our safe and clean priorities really are making a difference. The thing that we have identified, though, is we're not going to be able to achieve ongoing success through the city's investment alone. We do need to stimulate economic growth and private sector reinvestment back into the city. Again, you can't have a vibrant city when 35% of your offices are vacant and 16% of your storefronts are empty. In order to generate more economic activity, we've thought about programs the city's tried in the past. We've engaged with the local brokerage community. We've had discussions with local property and business owners to think about what strategies would be most important to engage as we move forward. We've talked to our partners at DTSM. Here's a couple of the ideas that we've matured. First, large format activations in town to bring fun back to the city. That's been a priority of this council. Absolutely. I've read very detailed 16 items that have been developed directing that we find ways to bring activation back. Dan and Lana, I'm looking at you. It's been a big piece of, and Jesse, it's been a big piece of thinking about how do we reactivate and do big things again. To that end, we're looking at creating regular monthly activation events on the promenade. One of the things that's been really cool, we started the entertainment zone, but we haven't coordinated a series of ongoing programs for folks to go and enjoy the benefits of the entertainment zone being activated. At a base level, I think what we've seen the last couple of weeks, when you put on programming downtown, people show up. If we can regularly, every month, create something for folks to look forward to in partnership with DTSM, that could really create some cool activation and energy and excitement in a newly reformatted, safe and clean downtown environment. We also have funding in the plan so we can support activation events at all of our other business improvement districts. The last component of all of this, the staff's recently completed an RFP process. We have a plan and a partner to develop a large-scale music festival in Santa Monica in 26. We're moving that plan forward right now. We can't wait to articulate more details here in the coming weeks and months. Excuse me. I apologize. In addition to activation, one of the service levels that we think need to be repopulated is reopening all of our branch libraries. Libraries create a sense of community. Libraries also provide individuals with resources to pursue economic opportunity. Right now, Fairview Branch and Ocean Park Branch are closed for service. We're only open for self-service 2 days a week. Montana Branch is also openly open 3 days a week. The plan we've developed contemplates reopening Fairview and Ocean Park branch libraries now for service 3 days a week. We think we can get things up and running by January of 26. And then we'd look to transition at the start of the next fiscal year, 4 days of full service at Fairview, Ocean Park, and Montana Branch libraries. That would supplement the 5 days a week of service we're providing at Pico Branch and the main library. We think it's a critical part of our plan to build community and provide more economic opportunities for people. Another component that we've heard a ton of is that if we want to spur economic growth, we have to allow business operators with more clarity and certainty regarding permitting plan check timelines. And we are putting up a chart and we are planting our flag that we will, as we move forward, institute new systems and new programs to ensure that we can turn plans around in the timelines identified here. For residential projects, that would be no more than 3 weeks for plan check turnaround times. For non-residential and mixed-use projects, we turn plans around in no more than 5 weeks, depending on the type of use. We're working on right now a series of internal adjustments for how we coordinate the plan check review process. There's also new systems that we're going to develop in addition to coordinating improved internal processes. Within 180 days, we plan to launch this new modernized permitting process. One of the other programs we're suggesting is engaging in a pilot program that Mayor Negrete really suggested to us. Archistar has an AI-based plan check program. We think it would make sense to pilot a program with Archistar to see, can we improve the time it takes to do plan check services for ADU projects utilizing an AI-based system. That's part of the plan that we've identified and embedded into the overall realignment program for consideration tonight. The next policy adjustment relates to sidewalk dining and parklets. I think everyone in the council is aware macroeconomic circumstances have created an environment here in the region where the restaurant business is just really hard. We want to try to encourage restaurant activities within the city and throughout all parts of the city. One way we think we can do that is to reduce the costs associated with sidewalk and parklet dining expansions. As been described here, the concept was explored by Lana and members of the council here a couple years ago. We have now revisited those programs and updated a possible framework for the council to consider here tonight. One, we're suggesting that we waive the city's portion of the wastewater capacity fee. It's currently $1,400 a seat. There's still a City of LA wastewater fee, $400 a seat that you would have to pay. We're also looking to reduce our current licensing fees that run from $2 to $4 per square foot into a flat rate of $1 per square foot for sidewalk dining and $2 per square foot for parklets. Lastly, there's an ordinance update asking council to authorize new permitting regulations that would streamline the approval process for parklets and for sidewalk dining projects. The other two elements of the plan that contemplate regulatory changes constitute an expansion, an exploration of an expansion of the entertainment zone, both in the downtown core and also for the bids and at the pier. We're also looking for council authorization to temporarily suspend the current transportation demand management survey as a regulatory burden reduction for businesses. It's something we'd suggest suspending for the immediate future. We'd revisit it annually, given improvements in the local business community and business environment. At those points, we'd suggest maybe reinstituting that particular program. Housing for All is another key program and plank that the council's identified, that the staff spent time thinking through. How can we really advance housing stability policies? You have to have housing stability if we want a healthy city overall. We're looking at a number of new policies and programs that look to preserve and protect housing units in Santa Monica through vacant property and rent registration policies. We're looking to expand our code enforcement operation, and we're looking at directing the city's day-to-day efforts in pursuing housing projects in the downtown core. Some background on those components include the vacant property registration program. First, there's an ordinance that's before the council for consideration this evening that really creates a new registration program for vacant properties in the city. We've identified about 170 vacant properties throughout Santa Monica. 30 to 40 of those are in really, really substantial disrepair. The new ordinance that's proposed would give the city additional tools and reporting requirements for vacant property owners so that we could better enforce property maintenance standards. We would categorize vacant properties based on the type of property that is vacant, and then we'd look at identifying each of those vacant properties into one of 4 different tiers. The worse condition that property is in, the higher the tier you would fall into, and the corresponding registration fee would be that much higher to give us additional capacity to monitor those vacant properties. There's also a rent registry program that the council has been really insistent on. I know Carolyn's been talking to us every day. We need to get this worked through. The staff has been jamming and trying to think through how do we first develop the ordinance, which is before the council tonight, so that we can document and coordinate details on collecting information on the roughly 15,000 non-rent controlled housing units in the city. The proposal, if it's approved, will give the city some better tools to monitor market rate rental housing stock in the city. It's fairly complex to implement once the ordinance is adopted, given that there's some overlap with how the Rent Control Board currently manages and monitors rent-controlled units. We've had discussions with Jonathan and his team about the possibility of working together once we have the regulatory authority to start the rent registry. We're also looking to add code enforcement resources. We need to have the ability to implement provisions of the vacant property and rent registry ordinances that would be handled by our code team. We also obviously want to improve livability throughout the city. So we're looking to add 2 additional members to the code team. So we'd have a team of 10. That staffing level would allow us to provide code coverage 7 days a week. We'd also be able to facilitate all complaint-based code inquiries from the public. We'd also be able to tackle vacant property, residential habitability issues, and address unpermitted work throughout the city. Lastly, on the housing front, we would ask the council to direct the counts that the city look at pursuing our direct efforts at housing development in the downtown core. Certainly there's going to be development proposed throughout various parts of the city, but in the downtown there's 2 areas that we spent a lot of time thinking about at the staff level. One is the revitalization of the downtown and of the promenade really is going to require some more density within the downtown core. We need more people. The other focus really relates to the fact that we own very compelling land assets downtown. And given the staff resources that we do have, it would make sense to focus our direct efforts on trying to pursue development of housing in the downtown core to really achieve those dual benefits of more people downtown and looking at a more strategic disposition of the land that we own. Concurrently, we've also been thinking, is it possible, without jeopardizing certification of the housing element for sure, to identify policies that would allow development along our boulevards to remain compatible with adjacent residential neighborhoods? We think in discussions with the planning staff there might be some creative ways to think about that, like the flexibility to pursue looking at those policies, again, in an effort to make sure that we can look at compatibility, but in a way that does not jeopardize certification of the housing element. It's a lengthy list of projects that we're looking to execute, certainly. In order to get there, in order to implement the realignment plan, we're certainly going to need to create greater capacity within the organization. We are looking to make investments, both programmatically and also capital enhancements, that we don't want to be one-time investments. We want it to become the way that we do business in the city moving ahead. The plan, therefore, seeks to invest in key operations across the city. The first area that I want to spend some time talking about is restoring public works and maintenance capacity. We're looking to make a big push downtown. We're looking to make investments in city assets. We need to be able to continue maintaining those assets moving ahead. One is fully funding maintenance and cleaning of city parking structures. It's a responsibility we've shared with DTSM over the years. It's a responsibility we should assume fully now. And moving forward, we can figure out additional details. But at this moment, maintaining, cleaning the parking structures is something we need to be sure we can handle. As we look to make improvements to the downtown core. We need to be able to maintain the downtown also. We're looking at modest investments to expand our downtown district maintenance team. It's currently a team of 19 staff, but there's only one supervisor and 2 leads. What we're looking to do, and we only provide coverage 5 days a week. We're looking to split that team up a little bit by adding 3 additional staff members so that we can have 7-day-a-week coverage for maintenance-related activities in the city's downtown core. In addition, we get a lot of 311 complaints for service level improvements. One of the things we've identified is we need a larger host strike team. Our current host team is comprised of 3 staff members that respond to, right now, about 70% of all our 311 complaints are public works related efforts. We're looking to expand that team so that we can better facilitate maintenance service requests that occur throughout the city and in the downtown core. In addition, groundskeeping and custodial staff to better maintain facilities, parks, the pier and beaches, that's part of the plan. We're also looking at adding mechanic resources, given the public safety enhancements and the vehicles that are required to operate some of the new public safety programs we're pursuing. We're looking to add 3 new mechanics to the team, and then ultimately returning our urban forest tree pruning program to our previous cycle of trimming certain trees every year and then making sure that our palm trees are on a 2-year cycle, with all our other trees being on a 2 to 3 year cycle. We're also looking to do more. The ambulance operator program is something we've been thinking about but haven't fully funded yet. Effective February of 2026, we'll be able to assume all ambulance operations from the private service provider McCormick. There's a roughly $2.8 million per year cost to activate the program, but once we operate all the ambulance programs, the ambulance billing is going to generate conservatively $7 million a year in new revenue to the city. We think that's an investment that makes sense, and full deployment of the AO program is contemplated in the plan. One of the other things we've been looking at is how do we build back city's cash reserves. There are 4 key pieces of property we own downtown: the Kiss and Ride lot, Parking Structure 1, Old Fire Station 1, and 4th, 5th in Arizona. There's other assets we own downtown beyond those. Those are 4 key pieces that we've been spending time thinking about. In order to maximize land residual, what we're suggesting that the council do is look to adjust development standards and land use programs downtown so that all city-owned parcels in the downtown community plan and all the properties located in the Gateway Master Plan area, which is highlighted in the blue outline on this box, in this graph, that would allow for maximizing development opportunities in those locations and on city property. Would allow for more creative proposals on private property in the Gateway Master Plan area. It would also provide more flexibility for the city to generate maximum value if we can move forward with loosening of the development standards and development restrictions in the downtown core. We also think the council could consider if those regulatory adjustments that we're proposing now for city-owned parcels and for properties in the Gateway Master Plan, should that apply to other privately owned property in the downtown core, something the council certainly could consider. Lastly, there are 3 possible revenue-generating projects that staff believes have enough potential that we should spend some staff time exploring. 1, a regional fire dispatch operation. So there's a variety of fire agencies, both the West Side and the South Bay, that have contemplated joining together to create a new dispatch operation for those fire operations. Santa Monica is especially well positioned to lead and house that kind of an effort, could generate more revenue for the city, but really could improve service delivery concurrently. The peer-to-peer ferry concept is another project we've been assessing, and it certainly looks viable to create a ferry service linking Malibu, Santa Monica, and Marina del Rey. If it is achievable, it could be a really cool new transit option, but also generate potential revenues for the city. Lastly, a gondola. Historically, there was a gondola type operation on the pier. while we don't know if a modern-day gondola makes sense, what we have seen is that a more limited type project that links our beach lots and connects those beach lots to the pier could be a viable project. It could be something interesting to explore to see if it does generate any new revenue for the city, if it does create sort of a new mobility option moving forward. Building organizational health is something that's really critical for me and the executive team. Really what that means is, how do we create a better sense of purpose in the city? How do we create more clarity within the city? How do we boost morale and productivity? How do we make sure that the way we operate the city, the strategies that we pick, the culture that we're trying to create are all cohesive and are interconnected, and that it all makes sense? I think certainly what I've heard in the time I've been with the city, the last 5 to 7 years, the city organization has experienced a lot of trauma. The realignment plan really relies on execution, and in the executive team's mind, the best way to execute is first to start with getting stronger as an organization. So the plan we developed really has a series of strategies that are focused on building a very distinct culture. Call it our One SAMO plan. It really combines a sense of organizational purpose with a distinctive culture that we want to create, paired with key behavioral values, serving with humility, integrity, motivation, and care that precede the work plan of realignment built around the 5 strategic objectives we've been talking about this evening. The plan incorporates some funding for the HR department to really engage in culture building activities throughout the city, and will be a critical piece of stabilizing the city moving forward. Lastly, on this front, we are looking to institute some equity-based benefit adjustments. As the council knows, we had some fairly challenging labor negotiations earlier this year. Ultimately, we got all of our labor contracts extended. That process, though, created an environment where our non-sworn staff were provided overall increases that were below what was provided to sworn staff. We're certainly not in a position right now to offer anything greater at scale, but in a couple of years we hope to be. In advance of that, what we're suggesting is that the council look to invest initially a modest amount on the medical coverage side for our non-sworn staff. Also, that we look to institute a non-sworn winter closure during the weeks between Christmas and New Year. Through that winter closure, we're only looking to provide non-sworn staff who are required to work with an allocation of cashable leave time, the other personnel being provided leave time during the winter closure. Also, trying to demonstrate a commitment to our people, we're looking to institute a $100 per year wellness benefit for all staff moving ahead. An important question as we've contemplated, those are the key plan elements. Can we afford all of this? Is the realignment plan fiscally sustainable? And the answer is yes. We've done a ton of budgetary analysis to make sure that we are able to develop a balanced operating budget by fiscal year 27-28. The way we get there really is by strategically using the previously allocated $60 million the council set aside earlier this year as a 24-month bridge, so we can invest in public safety, capital, and operational enhancements today. We've identified a series of new revenues and expenditure controls that achieves $31.5 million in net positive general fund position. I'll outline what that looks like here in just a moment. The plan also proposes that we extend the $18 million per year that we send to the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District through our master facilities agreement. That agreement's currently set to sunset in 2028. And it contemplates that we look at a possible parcel tax that we've been considering for a while in 2026 That parcel tax is sized to generate $12 million per year, which is consistent with the funding that we currently provide to the school district through a second agreement, the joint use agreement. Lastly, we're looking to rebuild the city's existing cash reserves by monetizing our core land assets in the downtown. First, from an operating budget perspective, the plan identifies that by fiscal year 27-28, the city's operating budget will be in the black. How do we get there even with the current investments that we're looking at? One, there's $7.5 million per year we've identified in expenditure control and also making sure that underperforming programs are really paid attention to. Finally, refinancing existing bond debt. Those three actions create $7.5 million per year in net positive general fund position. There's also new revenue sources that are incorporated into the plan that total $24 million per year. First, there's the downtown parking program. The council previously adopted new parking related fees. There's a fee resolution included in the attachment this evening that seeks to implement those new parking rates effective January 12th of 2026 to generate about $9 million per year. The ambulance operator program, once we take that over, will conservatively generate $7 million per year in new ambulance and insurance billing revenue to the city. We've made very conservative projections of the digital signage program that the city is currently contemplating. We have 8 current development agreements that are out as we contemplate an overall sign district. Conservatively, we're projecting $4.5 million per year in 2027 when we have 8 signs operating. From a user fees perspective, as you look at user fees and compliance initiatives, there's about $1.5 million per year of new fees that we have identified conservatively. There's a credit card fee resolution attached to the council packet on this item, where credit card fee adjustments will generate conservatively $1 million per year. Also, we've looked at investment earnings. There's an additional $1 million a year we've identified conservatively of investment earnings that would be accrued to the general fund. Combined with those revenue elements, the only other element that's identified to stabilize the budget is a possible parcel tax measure in 2026 that again has been sized to raise about $12 million per year. As the council knows, we currently contribute about $30 million a year to the school district through 2 agreements. The joint use agreement is worth $12 million a year. The master facilities agreement is worth $18 million a year. As described earlier, we're looking to extend the master facilities agreement, which is currently set to expire in 2028. That's built into the base operating budget. But the plan also contemplates that the city continue to engage in the outreach and polling activity that we've been working on to gauge if there's community support for a potential parcel tax. And again, that parcel tax is currently sized to generate about $12 million per year. That would be consistent with the funding that we provide through the joint use agreement to the school district. That agreement set to expire in 27. Right now, the preliminary analysis, how do you raise $12 million a year? It's roughly an estimated parcel tax of $43 per month per parcel, or if you wanted to assess it on a square footage basis, it'd be around 8 cents per square foot. There's a couple different ways to look at it. Additional analysis is still recommended that we would continue to look at this issue moving forward. Ultimately, when you tabulate all of the new revenues, the new expenditures, and you put it all into an Excel spreadsheet, what our revenue projection forecasts is that by fiscal year 27-28, we're operating in the black. There are conservative revenue projections and what we believe are accurate expenditure projections. We're confident that the plan, as developed, will achieve financial stability for the city in a couple of years, assuming the staff can execute, and I'm confident that we can. The last element that we wanted to talk about with the council briefly is, again, replenishing our cash reserves. You recall, a couple of years back, we had almost $436 million in free cash That's down to $158 million in cash today, with only $98 million of that unobligated. To replenish our cash reserves, we've identified 4 key pieces of city-owned land. What we are suggesting isn't that we just open up a general RFP to see how much folks would pay for those pieces of property. Instead, the plan contemplates our economic development team doing a lot of pre-development work to identify for those 4 parcels what is highest and best use, that we look at engaging some pre-development work, and that you coordinate a process that contemplates when you look to actually dispose of the property and the way to generate the highest land residual to the city. Conservatively, we can reasonably expect to create $100 to $200 million in value through those 4 properties. If we were able to do that, our cash reserves would move back toward that $200 to $300 million range. It's work that we're excited to engage and is built into the overall plan for the council's consideration this evening. As we think about next steps, I think we've certainly heard why haven't we done more outreach? Why haven't we talked to folks more about the plan that's being developed? I think ultimately that's what tonight is intending to be. It's not intended to be an end point. It's intended to be the starting point. It's intended to outline a series of proactive programs and policies that we think we need to engage. It's not all going to happen overnight. It'll happen over the next couple of years, and each of these elements will have proper vetting and proper analysis as it's being developed by staff and brought forward for council consideration. Tonight isn't the end of the conversation. We really believe it's the start of this agenda that we're looking to pursue over the next 24 months. It's a plan that's been built based on individual discussions with every member of this council. All of your fingerprints are all over this plan. You've shaped and helped guide the development of the plan over the last couple of months as we've gotten feedback and input from various elements of the community. And we really believe it's the plan that if we move forward tonight, it's a proactive plan for us to push an agenda so Santa Monica can return to being that city that again demonstrates what's possible. In your staff agenda, there are a series of 19 recommended actions. Those actions are listed on this slide and on this slide. There are a number of actions. I'm going to read through them quickly for the record. It includes approving all of the budget adjustments and personnel authorizations included as attachments A, B, and C. It includes the adoption of the parking fee update resolution included as attachment D. The credit card convenience fee resolution is proposed for adoption. That's attachment E. We're looking to adopt resolutions authorizing non-sworn employee benefit enhancements that include the citywide winter closure and the Coalition Medical Agreement contract number 11663, along with the $100 per year wellness benefit for all city employees. Those are attachments F and G. We're looking to introduce for first reading an ordinance amending Chapter 3.04, vacant properties of Article 13, Neighborhood Preservation of the City of Santa Monica Municipal Code to require the registration of vacant properties. We're looking to assess options for expanding the Samuel Bridge facility, the development of a vehicle habitation ordinance. We're looking to introduce for first reading an ordinance amending Santa Monica Municipal Code Chapter 4.25 regarding the registration of rental housing units. We're looking to introduce for first reading an interim zoning ordinance amending Santa Monica Municipal Code Chapter 9.31.200 related to outdoor dining and seating on sidewalks to promote economic recovery by simplifying the city's outdoor dining program. We're looking to adopt the outdoor dining fee program resolution to institute an updated fee reduction program for parklets and sidewalk dining. We're also looking to authorize staff to assess the possible expansion of the entertainment zone for the downtown, the pier, and our business improvement districts. We're looking for authorization to assess the peer-to-peer ferry, the beach gondola, and the regional fire dispatch project concepts. We're looking for authorization to explore opportunities to update development standards and land uses and processes for city-owned sites in the downtown community plan area and public and private sites within the Gateway Master Plan area. We're looking for the adoption of a resolution of intention directing that the Planning Commission initiate assessments for an amendment to the text of the Downtown Community Plan to allow flexibility in development standards for public and private parcels within the former Gateway Master Plan area, along with a resolution of intention directing the Planning Commission to begin assessment of an amendment to the text of the zoning ordinance to provide flexibility in development standards, land uses, processes, and permit expiration timelines for projects in the downtown. Last couple, to authorize staff to focus city housing development efforts in the downtown core and to concurrently direct that staff initiate studies to identify policy options that do not jeopardize housing element certification and also ensures that future development achieves compatibility with existing neighborhoods. We're looking for authorization to pause transportation demand management survey requirements. We're looking to authorize the extension of the master facilities agreement with the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District beyond its current 2028 expiration date, and for authorization to continue assessing a possible 2026 partial tax ballot measure to sustain city school district funding through our joint use agreement. That concludes the initial overview. Madam Mayor, we'll turn the discussion back to you and the City Council.
Okay, thank you so much for that detailed report. And so the first round is going to be questions. Mayor Pro Tem Trosas. Oh, sorry, we do have recusals. Councilmember Zwick.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Brief statement here related to a couple of the actions contemplated tonight. Some of you know I've recently taken on a new full-time employment. Before I accepted my current job at the nonprofit Housing Action Coalition, I spoke on multiple occasions with the prior city attorney, and I've been participating on decisions at council consistent with that advice. Given additional questions from the community, I've engaged in further conversations with the city attorney's office, and I have volunteered to gather further information and seek additional advice on matters of my participation going forward. In the meantime, out of an abundance of caution, I will be recusing myself from tonight's discussions on housing production. Specifically, those are items 12, 13, 14, and 15 contained within this item.
Thank you. Councilmember Hall.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Similarly, due to the location of my residence, which my partner and I rent, I have conferred with the city attorney, and out of an abundance of caution until the FPPC can weigh in on whether my proximity to certain sites discussed tonight constitute a conflict of interest, I will be recusing from items 2, which are the parking fee update resolution, and items 12 through 15, which are inclusive of the resolution of intent for our gateway sites and the downtown community plan.
Thank you. So with that, we're able to ask questions first on the other items. Mayor Pro Tem Trosas.
Yeah, so procedurally, if the questions and discussion could be limited to everything but the items, so not 2 or items 12 through 15. So what we would do is conduct questions and do discussion and give direction on those items and adopt for first reading on all of those items except for 2 and 12 through 15. And once you have completed all of that, then your recusals can occur.
Okay.
No problem.
Does that make sense for everybody? So don't
yeah.
ask any questions about item 2, 12, 13, 14, or 15.
Okay, and City Attorney, you'll have to keep us honest here if you feel like this is relative to those items. But can you talk to me a little bit about the vehicle habitation ordinance like San Diego? I am slightly familiar with it, but my understanding is that we need some sort of safe parking site in order to enforce it. What's the timeline on actually coming forward with some sort of plan?
Right now, we have some draft concepts that have been developed based on our 2025 homeless point-in-time count. About 10% of our unhoused population is living in vehicles currently. That's what triggered the thought that maybe we need a vehicle habitation ordinance. Currently, vehicles aren't specifically listed in Santa Monica through our municipal code as an element that would qualify as a camp. So we don't have any vehicle habitation prohibitions in Santa Monica. We've identified in San Diego that they have developed a program that's been tailored to ensuring that we don't have this ineffectual cycle of just ticketing and impounding vehicles, but really identifying the locations that are not acceptable for vehicle habitation within a neighborhood with certain exemptions. So the staff's coordinating that assessment. We think we could be ready in the next 60 to 90 days with an ordinance for council consideration on this front.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're offering services and support.
Always.
As well. Yeah, okay. And then in terms of the rental registry, do we actually, because in reading the staff report and the attachments, it doesn't seem, sorry if I missed it, but do we have a software for the rental registry identified already?
The initial software that we've identified is 3DI as the proper documenting tool. The one thing we've identified also, though, is we probably, if we're looking, this is part of where we want to take a couple months on the rental registry, have a discussion with the Rent Control Board. The registry program and the vacant property registration program are both similar in that you need a system to document property and then a mechanism to go inspect. And so we probably want to use the same system if we're doing the rent registry as with the program we're going to use with our vacant property program. But if there's some overlap between what we're doing on the rental registry with what Rent Control Board is currently doing, there's another pathway there. And so the plan right now really incorporates adopting the ordinance so we can start the work. We have an existing registry system we think could work for the vacant property piece. It buys us some time then to work with Rent Control Board and identify is there a more efficient way to coordinate the program long-term moving ahead.
Appreciate that. And then is there any reason why we couldn't waive rental registry fees for affordable housing providers?
No, there's no reason why we couldn't do that.
Okay. Now, the $500,000 for the bids, who's going to be like the ultimate decider as to how that money is deployed?
In our mind right now, allocating some resources and then allowing us to engage with the bids is the proper way to start. We initially thought, do we go and do similar infrastructure improvements, new trash cans, better paint on the street? What we identified quickly was every bid has different requirements and different needs. And so instead of a blanket plan, we identified an allocation of money. The EDD team will be engaging then with each bid. We want to make sure there's some equity, certainly, but also take into account that each bid is slightly different. Once we have that plan developed, we'd certainly notify the council and bring it all back for approval once we have something that makes sense. That'll take a little bit of time to coordinate and work with everyone to identify what's the appropriate improvement to be made.
And then similar question, the $500,000 for the quick build and long-term capital improvements on Vision Zero, is that also going to be determined by like the subject matter experts, or how do we plan to have oversight?
Even within the last couple of weeks, I think the council has seen a number of emails and requests for crosswalks, stop signs, bulb outs. Our mobility teams looked at maybe even doing roundabout improvements to address some of the traffic concerns raised. So the additional $500,000 is really intended when we have those issues come up, we have a source of funding to be able to execute.
And in terms of this plan, this is a bigger question, I think. How are we going to actually measure its success and keep our priorities on track? Because everything that we've mentioned here is amazing. Thank you. And we'll get to that when we talk about comments. Thank you to everyone who's sitting in front of us today and their teams. But how are we actually not just making over promising and under delivering? How are we going to track success, and how are we going to communicate to the public that we're achieving some of these things here?
Every single element of the plan built through the 5 strategic priorities have tangible deliverables. That's the first way. Have we actually opened the substation? Have we deployed public safety in a way that's different? Did we get folks hired and employed in a way that is meaningful and folks are seeing the result of that deployment? The capital plan is going to be very clear. Did we execute on the capital plan? There's other elements of the plan that'll be a little bit more nuanced. From a code enforcement perspective, it'll be case clearance times. How quickly are we getting and responding to complaints that are citizen initiated? Every element of the plan, just know we are building systems around to monitor. One of the ultimate measures, though, is going to be in 27, 28, is the budget balanced at that point.
We've already started building internal systems where there'll be a monthly review process to see as these new programs come online. Is the ambulance operator program generating revenues as we anticipated? We'll know. All of those program elements will be monitored and identified, and it's going to get embedded into the way that we do business. Creating clarity ultimately means we monitor and track and pay attention to what's important. This plan's important, and so it'll become sort of the guiding principle of the work that we're initiating outside of our day jobs across the entire city.
Yeah, so under the 5 kind of key pillars that you've identified, it would be helpful if we could at least work towards building some sort of public-facing dashboard just to communicate what we're doing so everyone knows. I think that would be helpful.
Certainly.
And then, sorry, but I think this is really important, and I don't know if I heard you say it. For the 4 values for One SAMO, can you just repeat for everyone to hear what they are? Because I think that I hope people are appreciating how much time you spent on the internal, because you can't do the external if you don't have the internal.
No, certainly. One of the reasons I'm confident we can deliver on this plan is because of the work we've done internally to start getting a leadership team that's cohesive. It really is a starting point to execution. But how do you determine what it means to work together well? The executive team engaged through our retreat a process where we all identified who are the best people we've ever worked with, who are the folks we've worked with that we just would never want to work with again. And through that, we identified a series of behavioral values, positive and negative. And through that process, we identified for this executive team, the thing that was important is working together as a team orientation through 4 behaviors. And those behaviors that were most important started with humility. And to our team, what does humility mean? It doesn't mean you don't have a little bit of an ego. You have to have a little ego to get out of bed in the morning, but it means you consistently put the needs of the team ahead of your own personal ambitions. First and foremost, most important behavioral value that we have. Integrity was the next value we identified. We want to work with team members who you can rely on. When someone tells you they're going to do something, you don't have to question it. It's going to happen. That's the second behavioral value. How do we make sure we're always operating with integrity? Motivation was our third value, and to us, motivation meant you're good at your job. You're an expert in your subject. You're motivated to understand what's possible in the responsibility set that you have, and you consistently are able to deliver. Care was our next value, and really care for us means you mind the things that you say and do so that the words you use, the behaviors you engage serve to pull people together. And those 4 values, when you think about the behaviors associated with them, we think create this orientation around working together, where the goals of the whole are more important than any private individual ambition you may have.
Thanks, Oliver. And I guess I'll cliffhanger who Scorpion is, but can't wait to hear about that.
Councilmember Zernetskaya.
Thank you. I'll save all of the thank yous for later when we get to comments, but just had a couple of questions. So first up, about reopening the libraries. I understand that we have 2 branches that are currently open 5 days a week, several that are open 2 days a week for self-service, one that's open 3 days a week. So would this plan move to having all of the current library branches open 3 days a week? Okay, so even the ones that are 5 days?
No. So what it would do is maintain existing service levels. That's 5 days at Main Library, 5 days at Pico Branch, 3 days initially at Montana Branch, and then opening up Ocean Park. And Fairview, thank you. To 3 days a week, effective January 1, assuming we can get all the staffing-related efforts updated. And then July 1, when we maintain 5-day-a-week service at Pico and at Main Library, we'd up all the branch libraries to 4 days a week of full service.
Okay, thank you. And then, oh goodness. So in one of the images that you showed, there was a utility box that was painted. So I was just curious if we don't currently have a program to let local groups or folks paint utility boxes to kind of improve and make the area more enjoyable, could we look at getting something like that?
Short answer is absolutely. Jenny and I exchanged a couple of notes through the process, and that's absolutely a new program that can be deployed through RAD.
Thank you. And the thermoplastic crosswalk at Colorado and Olympic, could you please clarify what that actually is?
Absolutely. There is some confusion. Are we putting plastic on the floor? Thermoplastic is a type of paint that's used to make sure that the markings and stripings on the asphalt are able to endure. It involves the application of a certain type of paint and then utilizing heat to really encapsulate and protect it so that it lasts longer, the paint on the floor. So the thermoplastic really is the type of paint that we're using, and it's consistent with other markings that we use throughout the city.
And are we also looking at opportunities for other locations throughout the city where we could use that type of paint for more public art?
There's actually a couple of other locations that have been identified that we don't know that we could get executed by 27, but absolutely we're looking to implement sort of a broader program moving forward.
Okay, cool. So one of the public commenters, we heard some concerns about the possibility of an entertainment zone on the pier. So I just wanted to confirm, entertainment zones only allow alcoholic beverages to be consumed in the area when they're purchased from an authorized vendor in that area who was registered with and met all of the requirements of the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control?
It is very well said. I don't even think we're going to need Jing to come up and
Yeah, just wanted to confirm I was understanding that fully. Thank you. And then moving on, for the transportation demand management surveys, so I understand this is recommending to temporarily suspend it. What would be the difference between just temporarily suspending it or versus temporarily making it optional?
We can certainly do the latter, that right now it's currently a requirement that we have suspended previously, but as part of that suspension, we can certainly engage with our businesses and articulate if you still would like to participate. You can absolutely do so, and we'd encourage that, but there wouldn't be the mandate that you engage.
Understood, yeah. I think having data is always helpful, but I understand that it does create kind of another hurdle for businesses, and we want them to succeed. So on the increasing capacity and staffing to increase the number of prosecutions for misdemeanors, I wanted to just get a little bit of clarification about how our criminal unit utilizes restorative justice models when appropriate.
Mm-hmm. We currently do that through a variety of different means, but I see Heidi leaning forward. But Heidi would like to jump in. Feel free, Heidi.
Yep. I was going to say we do have the chief of our criminal unit here if you would like more detail from her.
Yeah, that would be great.
Jenna Grigsby is here.
As Jenna's coming up, there's a number of different models that we utilize, including diversion programs, step court. We have the Alternatives to Incarceration pre-filing diversion program, all of which has been pioneered here. But Jenna, the floor
Good
is
evening.
yours.
Thank you for having me. Most of you know who I am, Jenna Grigsby. I'm the chief of your criminal prosecution unit at the city attorney's office. Unfortunately, the city doesn't have a very specific restorative justice program. Back in 2019, we really did some internal research. We contacted a lot of the other agencies who have these programs that are up and running, and we looked into how we could implement something like that in Santa Monica. Then the pandemic happened, and shortages happened, and we took some other steps. What we found out is it's very labor intensive, and it requires attorney staff, because the idea of restorative justice is you reach out to the defendant before they're technically a defendant, and so you want them to speak to people who aren't then going to prosecute them, right? There are some legal issues with having lawyers reach out to people who are unrepresented. So it really takes a buildup of staff and a training and a process that we just can't accommodate right now. So what we did is we pivoted to these diversion programs that are something that we can grant fund and that we can work through the court system and some of the county funding that is already out there. So we were able to get our almost $10 million in grants. We're able to leverage a lot of the JCOD funding through the county to do a lot of the diversion work. And that's how we kind of wrap in the idea of folks who really shouldn't be in the criminal justice system, or how we enable folks to work to get out of the system, but we need them. It's kind of the carrot, like what came first, the chicken or the egg, right? Because we don't have the staff to do it in a way that protects the constitutional rights that we want to make sure defendants have access to. We look to these other programming and these other ways to fund it to try to best wrap around folks and to get them into services and really address the underlying conditions. So,
thank you. And just to clarify and make sure I understand, would some of the other proposed actions that are in this plan also maybe help reduce the number of misdemeanors y'all have to deal with every year?
It's actually likely going to be the opposite, right? Because we're looking at really going into downtown and trying to effectuate a clean and safe downtown Santa Monica. And the best way that, PD has given you guys the information and they're going to do all this new deployments, we're looking at like a 6-month pilot to see what our numbers are going to look like. Because really to effectuate clean and safe, you need to have that stick to the carrot. And we need to be able to do the filing and to do the work to say, you can come to Santa Monica, you can enjoy all these great things that we are promoting, these events, but you need to do it in a way that's respectful. And one of the ways we do that is to enforce our laws. So we are projecting to see an increase in some of our filings because, again, a lot of what is out there in this kind of criminal element is folks think they can get away with it. So the fastest way to kind of reverse that thought process is all of a sudden you're getting citations, you're getting arrested, you have to come to court, you have to do the things like your anger management, your AA meetings, you have to go meet with your case manager. All of those things are acting as either ways to get you out of the system because we're getting you home through Project Homecoming, or we're connecting you to housing, or you're going to realize that we are never going to stop doing things to enforce clean and safe in Santa Monica, and maybe you just don't want to come here with your criminal element.
Okay, thank you. And this might be more of a question for our interim police chief, but do we think that just having increased deployment in the downtown area will help deter some of the criminal actions that we've seen?
I'm going to be annoying and jump in for one quick second, and then I'll turn it over. What I can tell you from just the colloquial effects that we've seen with things like Prop 36, there's a real shift in what is happening with some of our misdemeanors in terms of getting the DA to actually file them. And so we're seeing the effects of greater punishment and the idea that all of a sudden these things can be felonies, that is truly having an effect in our misdemeanor land. So that has been helpful, and I think we can use that as a way to say, if people start to realize that we are going to file cases, they're actually going to see some significant jail time, they're actually going to be forced into programs, the rehabs, the mental health, whatever it is, they start to realize that coming here to Santa Monica to potentially steal, $5 from Trader Joe's or from Target is not going to be something that they want to do. So where'd you go? I will let you answer the rest.
No, and that's an excellent segue. What that helps us do is move folks into Samuel Bridge, move folks into our ATI program, because our ATI program had no bite to it. We can bring you in, but if a judge was going to release you with zero bail, no citation, no nothing to go along with it, what's your incentive to go into some type of program? Now with Prop 36, we're seeing an increase in our Samuel Bridge. As the city manager said, up to 50 people a month now. Our officers are using the program because they're seeing real success of it on the streets. Our ATI folks are actually going into the program and not declining it as we go into it. So yes, it's working for us.
Awesome, thank you. And so sorry, before you go, I noticed, and I know we all heard, just changing the deployment to downtown to having more officers. Could you please go a little deeper into how that's a change from the current or prior kind of deployment planning?
Sure. So initially, it's amount of synergy, right? It's about putting all of our resources together. So it's combining our downtown services unit with our DART team, taking a look at their schedule so we get maximum deployment of our officers. So it's moving things around. It's putting our patrol folks in that Beat 1 area, which is our downtown area. It's overlaying that on top of our crime impact team, bringing our motors with their OTS grants. They're making sure they're downtown working on as well as our corridors. It's about realigning, working in our corridors, in our transit corridors with our particular motors. It's about being deliberate with our overtime on where we put people in our summer months when we're most busy. In addition to our downtown deployment program, throughout the day we'll have up to 28 officers who are available on the beach, on the pier, and in the downtown area, with our current deployment of officers that we already have. And it's flexible. We left it up to our supervisors as they see things, as they see movement to happen. They can flex officers, they can move people. Instead of being rigid, we're very flexible right now, and it's about synergy, 100% about synergy.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chief. Thank you so much, Jenna. I'm so excited for this. Okay, something else on the closing non-essential services for 2 weeks in December. I think we got some emails about some concerns about costs to the city from this. So, and people, not being able to work on things, folks not being able to get service. From my experience, just to give context, there's very little work for most things that gets done in those last 2 weeks of December. So I just wanted to clarify, how much work do folks actually do in those 2 weeks compared to an average week?
The service levels drop dramatically, or the service demands drop dramatically during the last 2 weeks of the year. There are certain essential functions that non-sworn team members have to engage in. Our Big Blues bus operation, our Triple R operation, obviously our public safety operations are still operating. We have certain city facilities that will continue to remain open. If the council does move forward, we'd make sure that the ability to continue to do work during those times is still maintained. So we'd coordinate scheduling, for example, permitting requirements. We'd still have the permit function open and available, but we'd have reduced staffing levels. And for those folks that have to work, that would be where there would be cost. The initial preliminary estimate is over the course of a year, it might cost about $800,000 in cashable leave time that someone could use or cash out total to cover citywide the 2 week coverage. So it's fairly modest in nature, and I think is recognition for really the work that our team does, but also really takes into account a benefit level that maybe we couldn't offer to, or not, that we can now offer to non-sworn, given the disparity between our sworn and non-sworn contracts a couple of months ago.
Thank you for that clarification, and that's my questions for now, so I'll yield to whoever's next.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. For the vehicle habitation ordinance, some of the main complaints I've heard are about the actual conditions of the vehicles that are in our streets. And I believe in other jurisdictions, they found that many of these kind of beat up vans are actually owned and leased out by slumlords effectively. Will we be looking at van lording protections as part of this ordinance?
No, and Councilmember Hall, we appreciate you forwarding some of that information to us previously. Heidi and I have been looking into that particular element. It would absolutely be incorporated in any policy recommendation on that front as we bring it back for council consideration.
Okay, great, thank you. On the holiday plans, for our workers who won't be able to take those 2 weeks off because they're doing required work, I'm especially thinking of our RRR workers. Are they going to have the opportunity to cycle through other parts of the year and be able to take those 2 weeks off?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Next, I know we kind of talked about this in our homelessness strategic plan back in the spring, but can you articulate with a little more detail about what a healing center entails?
Yeah, certainly. Right now, in the city, we have nearly 250 sheltering beds that are located across Santa Monica. 60 of those are at Samoshell. Samoshell is a congregate setting for sheltering, and it's low barrier entry. What that means is it's a very challenging environment to operate in, and I think our service provider does the best they can in a very difficult context. What we've been thinking, though, is given the various types of sheltering models that exist in the city, where are there gaps that currently exist? And one of the gaps that we've absolutely identified is there a way to develop a sheltering model that's radically different from what we currently are deploying and what we currently have? And that sheltering model would be this healing center concept, that within one building you would combine sheltering with services, intentionally identified services for mental health addiction treatment. You'd have to identify what that series of services look like. There may be a respite component also when there's medical care associated and built into the plan. Then do you have enough space in that plan to coordinate and link that sheltering services model for individuals to link to transitional housing with a guarantee that as you work through it, there's some throughput in the system that you go from sheltering to transitional housing and ultimately to a permanent unit. But that connection and linkage is something that we don't intentionally have built. Our HHS team is right now doing an analysis on if we can identify the right site, how do we develop that sheltering model, which would be really different from what we're currently doing, and we think fills a massively important need in town, in addition to finding a new location for the shelter itself.
Thank you. This beach gondola, what is the general site? What's the orientation, the heights involved with this potential project? Because you mentioned that there was once one on Pacific Ocean Park Pier, but that was part of an amusement park, and it went out into the ocean and not. If the orientation is along our beaches, it's a very different situation, I think. Can you tell us what you know about the proposed project?
Certainly. What I know is Santa Monica, we explored a gondola mobility system in town a number of years ago. There's even some connection to the Metro subway line. That particular developer of the gondola, actually, I think they qualified for one of Metro's innovation grants to identify, is that a viable option? Certainly, I think at scale that would be challenging to deploy, but as we've looked at the option, the narrow focus that we would want to look and engage is there an opportunity where it makes sense, where you're not impacting views, where you could link maybe the beach lots together to the pier? It may not be viable. The group, though, that has suggested the project previously, they're based out of Santa Monica. They actually have capacity to deploy something, and they don't need any resources from the city really to do it. And as we've been listening at the staff level, it seemed like something that might be worth spending a little bit of time analyzing and assessing, is it viable or not? And we'd certainly bring all that back for council consideration if we were authorized to move forward at, reviewing the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. And this is either for you or perhaps Interim Chief Jacob. Can you share, to the extent you're comfortable discussing your operations, just like a little bit more detail about the tangible results we're already seeing, especially in terms of traffic enforcement and parking enforcement?
I'm sorry, the question was, sir?
Could you just share a little bit more detail about some of the tangible results I know we're already seeing with this new operational deployment, particularly with regards to traffic enforcement and parking enforcement?
Yeah, in the last 2 months from April 25th when I started till now, our department has pulled over, has initiated approximately 2,000 traffic stops and issued 800 moving violations. Those moving violations that are speed, stop signs, inattention to driving, distracted driving. We've also issued about 1,100 citations for other various violations of traffic moving through the city. And so what you're seeing right now is an increase in our traffic areas and also in our downtown areas, and also an increase in our misdemeanor citations for public disorder, those folks who are walking around possibly drunk or urinating in public, those types of things that we, kind of is a visible kind of a deterrent to coming to the downtown area.
Disorder is the word our city manager uses.
Exactly. To the downtown area. We've seen an increase in our enforcement and finding of illicit drug use, which is one of those things that the city attorney was talking about, Jenna, that we are now with Prop 36 we're going through. We're looking at new technology that protects officers so that they don't have to test the drugs. They can actually do it with a light spectrometer that actually tests through the bags, protects my officers from dealing with fentanyl. We're moving forward with that operation. In the past 2 months, we've made 28 gun arrests in our city, really focusing on the criminal element in some of our areas, and most of those arrests have happened in our downtown area.
Thank you, Chief. Sorry, I know we're not in comments, but I'll just say, as a new resident of downtown, I feel it, and want to thank you for that. That concludes my questions for now.
Councilmember Snell.
Thank you very much. I just have a couple of questions, and it's geared towards more the general funding sources for this particular endeavor. And I mean, this realignment is amazing. We're calling it the Renaissance Agenda, and I'm excited about it. But we show in our projections that we're looking at a parcel tax, and obviously that would be something that if we went forward with it would be in November 2026. Could you give us some idea about the status of it at this point and where we are with respect to it?
Certainly. Earlier this year, the city initiated some analysis and outreach. We've engaged a polling consultant to identify general community attitudes and views. We're finishing up that initial review. Once it is finalized, we'll be sure to publish that for the council and community to review. The thought really is there any level of support for pursuit of a parcel tax that generates roughly $12 million a year? And ultimately, that number links to the $12 million per year that's funded through the joint use agreement. So there's a school component related to the effort. The polling effort and the outreach really, I think, once it's finalized in the next few weeks, will inform, is this a viable approach moving forward? Historically, when you've looked at the last couple of initiatives that have been advanced in the city, there has been community support. When there's a reason behind the ask, what our hope is right now the city can deliver. We can identify how, whether or not there is community support for a parcel tax adjustment. If there is, I think certainly, and it is something that's approved, it would certainly facilitate the continuation of the joint use agreement funding. I've talked to Dr. Shelton at the school district and just let him know, though, ultimately that's a decision for the city council to make, whether or not that $12 million continues to be allocated once the agreement expires in 27, and whether it's new revenue or reduction in costs, that's an option the council will have moving forward. And that's why those two things we've linked together at this point.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. And then my next question, I know our planning commission this week is going to take a look at the large format digital signing revenues. And in our material, we were anticipating that there's 8 DAs that are presently taken at this point.
Yeah, and I see. Yes.
I'd like to know, first of all, how we arrived at the projections, but then exactly the timing of something like this, how it would come forward. I know there's been a lot of discussion amongst the community about the rollout of these digital sign revenues. So I'd like to know when we will be able to see it after Planning Commission, and then how you arrived at where you think the revenue sources would come to at that point.
Jean can speak to the program related to the overall sign ordinance. From a financial perspective, the modeling we've done right now is conservative, assuming 8 signs that generate $500,000 per year per sign to the city to come up with the $4.5 million that we would project starting in calendar year 2027. So it wouldn't happen immediately. There'd be a year and a half of ramp up before that funding would be allocated to the city. It's a very conservative projection, given that we're not assuming any upfront payments and we're not assuming any payments beyond the $500,000 per year number initially, given that it's a placeholder right now that the program has been contemplated. It'll be considered in a study session format at the Planning Commission later this week, and then we plan to bring it forward for council consideration in November. That's where we came up with the finances, but the program itself, maybe Jing, you could speak to it a little bit.
Yeah, and it's actually going to be at Planning Commission tomorrow night
Right.
with the ordinance. And we actually have 4 development agreements that have been applied for representing 7 signs. At the moment, we understand we've been contacted by property owners that more are coming in. The district ordinance itself, as Oliver said, would come on November 18th. It could have a maximum of up to 16 signs. And we've put the ordinance out there for public review. We received comments back because we're trying to get ahead of, addressing any issues from, both the community and obviously operators ahead of the council meeting. But the potential is a maximum of 16.
16, and that the locations are only on the 3rd Street Promenade,
Correct.
And I think also the mall.
Consistent with council direction, yes, the promenade and the mall.
With respect to it. Okay, thank you very much. And then my last question, I think I talked a little bit about this with Oscar. Can you kind of let the public know about the business licensing revenue, audit revenue? That's $1.2 million that we're looking at that Oscar could talk about. And just because it's something that I was quite interested in, and you said we do it relatively so often, or
yeah. So we had an audit program years ago. We discontinued after COVID. Right now, we've engaged with a consultant that showed us that there is some compliance stuff that we need to take care of, and it would generate about 1.5 million gross, about 1.2 million to the city if we are to roll that out. It would happen in between 2 years for us to complete that program. And then on top of that, we are also going to do some more auditing work in the finance department for business license and anything else, just to make sure people are in compliance.
Got you. Okay, and then finally, I mean, I'm very excited about the plan for the 2-week allowing just minimal staff, but don't forget that the accounting staff always has to work at the end of the year. So that's something that they'll be here also. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Barry.
Councilmember Raskin.
Thank you. I've just got 2 questions that hopefully will be quick. The first one is for the city manager, interim chief Jacob, and this is something that was touched on earlier in the presentation and in the staff report. But I do want to highlight that the staff report clarifies that while we're making this investment in the heart of our city and our economic engine downtown and seeing results, as Councilmember Hall has talked about here, but the plan calls for the expansion of the crime impact team to ensure that our renewed public safety focus downtown does not diminish our ability to respond to crime-related issues in other parts of the city. And so, I've heard feedback from folks in the eastern neighborhoods and the Pico neighborhood that while there is this renewed focus downtown, that it's not impacting other areas of the city. And I hope you can just briefly speak to that.
Yeah, that's true. Our crime impact team handles specific problems. Last night, I haven't had a chance to let the city manager know. I just found out this. We caught our copper wire thieves, or a set of copper wire thieves. And that's through the work of our crime impact team, because they're flexible, their ability to be flexible, and their ability to go after criminals who do things. And so this is specifically what they do. They go after our folks who steal catalytic converters, those folks who kind of target those kind of bigger crimes that are outside of our normal crime for our normal kind of calls for service, our kind of bread and butter thing. These are kind of those bigger type of operations that they do. And so they specifically focus in other areas, but also in our downtown area. Some of those guys are DREs, drug recognition experts, so they go after, they're specifically trained in looking for drug sales and that kind of blight that happens. And so we plan on expanding that team.
Great, thank you. And then the second question is really about some of the comments we've heard about process. And Mr. City Manager, this Renaissance plan is a start, right? This is going to involve detailed community engagement with stakeholders and other members of the public. And I'm hoping you can just briefly speak to that.
Absolutely. I think the discussion of outreach, everything in the plan that's being presented right now is a commitment that we're going to work on these items here moving forward. There's some allocation of resources right now so that we can start taking care of our infrastructure, increase some of the public safety programs identified through some of the staffing plans. But the policies, the programs, the initiatives that are outlined, all of that is what we're going to be working on intentionally over the next 24 months. And all of that will involve outreach. And if there's components of the plan folks don't necessarily like or agree with, that's why there's a process to mature all of these ideas into tangible action. That'll happen over the next several months with each of the different elements. We'll come up with a monitoring system. We'll be reporting regularly, but the realignment plan is the proactive work plan that the city is looking to engage moving forward to try to address the issues the City Council has identified as being problems that are impeding the ability for Santa Monica to really get back up and start moving forward like Santa Monica should.
Is that it? Okay, Councilmember Zwick.
Thank you for the presentation and for the plan. I'll reserve the rest of my comments for later, but just say that I'm excited. A few quick things. In regards to the downtown and the many capital improvements, both to the built environment, the pedestrian experience, and everything else, the trees, I'm curious if there was any discussion, or if there could be any discussion regarding the pedestrian signals in our highly trafficked zones and the possibility of those being set as they were during a portion of the pandemic to recall, so as to, especially during high traffic, ped traffic hours, to remove sort of beg buttons and the like, to also enhance the pedestrian experience.
We can absolutely handle that. I'm looking at Peter. Peter, you want to maybe speak to that a little bit?
Sure. Good evening, Council. Peter James, a.k.a. the Scorpion.
Oh, you're Scorpion.
Thanks for asking about the capital plan. We refer to it as boulevards to beaches. It's the intention that we connect the heart of our city, the downtown, to the horizon, the beach. And in addition to trees and sidewalks and everything, there's a tremendous amount in the mobility package, specifically geared towards bikes, pedestrians, moving safely throughout our streets. So I think you'd asked about the beg buttons, some of the pedestrian actuated signals. I have a little bit of detail on that somewhere in my notes here. In addition to the crosswalk and scramble refreshes, we're looking at approximately 11 additional locations where we'll be working on signalization to improve safety for our pedestrians, specifically those with sight-impaired disabilities and other features. The intent is also to, in addition to the crosswalks and the signalization, to improve the signage and the markings so that directional wayfinding, dismount zones, things of that nature are clearly spelled out, and that we remove conflicts between bikes, cars, and pedestrians.
Got it. And specifically, I guess, to the question of, what I understood was that many, if not all, of the signals themselves were set so that pedestrians did not have to push the button in order to get a walk signal in the downtown. And then when COVID ended, there was a process by which a lot of them were reset to now having to do that again. And I'm just curious if that's a part of the thought process at all.
Well, yes, actually, it's kind of a step 1 and a step 2 process. First, we want to get the signalization working again. Those were put in about 10 years ago, and a lot of them have failed. So in order to accommodate our sight-impaired residents and visitors, we do want to get back to a tactile function where they can actually identify something they can press to safely cross the street. I think the next evolution is something that is less tactile, but also provides the same reassurance to people with sight and without, that they can give them audio cues that they can cross the street.
Okay. I think it was in the previous budget that we talked about the no right on red at the scrambles and signage. I'm not sure where we're at with that particularly, but that was something I think authorized mid-year.
Okay, I'll have to get back to you on that at a later date. I don't have that level of detail right now, unless Anuj does.
Good evening, Councilmember and Council, Mayor and Council. Anuj Gupta, DOT Director. So that the no right on red on the scrambles is in process with the traffic engineering team. We have the signs ordered. There's, believe it or not, actually a shortage of the posts that signs need to be installed in, and we're also assessing holistically a cleanup of the signage in the downtown because we have a lot of clutter with our signage, which is also integrated with the project that Peter's leading, but that is in process and expected to happen over the next few months.
Okay, thank you. And sorry to harp on it, but do you have anything to add? I know that there were items in the past related to beg buttons and recall, pedestrian recall, and I know that there was some effort to reprogram, but I'm not sure if there's a concerted effort to remove them in the downtown or not at this point.
So there's not a concerted effort to remove them. I think some of what you're mentioning and what I think some community members have also raised questions about have to do with and are related to the citywide software upgrades that we're doing to our traffic signals citywide, which is a very large effort and is a work in progress. But actually, just as an anecdotal example of what you're highlighting, in my commute to City Hall from my main office at BBB, I often take that lovely 4th Street gateway that Peter and the team will be leading a dramatic improvement of. But that crosswalk at the freeway off-ramp for the first year or so that I made that walk was set to auto actuation, and every single time that the signal cycled to red for the exiting cars off the off-ramp, it was a walk signal for the pedestrians. That for a period of months was not happening, and then again, once we got to doing the software upgrade on that signal, which was a priority, we're prioritizing the downtown ones, the high volume pedestrian ones. It is now once again functioning with the auto actuation for pedestrians. So that's
so that is the goal, and we're updating the software in that area.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I'm not sure, this may not be for you, but just related to the downtown, there was mention of anti-vehicle barriers for Arizona. And okay, thanks. Just curious a little. I mean, to be honest, I'll just say that I was curious to whether the conversation has revolved at all around the idea of retractable bollards that would make that sort of easier to effectuate, on a easier sort of one-off basis for other events and other things that we're hoping to do to activate the area.
Yes. We do have a capital project that we've scoped out for those retractable bollards in the footprint of the farmers market. It's a fairly high price tag. So we were going to save that for a future CIP cycle. We do have a fairly effective retractable system that we cart around for events. And what we'd like to do is either replace that with a similar lightweight but effective system that we can use for the farmers market, but for also some of the other events that Oliver alluded to, activating in the downtown in possibly slightly different footprints. So having a mobile system allows us to be a little bit more agile with our footprints based on the needs of the producers, trying to activate a variety of different experiences in the downtown.
Thank you.
Sure.
And I'm not sure this might be for the city manager. Specifically, I know it's in the early stages of development, but as it relates to the gondola sort of contemplated proposal, to what extent could this potentially become not just say a small point to point that just for some intents and purposes is something of a novelty versus something that could actually be integrated into something that would more resemble a connector in our greater public transit system?
I think that's one of the things we'd like to explore. Traditional gondola technology really involves very large stations with large infrastructure that's required to generate enough torque to pull a large pod along a cable that's moving. There's recent improvements in gondola technology where you don't need to have that type of infrastructure, where instead of the cable moving, it's the system attached to the cable that moves along a fixed cable that doesn't actually move. It's actually the unit, the aerial transport pod unit that's moving. That technology seems very interesting in that it can connect like Lego pieces to expand a system if necessary. It also creates a much smaller development footprint and a much less visual impact, given that you don't need as many posts and you don't need as thick of a wire in order to allow the system to operate. And if there was something that made sense as we studied to connect the beach lots, and it eventually made sense to connect it to other parts of the city, the new technology allows for Lego-like expansion if it makes sense. It's something that's certainly viable. As the concept was pitched to us, it seemed like something that would be worth exploring. Whether or not it's viable, that remains to be seen.
So at least that technology is part of the conversation, at least at this point, when it comes to exploring options. Okay.
Yes.
On the restaurants, very excited to hear of the relief that we're proposing for, as you mentioned, an industry that's particularly fragile right now. There were two fees that were talked about, one of which has to do with parklets and sidewalks. That's sort of ongoing. The other is the wastewater fee, and my understanding is that the wastewater fee is sort of a one-time fee. Is that correct?
Correct.
So does that mean that essentially it's sort of only being applied to businesses looking to expand going forward versus those that have already paid it?
The way that we've structured, well, there's two components to the wastewater fee. There was a local city portion that was sized at roughly $1,400 per seat. And then there's a City of LA portion. They operate the Hyperion wastewater plant. That's $400 per seat. What we're proposing to do is waive the $1,400 local fee that we would charge and only assess the licensing fee for utilizing the sidewalk at $1 a foot or the parklet at $2 a foot.
I assume that's a reduction as well? Or?
That's a reduction as well. The current fee structure ranges between $2 and $4 a foot. It's fairly complicated with lots of tiers. So this reduction really simplifies it and reduces the cost.
So I guess my question is about the wastewater again is basically would be an incentive for people that currently are not utilizing the outdoor dining to potentially expand onto the sidewalk or otherwise expand their number of seats in that way.
It's only for the expansion that it would be assessed.
Out of curiosity, with restaurants that may have expanded at one point in time and then perhaps for a number of different reasons, perhaps partly due to our fees or otherwise, or other reasons, decided to pull back their projects, I assume they don't get that wastewater fee back or something, or how does that?
They wouldn't get a refund at this point. This would be prospective moving forward if the council were to approve the fee resolution and the permitting adjustments that are suggested. What we would do is there are a handful, less than 10 businesses that are on a payment plan currently. We would stop collecting that on the date on which the council approves.
That was another one of my questions. But if a restaurant theoretically had pulled back its seats, if it wanted to put them back again, they would at least just pay the county portion thereof. Okay, thank you. And then lastly, so there's a breakdown of our current sort of projected revenues, expenditures, and then new projected revenues. Expenditures and revenues. near the very end of the staff report. It projects that based on some of the numbers that you showed earlier, that new revenues would grow over the next few years from, I think, somewhere between 11 to 29 to as much as $43 million annually. It's a little hard to follow between the projected revenues that aren't really timed out and the way that would work on an annual basis, because obviously they'll be coming online at different points. Is it possible for you to break down slightly how we get from 11 million to 29 to 43 over the next 3 years, supposedly, with our new revenues?
Absolutely. So immediately, as we move into the remainder of this current fiscal year, there will be $7.5 million that we realize through expenditure realignments, cost savings on managing our vacancy rates better, focusing on a couple of underperforming programs that include fire inspection and some other associated fee-generating programs, and also a refinancing of city bond debt. That's $7.5 million net positive to the general fund that will start this current fiscal year. As we move through the remainder of this fiscal year, the new revenue streams that we're anticipating coming online by 2027 include the downtown parking program revenues. That's generating $9 million a year starting January 12th. 2026 is when the fee is proposed to be implemented. The ambulance operator program generates $7 million a year. That revenue stream will start, it's actually started now since we're running 2 day cars. We'll be running 4 additional 24-hour cars starting February 2026. So that's $7 million a year with revenue generation starting at that point. Digital sign revenue of $4.5 million per year, which is really only half the capacity of what's proposed in the ordinance, is projected to come online in 2027. So it's a year and a half away. User fee compliance, credit card fee adjustments, investment earnings, those are all roughly totaling about $3.5 million a year new revenue. That's starting current fiscal year now, given the analysis that we've done. In total, that's about $31.5 million of new revenue that we are able to control. We do believe is conservatively estimated over the next 24-month period. The only thing that's also included to get to the $40+ million number you referenced was the $12 million in the parcel tax. That's pending in 2026.
And a vote of the people, I assume.
And a vote of the...
So, last thing, I'm excited also about the vacant property registration program. We've talked about that for a while. I'm excited that it's before us. Another thing that was spoken about several times when we've discussed vacant properties and general sort of nuisances that I know Daniel and Code has done a great job sort of cataloging the way that they sort of are magnets for a great deal of emergency services, police services, and other code enforcement resources. Is the notion, nothing that was spoken about was the notion that a lot of other cities have of a nuisance abatement program whereby members of the city attorney's office, police department, and code coordinate on the properties, the highest volume of call generating properties in the city, and could potentially elevate particular nuisance properties to the city's attorney's office for action, in addition to just a fee registration program. I'm just curious if there's been any further discussion, since there was a discussion on that half a year ago when it comes to nuisance properties and the idea of a nuisance abatement program.
The vacant property registration program would certainly help facilitate identification and registering of the properties that are most impacted. I'm looking right now to see if, I think I saw Daniel and Jing in the audience. Daniel, Jing, can you provide some maybe additional context?
All complaints are going
Good evening, Daniel Mick, the Code Enforcement Manager. I actually work very closely with the City Attorney's Office, Romy especially, when we do have properties that, excuse me, that fall under that public nuisance category. We will start working with them to feed those cases for prosecution. As you know, a few months ago, however many months ago, we did pass the expanded public nuisance requirements. We
starting to see a few cases starting to creep across my desk that may be going towards that path. Haven't quite crossed that threshold, but we are starting to see the positive effects of that 1306 chapter, I think was what it was.
And you're monitoring for properties that would rise to that level to refer
Absolutely.
in that way. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
That's all.
Okay, I get to go last, which is great. So I get to have some of my questions asked, but they still have more. So quick question, we talked about polling in regards to the parcel tax ballot measure. When was that done and how much did we spend on the polling?
The polling was just in the field here a week or two ago, Oscar. And Oscar, maybe can you describe some of the background? Oscar's been leading that effort.
In mid-October, and the cost of the polling is about $35,000.
Was that something that you guys are able to do without coming to council? Just curious.
Yeah, I have it in the budget,
Okay.
in our budget, yep.
I'm asking because residents were asking about it, that's all. And then the bids, we talked about downtown, and I saw that there's money allocated across, but I just want to continue to point out that as we, for example, Ocean Park and Sunset Park is, being coined as mini Kinney to some extent, and they've had a really difficult time getting a bid together. And I'm looking at Jennifer, just as much as we can work with other business improvement district opportunities to make sure that we're spreading the love across the entire community. A lot of businesses are finding it more affordable to have retail smaller shops outside. And so now we're seeing where there wasn't a grouping of businesses, there's more of that now. So just wondering if we're looking to that area when we look at these improvements too.
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer Taylor, Economic Development Manager. Yes, we are working closely with the Sunset Park Merchants Association, which is newly formed. We're actually going to be releasing an RFP shortly to identify bid consultants that can help kind of get them over the finish line. We've also been talking to some prospective sponsors that may help to pay for that consulting fee. And we've also been looping them in with the buy local programs, and we'll be talking to them about potential for capital improvements as well.
And then on this topic of bids, just hopefully you guys are also looking at making it really accessible to the smaller businesses to enter into it. And then on the topic of Ocean Park, I know they've been really interested in the opportunity to figure out where, if possible, they can do street shutdowns as well to incorporate, open markets on the sidewalk markets and things like that.
Yeah, and that'll be all part of what the work that my team and then also the consultants will be working with them to be talking to all the individual merchants to see about their support for the bid, the types of things they'd want the bid to fund. Marketing events sounds like a high priority for them from talking to Natasha. And so, yeah, we're excited to be working with them to help hopefully make that a reality.
Cool, that's exciting, as that's my neighborhood. 311. For better or for worse, it's our app reporting system. I use it very frequently, but we do hear a lot of complaints, myself included. I'll send something, it'll send me a note, and then it'll say completed, and it has no photo, no nothing, and I'll go by whatever it was I submitted and it's not completed. And so I wonder if we are looking at a different and better response system. At our recent Long Beach trip, there was a lot of companies that I engaged with, and I'm sure Councilmember Snell and Zarnitskaya did as well, and a lot of discussions and going back and forth with setting up potential meetings on like AI different programs, 311, and then also I know I've discussed with you about the potential NIT of having a AI tool on our webpage to kind of have some FAQs that are easily answerable right there. Is this something that this plan is going to also encompass?
There's a couple of different, short answer is yes. There's an existing assessment underway right now, an analysis of how the 311 system can be improved. At 30,000 feet, when you look at how we latch 311 on top of the existing city operation, one of the things that internally we've identified is we have to fix the internal plumbing. And as the water's coming down the pipe of the 311 system, the 311 team is really there to field the question and then direct it to the department. Within the department, have we really identified that workflow and have we resourced all of that properly? Those are issues that we're currently working through as we look at a broader assessment. Right now, 70% of all of the, roughly 70% of all our 311 complaints are related to public works related issues. One of the operational challenges is because of current staffing levels, what we had been doing is having our operational teams handle these special requests. And when that happens, it detracts from the day-to-day work, but it also makes fulfilling the special requests a little bit more challenging. That's part of why the plan incorporates an expansion of the host team so that we have a directed team to handle sort of the complaints that come in and the service requests that come in. That's got to get paired with a better reporting system for sure, and that's all part of the assessment that we're engaged in moving ahead.
When you say special requests, are you talking about like homeless encampment type things being removed, or
both? So bulky items, for example, or we get this call a lot. Here's one example. We had a complaint about an issue that needed to get addressed in an alley. It was handled and handed over to one of our field crews. They needed to figure out, and it took a couple of days really before we realized nobody was actually handling it because it got cycled into an operating department given where it was located. That's the internal plumbing. Who should be responsible for that? Is it the operating staff, or is it a special team that's deployed? The expansion of the host team is one way we're thinking, let's go pilot. Can we handle and take some of the special service requests we get out of the day-to-day operations so the staff can handle the day-to-day things that need to happen? You don't fall behind on the routine operations, and you have a team that's resourced to handle the special requests. Ultimately, if we're able to do that, I think everything will work better. But as we engage that new staffing model through the realignment plan, we're certainly going to be assessing, because there's still going to be other internal enhancements and adjustments that need to be made.
And then along with that, something that was requested over 3 years ago was just to maintain that accountability and transparency by having a public-facing dashboard that really does the reporting for 311, not just on the types of calls, but how long it takes to actually address the calls and like the results of it. Hopefully that'll be part of this as well. As it pertains to departments, we've had the discussion for a few years now about PD and dispatch, and I know we discussed that a little bit. Is that part of this realignment plan as well, moving the 911 operations?
Yeah, the PD, the dispatch and EMS operation have all been, we're currently working through the new reporting structure that will ultimately all run through Chief Jacob and the PD. On the dispatch side of the house, as we assess this regional dispatch operation, if that turns into a larger project that actually has interest, there'll have to be a new operation set up that will be engaging with our team to assess moving forward. But currently, that dispatch operation and our EMS team, our emergency response team, have all been transitioned over currently into the police department.
Okay. And then maybe this is a Jenna and DJ question, Chief Jacobs question. Are we going to be looking at, like, we were talking about the restorative justice programs earlier. Recently, we had the meeting that I helped coordinate with the DA, and we talked about these different programs like Care Court and their ineffectiveness, but the amount of resources that they take. Are we going to continue to look at what's not working to eliminate the strain and stress of only accommodating a handful of individuals? And then hopefully I see that you have in here expanding. We have to think of possibly a different name because it gets confusing, but the Samo Bridge program, which actually gets people connected. I mean, as we're moving forward, are we looking at eliminating Care Court or no?
Well, Care Court is a California state program, so we really don't have any participation in it. It is a concept the governor put forth. It's funded through state legislature. So there's really not anything that he or I can do to effectuate change at Care Court. That's much more at the level where you guys are sitting. So we can do the best we can to work with the programming that we do know and we do have that is successful. The other number that I will throw out about Samo Bridge, we are excited to be able to expand it. We think we can do that with the reallocating some of the funding that we do have. When we first put in for this $8 million grant, we thought we would be able to serve 260 people in a year. We've already touched 217 in 5 months. So it's really one of the most interesting and successful programs that we've put together purely through collaboration. We absolutely couldn't do it without PD. We couldn't do it without, the folks at Public Works that help us get those trailers up and running. So the expansion of that will give us immediate access to more resources that will help kind of in that care court vein, right? We're servicing the same people, just in a different way and just with different resources. So we really think that that's a benefit. And the other programming that we do have, we're constantly looking at the data. I know that you've been requesting this dashboard from us for also a long time. It is still in the works, right? We are at stage, A in the process to get us to Z, but it's something that we are interested in doing and passionate about because we have all this data. We want to report it out. It's just the infrastructure to get it created. So we're constantly looking at the things that work and that don't work so that we can provide the best service to the residents of the city.
And on that note, thank you for pointing it out. This is stuff that's been requested and that's been asked for and that's been talked about behind the scenes and worked on. And because we want to be able to show what's working both internally as an organization, but also show our work to the public to say, hey, this is what's actually working. This is what isn't. We're being honest and upfront about it so we can have the community see and engage in it. And so I appreciate that, but I do think that the more we can do that, I hope that we're also going to invest in maybe communicating better and explaining what exactly the Samo Bridge program is. It might mean that we have to rename it, as we discussed with the DA, but those opportunities also, you said that we don't get involved in care court, except what I'm not understanding is I do see that there's personnel. I went to the care court graduation to see.
Oh, so you're talking about STEP Court.
Sorry, STEP
That's
Court.
okay.
Sorry.
STEP Court is an internal Santa Monica program that we run. Care Court is run through the state and DMH and through the civil court system.
Okay.
So those are the two different programs. STEP Court is absolutely something that STEP Court is something that we run out of the city attorney's office. We bring, the court and a bailiff, the public defenders, every second Wednesday. It's another program that PD has embraced and made it as successful. It's not quite as successful as Samo Bridge because it's not immediate. You have to have that court case. You have to have the appearance down at LAX court to be ordered to go to STEP Court. So there are some pieces that have to fall into place, but we are still slowly but surely increasing our numbers. So we've been up and running about 18 months. We've served about 150 people, and we've graduated about 40, I think is our number, 45. So we are still successful, but it's just a slower pace because it's not immediate. And again, that's just to the function of the way, they'll make an arrest November 1st. That court date is 30 days later. So that's just the process. We don't have the capacity to do 2-week sites. We have done them intermittently, but it truly is a burden on not only our staff, the attorneys, but the courts, because typically it takes records about 2 weeks to turn over citations. So there's a natural delay in the system. So we really try to work on the intercept model, and with Samo Bridge, it really is the closest we can get to point-in-time contact, where you're facing a jail, you're facing contact with PD. The best access we have to you is right then and there. So I think that's another reason why Samo Bridge has been the most successful. In terms of publicity, I'm working currently with Lauren in the CMO's office. We have our 6-month kind of hoopla coming up that we really want to make a video for. We want to do posts about. We want to do some blogging. She's working on trying to get us some actual reporters to come out and do some stuff on, I don't want to say legitimate media, but on, newspapers that still people read, so that we are actively getting into the community and getting that word out. We're still doing every quarter we go to the Human Service Commissions. We try to give as many tours as possible. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Our city manager still needs to come and look at this
I've been there. It's
trailer.
awesome.
Yes, anybody else who wants to come look at it. It's definitely one of those programs, you see it, you understand it, and the light bulb goes off. And I think that's what makes it so successful, because we have PD coming in to the program and they get
And the people running it who are amazing. that
Exodus is
program.
amazing.
Exodus.
So again, we are working on some more things to get the public more invested and understanding what it is.
And to close the door on the revolving, criminal sites, and it can be really demoralizing for frontline officers who are doing the work. It's exhausting to just see that person come right back out. We have lost the parole center here, and I know that I won't go into the nitty details that I've learned about all the papering and the things that happen, but are we working at advocating not just for an expeditious process on that, but also the transport van that is gone now, that the sheriff's department would get people to their court date in LAX.
We are very fortunate to have PD officers. Actually, I don't know if they work overtime. I don't know if it's extra details, but we have a transport. So
But it's not, we're not depending on them to work overtime to drive people to their court, right?
The issue is we can't keep you in custody. Right? We can only keep you and transport you on a misdemeanor if you're one of those actual bail cases, domestic violence, DUIs, some more serious assaults, or if the officers have done the magistrate review and gotten the hold. So if the officers have taken that initial step, they've gotten the magistrate to review and say, yes, we're going to keep you, and the sheriff must transport you, sheriff or PD must transport you. That's the only way that the lockup sheriff's deputy will actually take possession of that person, is that if they have that paperwork from the magistrate review saying that even though you're booked on a Santa Monica municipal code, the sheriff has to take you to transport you up the elevator to the 9th floor to my courtroom. That's really the only difference. It's not necessarily that PD's unable or unwilling to transport. It's that they can get down there, but then the sheriffs will release them because they will not take custody of that person at the building.
Yeah.
So that is, again, something that you all could effectuate change, but unfortunately, it's one of the challenges that the city faces to try to get some of those folks who are unhoused, substance abuse, mental health, get them to a place where they can accept the black robe effect and actually, take some responsibility for that action. So,
Right, and that lives here, and we've had those conversations in the past. So I have a broader question, thank you, and it's maybe for Chief Jacobs and the city manager, similar question, maybe a bizarre question, but just an overarching question, because the community who's watching is saying, wow, this is such a bold plan. Some have mentioned that there wasn't a study session and community engagement on this plan. And some have made comments that the last council wasn't doing any work towards this, and this is all brand new. My question to you is, these things are not novel or brand new in terms of public safety and addressing these things. They've been laid out, there's been discussions. So I want to understand, if you can answer, sorry for this question if it's awkward, how come now this is all sort of becoming able to do? Like, why is this now something that we're able to make the arrests, we're able to do the sites, we're able to move forward to increase the things you're talking about in the prosecution office?
I think,
And also, city manager, maybe it's directed to you.
Yeah, I think my sense is there's greater cohesion and alignment now, that between the council, there's alignment, and here are things we have to go do. On the staff level, there's greater leadership cohesion. DJ and I were talking after our last ET meeting, his observation that there seems to be a lot more dialogue and discussion internally now about the issues and the things that we need to work on cohesively. That's how you solve problems, people working together and having enough trust in each other to be able to raise awareness on, here's the issues that are preventing us from achieving goals. Here's everyone's opportunity to articulate what it is that we need to do. And then from there, can you package together those elements into something more cohesive? When there's alignment at the staff level and at the council level, magic can happen. And I think that's what it feels like we're hopefully building towards at this moment. As it relates to what's happening internally in the PD, DJ, maybe speak to it. I do think your expertise in the operation and understanding how to maneuver your operation has really helped us think about how to deploy at scale a little differently maybe, but love to get your take on it also.
Yeah, and to echo what Oliver said, it's messaging matters. And we're seeing it as we work with our city partners on, working with the city attorney, working with our host team, having an interesting discussion about our parks and where we're looking at in our parks with Jen. All of that matters to our folks. And sometimes you can say the same thing, but it comes from a different place, and there's meaning to it, and then putting some synergy behind action and being intentional sometimes with our words and how we do things matter. And I think that my department is feeling, as I think with other folks, the one SAMO, kind of pledge that happened that, we put the work into. We disseminated that, as most of our other city partners have, with amongst our leadership staff, and that's passed down. And we had lengthy discussions about it, what that actually meant, what that actually does, and what that actually looks like, and then converting that to actions, and then converting that to metrics, and having just clear expectations of what that are. And then we're all built in and all bought in on this particular plan.
So what I'm hearing is there's cohesion between the city manager and the police department. Is it fair to say that that cohesion comes from the messaging from essentially the CEO of the city, which is our city manager?
Yeah, we have information flow. Yeah, it's he's very very articulate and very kind of deliberate. And then that gets passed down. And I think for us in the PD, the realignment plan, the holding to the vision, these kind of metrics, these kind of things align with the police department. It's kind of what we are and kind of what we do. So it just all makes sense, and it realigns with our internal goals and our internal morals that we want to do and the things that we want to see. I don't think any police officer wants to see. My officers take pride in the city. They take pride in the community. They want to be part of the solution, and they want to push everything that you guys say. They hear. Traffic safety. Yes, they believe in that, and they want to go out and do that. Cleaning up the streets so we can bring in vitality, so we can bring people back into the city. They believe in that, and they want that, and so it's not a hard push. I'm not going around. I'm not beating people over the head to go do their work. They're actually going out and doing it, and I have a phenomenal staff doing that. So thank you.
I ask because community has a hard time trusting in government. And my question to you, City Manager, was your alignment plan incentivized by a specific agenda by only a certain amount of council members, or was this also things that were already put in motion, things that have already been requested, but you have found ways to unstick, so to speak, the shift gears and put your foot on the gas on these issues?
No, I think I'd just re-articulate. I think that's a great point line. There's so many ideas that have been articulated already by the council over the years, by members of the community, concepts that maybe we haven't advanced for whatever reason. Right now, it's a new day. There's new leadership, there's new direction, and there's a belief amongst all members of this council that we can do this. That's given me and the team flexibility to think, how do we put this plan together to respond to the moment? And all those ideas that we're trying to incorporate into something that makes sense and is executable at scale. And it isn't just words. I know that there's been comments. Can you trust that we're going to implement this? I think even amongst our staff internally, as an executive, we've talked about, there's sort of a dissonance. Like, are we really going to do this? I think what will be important for us is to continue to implement consistent with our values so that we do execute. And over time, that's how you build trust. You continue to do what you say you're going to do. Our commitment is we believe this plan is absolutely executable, and we expect the council and the community to hold us accountable to it.
So the community engagement that some folks say that this should have been a discussion, we should have been able to opine on it. I guess the point I'm making is we did opine on all these things. We have been saying we want public safety and to apply the laws on the books and to increase the prosecution rates. We talked about all the things from zero bail to sleeping bags and bedrolls to sit and lie ordinances to decreasing and in fact waiving, if we could, wastewater fees, but we're either met with resistance or a lack of funding or a plan to do so. And so for the community, I just want people to understand that these are things that were discussed. It's the plan to go forward to actually deliver on the discussion that's happening now for anyone who feels like they weren't a part of a discussion. Would you agree that that's a fair statement?
100%. I think if you look at the framing of the plan, it's the same strategic elements this council's been talking about for months, that safe neighborhoods and clean streets, economic opportunity and growth, affordable, livable, secure
Not just
housing.
months, but for years.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are elements that I think, I know have been prioritized intentionally. Our job at the staff level, effectuate and turn it into deliverable results.
I think people forget that the city's run by a city manager. we have day jobs. And by the city staff, of course. My last question is the libraries. You and I had many conversations, and I wanted to see this as a part of the plan, and I hope that it can be a part of the plan, which is creating a community investment hub. I discussed about using our libraries on the days that they're off or utilizing the days they're open for financial literacy options, educational support for historically marginalized communities, using our DEI funds, not just to have community engagements to continue having plaques and discussions and apologies, but rather to actually use those dollars to invest. I brought forward partners such as US Bank who are willing to do these things. It would not cost the city much except for maybe staffing at the library. Is this something that will be a part of this plan? I know Councilmember Hall had interest in working with me on that, and I hope that we can actually come forward with something that's detailed as a part of this. I don't know if it requires budgeting from the additional days you've opened the library, or if it's something that can be done.
Programmatically, we'd have the capacity to engage that, and it is part of a larger response plan that we've been talking about for sure. So we absolutely will be able to deliver on that front.
All right, well, I think that is it. You talked about the vehicle hub ordinance. I was going to ask you a question about if that takes care of something happening at Douglas Park. And then for the shelter and moving it, I want to be very clear that community engagement will happen, not after the fact, but before, and that the only way it can happen is when we identify a potential place. Is that correct? Absolutely. But that doesn't mean we're having it there. It just means we have to give some people something to talk about, and that's a location. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. All right. Well, now that takes us into comments, but I'm not sure at first how. Yeah, the items that we have. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Trosas.
Sure. So I just want to make a couple of comments, but I think before I do, I'm going to make a motion that we move items 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, and the rest we will.
What about 16, 17, and 18?
Right, I'm not, oh, sorry, 17, 18, 19. I thought 16, 17, 18, 19, apologies.
Second.
Thanks.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Trosas, seconded by Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Great. And so I just want to say why. And I don't, at this point, the only change I would make is that I would move to eliminate the gondola. And sorry, was that friendly to the seconder?
What do you have against gondolas now?
I'm eliminating, I don't want to spend staff time on the gondola.
I would love to explore it as an economic development incentive.
Would someone else like to second my motion?
I'll second it.
Great, thanks. And feel free to, we can comment about that. But I think that this agenda is our blueprint to make Santa Monica safe, clean, and vibrant again, and to hold ourselves accountable to delivering real results for the community so that people can actually feel and see progress in their daily lives. And I would say it's not a stretch to say it's the most sweeping changes that we've seen in the city government since the pandemic. And I want to be clear that we're not measuring success, because I asked a question about this, by how many reports we produce, how many data points are in the weekly emails that you send to us, or how many meetings we hold, but that we're actually monitoring impact. And so that means a different feeling for our residents and visitors. What do people experience? Cleaner sidewalks, safer streets, more housing, thriving small businesses, a city hall that responds quickly, a permitting system that works and gets things done. This council has set the direction, and tonight we're committing to the results. That means investing, and I do believe that this is an investment that's going to pay off, and that means clear metrics for the public. We also need to have honest conversations with our community about what it means to be engaged in co-governance and be honest when we fall short. And I know that we're setting ourselves forward on a path here, and we will hold ourselves accountable. I think that people are tired of hearing promises. We all are. We want to see proof. So I'm committing right now that I'm going to show it. I know that, I've told the city manager, let's underpromise and overdeliver, not overpromise and underdeliver. So I think we're setting a pretty high bar for ourselves here, and we're going to achieve it. But I also really want to recognize not only the city manager, but all of you, all of your teams, all of our incredible city staff for taking a leap of faith and saying yes to this. And when everyone's been so beaten down, because I know this is really hard, this job has been really hard, you all said our best days are in front of us, and we're here to try, and we're here to work together. And I just cannot overstate how impressed I am with your values and the commitment to those values, because I really do believe that we can only achieve what we set out to achieve if we put the organization before ourselves. And I don't think any of us would be sitting up here if we didn't absolutely care so much about this work and put the organization before ourselves. I want to thank my fellow council members. I think this is the first time that you've seen in several years a council that's so aligned and united around this, and that we all have pieces of this plan that are very important to us. I think, doubling our police coverage downtown. Thank you for not only adding sworn officers, but PSOs that were really important to us that we've asked for quite a long time. Cleaning up our parks, our business corridors, rebuilding our financial stability. This is a path towards a stronger Santa Monica, and I'm really excited about it. I think that in the next few years, Santa Monica is going to be on the world stage. I know, as we prepare for FIFA, Super Bowl, the games, millions of people are going to be visiting this county, and the first place that they're going to stop is Santa Monica. And so we have to harness that, and we have to put our absolute best foot forward, and we're going to do it, not for the cameras, but for our residents and for our stakeholders. So thank you.
Councilmember Zwick.
I'm very excited about so many elements of this plan, and to be honest, including the gondola. But and a question just about that really fast before I go into additional comments. My understanding is that when it comes to staff time and resources, that when it comes to some of these public-private partnerships, there was a commitment that if we were to explore these in depth, that all time would be, additional staff time would be actually paid for as opposed to coming out of our budget. Is that how it was represented to you, Mr. Shi?
The gondola project, it was represented that way, yes.
Okay, so in that sense, if there was additional staff time needed, we would be able to bring in additional staff, pay for additional staff hours, whether it be from our current staff or additional contract work or otherwise, in order to meet that demand?
Correct.
Thank you. So stepping back a minute, as Mayor Pro Tem Torres has just mentioned, the 8 PSOs, the vacant property registry, the new incentives for outdoor dining, the expansion potentially of the entertainment zone and investment in our bids, and I thank the mayor for also including Ocean Park, since we don't have an official bid there when it comes to looking at those resources. And the idea of a large-scale music festival, not only are these things that I and my colleagues have all talked about and worked on for a long time, what I really like about the confluence of these ideas is that they're all working together to achieve a coherent vision. One that is all about, in my mind, restoring a sense of vitality to our public space, activating and enlivening these areas that we all know and love with more people and more things to do, and through that, creating a greater sense of safety in these areas through the presence of law enforcement, through the presence of other people, and other people having a good time. Specifically, I forgot to mention, but we'll go back to the deployment that we've already seen the effects of in the downtown. The amount of officers I have seen most in the last month or so on foot, on the promenade, and in the vicinity of our downtown has been night and day. And I think that these are all policies that not only are they exciting in their individual nature, they work together really well in tandem to restore that sense of safety and vitality that we're all seeking in our public spaces and the perception of the community. And for that, I just want to thank you, City Manager Chief, for listening not just to me, but to many of my colleagues on ideas that, again, I've heard and I've talked about and we've schemed about for months, if not years, to bring to this city, and for weaving it into a plan that is exciting and audacious, but also grounded in its ambition. And most of all, thank you also for really working hard to bring the city, this council, and everyone in the city family to a place where we can feel like we are all rowing in the same direction and bought into a singular vision. I know that there's a lot of change invoked here and a lot of promises being made, and I know that might be a little daunting and might feel like a little bit too much too fast, either to some residents or to some members of staff. But I truly believe that with a plan comes, the ability to also say that if it's not in this plan, it's not the top priority, and that these things really work together to do something that, and when it comes to results, I of course want to see more metrics and things, but the real results will be in the recovery of our economy and in the recovery of our fiscal situation and our budget, and that'll be quite clear to track. So I really look forward to working with you all to make this happen in the best way I can. So thank you. I will be voting for it, and I would like to include the gondola.
Councilmember Raskin.
Wait, was that a substitute motion? Okay.
Let me just make some comments here. It's really incredible what we've achieved in this last year. I remember when we were all sitting here in January, when the fires emergency was happening, and this was a tragedy that has affected many people sitting in this room tonight. And the fact that we've come so far in the last few months to come forward with this Renaissance plan, this vision for a future, really, I think, speaks to the resilience and the talent and the skill of our city staff. We sat together in, I think it was March, following the fires. We sat down at our budget study session, and we were staring down some real serious challenges. And we came together and we thought about what the priorities were, and we unanimously supported a vision for a clean and safe Santa Monica, a city that's focused on economic revitalization and development, and turning the page into a vision for our future. And this plan that we've come forward with today really feels like the embodiment of that vision. And I really am so thankful for the work that our staff team has put in to make this possible. I'm really excited for the future. The next few years have some real tough headwinds, but Santa Monica is such a special place in the heart of so many people, and I'm so thankful for the work that people have put in to make this possible, and the work that people will put in the future, because this is going to take hard work. This is going to take a lot of work moving forward. I'm excited to see where we go. I do want to speak briefly to the gondola here. We've got a lot on our plate here, and I understand the point about staff time and staff resources being subsidized through third-party payments. It's not a guarantee right now. I mean, I don't think that what we're doing through this is foreclosing any possibility of anything happening in the future. Certainly we're not taking any action except to talk about what we're studying and prioritizing. For me, there are other priorities in this plan that I think deserve closer attention, and I'd like to focus our time and attention on that.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager Chi, and to all of the executive team, all of the staff for the thoughtful, collaborative way that all of you have led this process. From our campaign promises to our direction from the dais to the dozens of one-on-ones and phone calls you in particular have had with each of us, several of you have had with all of us. You've taken all of our input seriously and turned it into action, and I'm excited to see that move forward. You've listened, you've synthesized, and you've set your team's direction, our team's direction, with purpose. And that, sir, is the definition of leadership, to provide purpose, direction, and motivation to accomplish a mission and improve an organization. And seeing this council, seeing this executive team all rowing together in the same direction for the first time since I've been paying attention to Santa Monica politics is what really gives me hope. And I'm very excited for that. I also really want to thank all of the many organizations and leaders who have stood up in support of this plan. SMERS, Santa Monicans for Renters' Rights, Santa Monica Forward, the Abundance Network of Santa Monica, Community for Excellent Public Schools, our Democratic Club President, John Katz, many business leaders, the Teamsters, representing some of our hardest working workers, as well as our apolitical partners, such as the Chamber of Commerce, Downtown Santa Monica, our Main Street Bid, Santa Monica Travel and Tourism. I'm probably missing several, and if I did, I mean no offense. But I list all of these organizations to show that this plan bridges a lot of constituencies in this community, a lot of interests. Education advocates, workers, businesses, housing advocates, renters. All of us pulling together towards this shared vision of a renewal, which City Manager Chi officially calls a realignment plan. But honestly, I've really taken to what Mayor Pro Tem Terosas called it at the Vaughn's opening, a renaissance agenda, because that's what it is. It's an optimistic bet on our future. I'm especially excited about the renewed focus on arts and entertainment, from the Pier Festival to the creative programming for the promenade, opportunities for public art and the digital signage. The arts invite people back to our public spaces and remind us that joy, too, can also be found in our built world that we create and allow to flourish around us. Speaking of the built world, thank you for hearing us on the increased need for infrastructure to implement clean streets and safe neighborhoods. We just saw last weekend a horrific act of traffic violence, killing 2 victims, and we know and acknowledge that many others have also died, while our Vision Zero plans have frankly sat languishing behind lack of budget or willpower to protect kids, pedestrians, bikers. So I'm very grateful to see a lot of that moving forward and budget going behind it. On the gondola, listen, if I'm going to be accused of ruining the city skyline, it's going to be because we're building housing, supporting our tourism industry with hotels, and hopefully unlocking cool buildings like the Geary Project again, and not for a gondola across our beaches. I think that's a lot of sightlines, a lot of environmental concerns. I'd rather see our palm trees and our beaches than pylons and pods. But I appreciate folks bringing innovative ideas like that forward. Chief, I'll say I'm deeply grateful to you for listening to our requests for more public safety officers, especially expanding that program into our parks. And I mean, the numbers you just rattled off about traffic enforcement and parking enforcement are astounding. So thank you to your team. Keep up the great work. I'll close for now just by simply acknowledging this plan is a big bet on our community, on our capacity as a staff, on our shared belief that Santa Monica's best days are ahead of us and not behind us. And I hope this moment really turns a page where we stop lamenting about the supposed grand era of big box retail and high spending international tourism and look forward to a future that's rooted in experiences like the new Museum of Illusions in sports. As I was writing these remarks earlier today, I was going to say, how about them Dodgers? But a bit of a rough night tonight. In arts, like the beautiful folklorico dancers during the Promenade's Dia de los Muertos observance last week. And in entertainment, supported by Southern California's very first entertainment zone, built for people right here at home to enjoy. So thank you, City Manager, for all your work. Thank you to my peers for being so collaborative in this process, for sharing the ownership in this, and thank you to all of you and your teams for the work you're doing. Thank you to our community members for supporting it. Let's get this thing done.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you. And on the gondola, I don't see why we shouldn't just explore it, but for the sake of consensus, I'll just continue with the rest of my comments. So first, I just wanted to say thank you to our city manager, all of my colleagues up here on the dais, all of our incredible department heads who are still here at midnight, and to all of the staff members who provided input and worked on the many different elements of this plan, and to every person who has come to a council meeting, sent us an email, met with us over coffee, and shared issues that need to be addressed for our businesses to thrive, for our residents to live in a safe and affordable city, for our workers to feel that their work is important and appreciated, and for our visitors to feel safe and welcome in this place, and to want to come back with more friends to experience the fun, joyful place that is Santa Monica. I really appreciate that this moves us to a more proactive way of addressing our city's issues rather than the reactive way that we have been doing it. And this is using data to guide our policies and procedures and help inform us as we continue on this process. I'm also really grateful that this plan addresses so many elements of safety. I recognize some of my colleagues have already mentioned a couple of these, but I'm really glad that it combines investments that will help prevent severe injuries and deaths of pedestrians and bicyclists, and investments that will improve the physical aspects of our most visited areas, with investments in more quote-unquote traditional elements of public safety like our police and fire departments. It's really comprehensive plan, and for that I am so grateful and so excited. We may have actually found something that almost everyone in the city supports, and I think most folks in Santa Monica want the same things, but in the past there's been some disagreement on how to accomplish those things. And I am so excited that we have been able to find consensus on this comprehensive, forward-looking plan. And I'm so excited that we get to continue working with our community to keep making it a better, stronger, more fun place. I know I keep going back to the fun, but thank you.
Councilmember Snell.
Thank you, and I'll be brief also. I want to thank our city manager for putting this plan forward. I want to thank the staff also, but I do believe that this guided framework is just the beginning. I will be very interested in seeing the results, actual items with respect to it. It's an awful lot to digest in the earlier stages, but many of you know that I've been involved with downtown Santa Monica for many years, and we have talked about these things and talked about it with the community. This is the first time that I've seen a plan that could actually work, could actually bring our economic vitality back to our downtown, that it really focuses on community. And I know I heard our mayor talk about the community being involved in the discussion. Well, they will be able to, but a lot of this stuff that's put together has been discussed with communities for the last number of years. The results will be how we complete these actions in these particular results. The results is the key, and I do believe that that you're seeing from us as council members and from our senior staff that we're all rowing up the same stream and that we really want to see this work. But I will be one that will be very concerned about and very much articulate if these things do not come to full fruition. And I believe that with the direction from our city manager, the direction from our senior staff, and the willingness from us as council members to see these results, that this can possibly take in place. It is really a big initiative in a short run. We're talking about putting ourselves in a positive financial position in 2.5 years, which is incredible. But I do believe it can work with us asking the right questions and with our staff doing the work. So I want to thank you, Oliver, and I want to thank the senior staff for being able to put this forward this evening. And the gondola, I don't need a gondola right now, so
We can always bring it back.
we can bring it back. Okay.
Thank you. Well, I think we could maybe do a substitute for a zip line, but I'll save that for later.
I'm down.
I'm definitely supportive of the ferry, so if it makes more room for more real alignment with the ferry, then I'm modifying what I'm saying a little bit, so I'm going to go, it might be a little messy, but I do want to say thank you to the staff, and of course you, Oliver, but I really just want to look at the staff, because for so long you have had just ups and downs with leadership change, whether it's on the dais or department heads. And I can't imagine the trauma and post-traumatic stress syndrome you all have coming into work. And so I really want to acknowledge the fact that to be able to realign, readjust, take on more work, take on a new role, move to a new department, have a new leadership, and then all of a sudden have someone come in and have this really, he flies close to the sun, and he puts bold initiatives out there, and to just really have to choose to get on the train or miss heading to the North Star had to probably make you reflect on why you come to work every day. And so all of you that are sitting here, and those of you that are not, that don't have to be here, I think you've made a choice, and it's really awesome to see everybody sitting here together, excited about the plan the same way we are as a council. From day one, my priorities personally have been super clear: public safety, economic recovery, and homelessness response and transparency. And my record shows that, and so does my work on the community. You'll always find me engaging directly, not just with those who supported my campaign, but even those who scream in my face at a farmer's market. I will still have coffee with you and engage in those conversations. As a business owner, as someone who's grown up here, who's raising kids here, what inspired me to be on city council was seeing things that I couldn't effectually change by just making phone calls or sending emails. So I got more involved, as many of us did. It started on a board or commission and moved up from there. I believe leadership means showing up and listening, including every voice in the process, even when it's uncomfortable, even when it's unpopular. So since joining here, I've tried to make it easier to do business, because I could relate to how difficult it could sometimes be. Streamlining permits, waiving egregious wastewater fees, which I want to take a moment here and say how frustrating it was to literally engage in roundtables with the California Restaurant Association. I held multiple meetings on my own on Main Street to be told internally and up here to be voted against being able to waive those fees, and said it was just not legal to do. So when everybody called me and said, "Oh my God, what happened?" I'm like, Oliver G. We have to come up with something. People need to recognize that we are a part-time city council. We have full-time jobs. We have amazing staff that's here, but we don't have individual staff. We set general policy, but it really takes the leadership and the staff to see that policy through. A plan looks pretty on paper and it checks a lot of boxes for a lot of reasons, but it often doesn't get anything actually done. And I think that is the distrust that the community has seen. They don't trust that this is real because they've heard everybody come up here and do these speeches and talk about more police and cleaner streets and economic recovery, and nothing has actually really come of it. And I think it's because there was disorganization within the organization. We have been fighting from the outside in, and it was time we found a fighter from the inside out. And so now here we are, hopefully all rowing in the same direction. I will say that I was disheartened that I've seen op-eds that have seemed to take much of the work that has happened quietly, whether it was with ride-alongs or police and fire departments or community roundtables, that came to a lot of these ideas 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 2 years ago, a year ago, and rebranded into something that excluded myself, I guess because I'm not a millennial, maybe you too, or because I'm not part of the majority. But if it meant rebranding it and taking credit was going to get us all rowing in the same direction, I'll take it if it's for the betterment of the community. But I really want to give credit where credit's due, because I don't want to fool the community in thinking that we actually have that much power. We don't direct staff. Our city manager does. Our city department leaders do. We set policy, we set ideas, and those are reflective of what the community sets and tells us. And so I want to be clear that these things have been talked about. There have been promises made, and results have not happened, but we have now the leadership in place that has set the goals and aligned everybody, and this realignment plan is that of our city manager, and I want to give credit where credit's due. And of course, it doesn't happen at all without the thousands of staff members we have. So if we're seeing things change, it's not because of one or two council members. It's not because of some new branded agenda that was put together by not everyone up here. This is work that I want to respect the council members before us put together as well, whether it's entertainment zones or public safety. There was often moments where I felt like the things I had elevated came were voted down, quite honestly, or came with a lot of resistance. Maybe internally there wasn't a way to figure out a pathway to get it forward, but Oliver has found a way to get it forward. And we are all about transparency and accountability. And so to the extent that we use new software or technology or just forward-facing platforms, we hope to keep ourselves accountable, and we hope that the community will engage in keeping us accountable as well. I want to remember that these priorities didn't come from City Hall alone, that they really came from residents, business owners, first responders who've been asking for years for all of these things: cleaner parks, safer streets, and an accountable city government. So while we're now embracing ideas that oftentimes were argued up here, if it means that now we have unanimous support to move forward, I'll take it. Because at the end of the day, it's not about protecting pride, it's about protecting this city. Santa Monica deserves action and not political spin, and I am proud of this realignment plan because it reflects what I fought for and many have fought for from the beginning: transparency, accountability, safety, and results. And so if it took rebranding to finally get it done, I'll take it, as long as it serves the people that we serve up here. So I want to thank all of you for really jumping on board. And thank you, Oliver, for acting swiftly. I want to remind the community that you are a part of the conversation. This is just laying out the nitty-gritty details we never actually had and giving us actual roadmap to get there, actual exit signs and where to turn left and where to turn right. It doesn't mean that along the way that we won't make changes, and we'll still be relying on the residents of this community and the stakeholders to be putting in those comments so that we can change our map along the way if we need to. So with that, we have a motion on the floor. I know there's some gondola conversation. I'll save you the substitute motion for a zip line, and it sounds like we've got a motion in a second right now. Any adjustments, right? It was Mayor Pro Tem Trosas made the motion and Councilmember Hall made the second.
Yeah, let's call the question.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
I don't know, I'm ready to make another motion, but I would suggest that
We have to do the,
Paul
Should we
leaves
do
first.
item 2 or the other ones?
well, he has,
Yes.
oh yeah,
and the
okay,
I'll
there we
stay
go.
here and then I'll skedaddle.
I'll wait till he leaves the room.
So you're doing,
I move that we adopt the parking fee update resolution attachment D.
Second.
Let's
are
vote.
you just doing one by one, or are you going to do the four that he
No,
recused
he's
himself?
going to
I'm-
leave on the other
yeah.
ones, and then we're
gotta
going to
leave
do
the
this.
other
Yeah.
I get to vote on this one and then
Yeah.
I thought it was all four he's leaving.
Yeah, yeah.
No, but
he's going to leave too.
I have to leave after this one.
Oh. Okay, we're calling the question.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Bye.
I thought he only had to remove. So now it's 14 through, who wants,
Is it not 12 through?
12 through 15?
Do you want to do it all in one fell swoop again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll move the remaining items.
Second. Let her have it.
Moved by Councilmember Raskin, seconded by Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'd also like to note, Sergio, that it's 12:18.
Wait, we're not done.
We're ahead of schedule a little bit. He's pretty accurate.
Ahead, yay.
Yeah. Yeah, because see, we'd be here
Thank
for about
you.
30
You guys
minutes.
are the best. Just because we didn't ask you a question, doesn't mean we don't love you. Sorry about the gondola.
You can always bring it back.
Not
not that. It was
I know.
going through Bundy and
It was
Santa
going from
Monica. It was
the like Purple Line
yeah,
terminus
like
to
Meet the
here.
Jetsons.
Yeah, yeah.
And I remember when I saw that, I was like,
Okay, great. Bring them back.
bring back hoverboards.
I'm down for the zip line. If you
Yeah,
can figure out how to do that. I don't hate gondolas. I'm just not ready to be like the Franklin Port Dodge gondola.
Where did Councilmember Collins live, though?
They're coming.
If you bring it back, call it a piece and don't call
Aerial
it a
transport pod.
Call it a chairlift.
Yeah, I already saw the problem with people who have property they're
Right. Paid $20 million for this house.
All right, since we're now all back and since 16A was pulled, I'm going to go ahead and move items 16A and B.
Is 16F being
Wait,
pulled
A is
too?
pulled or E is pulled?
E, but are you
Oh, yeah,
pulling-
sorry.
Is 16F being pulled as well for discussion?
Wait, sorry, say that again?
16F, is it being pulled for discussion?
Yeah. He's just moving 16A and B. What about, okay, yeah. The recommended resignations.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Raskin, second by Mayor Pro Tem Trozis.
We can do a voice vote.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
No, but I would just like to note
Oh.
our gratitude for the folks that
Yes.
served and resigned. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann Bowman and Deborah Lynch, for all your time on these boards and commissions.
Yes. Item 16C, appointments to 2 vacancies on the Arts Commission for the terms ending June 30, 2026 and June 30, 2029.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion here.
Yeah.
Given that we have in a few short meetings, I believe a study session coming back on boards and commissions, I would move that we table 16C and D until post this study session to ensure that we're not appointing people for potentially a couple of, if we don't know what's happening with all of our boards and commissions potentially, that
Second that.
we don't want to appoint someone for a month or two.
Well, when is that discussion coming back?
January, first meeting in January.
In a couple months, basically.
My only question, does it
yeah.
affect the quorum with respect to either one of these commissions?
Especially the housing commission, does that?
Does it?
I don't believe it does. I didn't, I know definitely for the Arts Commission, it does not.
Can I offer a substitute that if in fact we find out after this meeting, assuming it passes, that it does infect the quorum, that we bring it back?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
That's good, okay.
That's fine.
Or
I'll
an
second
amendment,
that.
I guess. Okay, so motion made by Councilmember Hall, seconded by Councilmember Snell.
And your amendment was friendly to
Mr.
both
Rosas.
maker and the second.
Oh, okay, sorry, Councilmember Zernetskaya seconded it, right?
No, I was just clarifying your,
Oh, Councilmember Snell seconded my amendment to come back should we find out this affects the quorum.
I believe that was friendly to the maker and the seconder.
Yeah.
I just wanted to
Yeah.
confirm that I heard everything correctly. Thank you.
Okay, voice vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none.
Item 16F, request of Mayor Negrete that the City Council consider directing the city manager to provide community engagement, zoning clarity, and accountability for LA County and nonprofit operated housing projects.
Can you put up the thing here from? Okay, so I won't read the whole thing because I think we know, but we've had just recently engaged in a lot of dialogue in terms of these sensitive projects going up in the community and not having community engagement and making sure that there's things in place like a good neighbor plan and even just understanding the project. And as we've seen, you know, that doesn't create trust within the government. And more importantly, finding out more about this project actually ended up in resulting in more questions, not just from us, but also from the county and from the other agencies involved, which led me to really understand that we need way more we need to pay way more attention to the outreach coordination standards, best practices, because if we have developer-led projects that are utilizing taxpayer dollars just to essentially entitle future projects, that's not a good use of our land, the impacts on community, what happens when that project gets entitled, where do those folks go? And it's definitely not a good use of taxpayer funds, kind of using this community that actually needs help as a way to float entitlements for a project. So that notwithstanding, which was a very unique situation here, I think the bigger conversation was on how we discuss these projects as they move forward, both internally and externally, and with the county department and other agencies. So I'm asking that the city manager work with the LA County. In my conversations, which I had many of with Lindsay Horvath and her staff, there was communication breakdowns internally there, whether, Department of Mental Health had not informed the county supervisor that this was happening, and she agreed that she needed to address that internally, and I think we need to address that internally as well. I don't think it's from any nefarious action that it's not being disclosed. I think there's tons of projects that potentially come online, and so the conversation may not, I don't think anyone at the staff level was trying not to have the conversation, but essentially it wasn't had in a timely manner to the extent that we could actually go out and do community engagement. I was part of a project that happened on my block. My community was upset and they weren't engaged, and I was told that we weren't allowed to. After further research on that more recently, I understood that that's actually not the case, and it's actually not something that the county supervisor wants. She would like to have that community engagement and agrees as well that the advanced communication is important, not just for transparency, but to deliver on those deliverables that are promised, which is like, what is the project, who's going in there, and what is the good neighbor plan? We want to make sure we give those up front. I just want to show you here, these are the different types of sites that we have in beds, which total about 553 beds in total. Obviously, there's different types of access centers, permanent supportive housing, shelters, substance use treatment, our DV shelter, transitional, family transitional. But why I'm showing you this is because upon further research, which is easy to find, you can Google it, Santa Monica literally holds the most access centers in the entire spa, and in relationship to our size and our staff, we just heard about public safety. We've all hear the percentage rates being about 70% of the calls, whether it be for 911 or police department, being related to unhoused individuals and those experiencing mental illness and substance use disorder. So to that extent that it puts infrastructure pressure on us, it feels like these are unfunded mandates often, where projects are being put in the area without any discussion with the city early on. I'm talking about advanced discussions so that decisions can be made as to, does this site fit appropriately where it is? But I think the bigger question is, we are an access center for the entire region, and are we looking at the region as a whole and saying, right now in this fiscal crisis with everything we just talked about and everything we're excited to do, are we overburdening ourselves with considering what we already have? We haven't taken an inventory truly on what do we have, where is it on a map, and moving forward, and speaking with the county supervisor in her office, they agree that coming up with a housing stock, whether it's city-owned and or developer-owned, to identify the best uses that includes community engagement, stakeholder engagement, would be the best way moving forward. In the particular instance that happened just recently, we all know what happened, and the fact that after further research, this wasn't intended ever to be a permanent solution that I think we all agree is needed. It's not that these things aren't needed, but to know that it wasn't even intended to stay there was upsetting as well. I think after further discussions, we even found out that the organization involved, all of these people are suffering because they're working with very limited resources to try to solve the nation's crisis. But I think Santa Monica is being burdened with the district's crisis to some extent because we're having these things put in our city. It's creating stressors on our infrastructure and our system, and we're not being consulted with it. And furthermore, we're not consulting our community in advance enough. So I'm just asking for transparency, and I think this council believes in all of that. This is not about, I just want to be clear that I support the intent of establishing diverse housing choices throughout the city. I actually have a very personal connection with one that's been in our city that I've had for over 3 decades. It's near and dear to my heart because I currently have a family member who goes in and out of one, and one has saved one of my family members' lives. So I think we just have to come up with an outreach coordination, standards and best practices. We have to make sure that we've got entitlement notifications and housing and human services integration. I mean, do you guys want me to read this? I'm assuming you read it. Land use and strategic integration, communications framework, and a citywide site inventory and transparent vetting. People should be able to see, like when I asked if this was, I had to put that together, and I don't know, we don't have yet like a map that shows where everything is. And it was actually kind of hard to figure out where things were. And also, I think we should be noting the fact that like cities like Malibu are purchasing 7 beds in our city when we have over 800 point in time count, which according to RAND is 32% below. So it's probably more than that. And that's not including the community that comes in and out for access centers. So to the extent that people are buying beds in our city with the organizations that we're funding, I think we need to prioritize what is happening here in our city first. And I think by creating an inventory and seeing what we're already doing will help us better kind of set the stage for how we handle homelessness and how we handle these projects going forward. I'd also like a retrospective review of existing and recent projects. The Manor's been there for a long time. The Pico neighborhood was never engaged. As you saw earlier, the Laurel had a major problem. Those problems have been brought up by the community about those things that were happening. It just resulted in a complete police standoff with multiple arrests and injuries. These are the things that community members are concerned about, and they have the right to express their feelings without sort of being villainized for them. These are real concerns. It's not to say that all of these establishments are going to create harm, but it is to say that whatever we're doing, we have to look at it holistically because it's an entire community. The people we're serving, the safety of the community around them, and then also our infrastructure, which predominantly in this case includes police and fire and the amount of calls and resources that they'll have to have around those areas and whether or not these are placed in areas that have those resources. So this is just about creating a joint accountability framework from the state, the county, the city, nonprofit operators, developers, and community stakeholders, and transparent performance metrics and regular public reporting. I think we can all agree that we have seen that there's a lack of public reporting and transparency as to where the dollars are going and how they're being used and whether or not they're effective. And I'm just speaking about here. I'm not even talking about the greater issue around LA and all the stuff that's going on around the housing, unhoused dollars being used. But more importantly, I think what I learned from this experience was I thought it was going to be one meeting and discussion with the county and the city and the governor's office, and we would have answers. But instead, the governor had more questions, the governor's office, the city had more questions, the county had more questions, the state had more questions, and everybody was finger pointing. And that was where I realized, and the supervisor agreed, that there's definitely a better framework that needs to be created internally, and there's definitely more dialogue and transparency that needs to be created externally. So I'm just asking for your support so that we can move forward with something that provides a better framework so we can understand what we're doing now and how we do it going forward. Councilmember Zwick.
Thank you, Mayor. That's a lot to unpack. I think the majority, if not everyone on this dais, supports the notions of transparency and the idea of community outreach, engaging our community in our key decisions going forward. And I don't think you'll find a lot of argument from me there. But I do worry when I read this that there's one notion by which the project funder, the project operator, and otherwise, maybe can or should be able to be a good community partner, engage the community, and otherwise in being a good community partner when it comes to projects in our city. The thing that I'm concerned about is that a lot of this seems to be talking about whether it be restrictions in terms of land use, in terms of where these sites can go. It also talks about sort of mandated outreach, I guess, by the city when it comes to the permitting of these sites. As far as I know, and correct me, City Attorney, but when it comes to the permitting of these sites, the city is obliged to process supportive housing and other service sort of based forms of housing the same way it would process any other housing in a given multifamily zone. Is that correct?
Yes, generally state housing element law requires that transitional housing and supportive housing be considered a residential use and is only subject to those restrictions of other housing of the same nature, so multifamily housing in this particular instance.
So while we might want to encourage outreach around projects when it comes to our county partners or service providers, the city itself might not be able to require that outreach be conducted around the permitting of a facility in a multifamily zone.
That's correct. We would want to look. We would want to look at these initiatives and just kind of harmonize them with these fair housing requirements under state law.
Because when I read something that says that the analysis should be completed in collaboration with the community, or that it has to, that it should look, we should be vetting sites for suitability and neighborhood fit, or things of that nature, it makes me feel like we would have some discretion in our ability to, in some ways, that this is calling for discretion in terms of saying this neighborhood is a good fit and this neighborhood is not a good fit. And I'm just trying to understand if it would be legal for us to exercise that discretion when it comes to permitting.
So we would want to look at how to frame that to again have it kind of fit in with the framework of fair housing and from really furthering fair housing and how the housing element is set up to ensure that the diverse housing choices are throughout the city. So we would look at that as part of this direction should we get this from the city council.
Got it, because when I look at the list up there, I see certain neighborhoods represented, but I don't see others, and it's coincidental to me that the project that was proposed and then killed, sits in a neighborhood that isn't represented on that list, in part because that neighborhood is single family, so it has different rules. But when it comes to the multifamily properties in our city, just to be extra clear, the city couldn't say, oh, this part of the multifamily zoned properties in our city isn't suitable for a project of this nature.
There would probably be some legal concerns there that we would need to address.
Okay, so my concerns sort of just, I guess, mainly revolve around the idea that we would be violating the law with several of these directives.
Well, I would assume, sorry, just to answer that, couple of things. One, your permanent supportive housing is different from shelter or temporary housing, correct?
So there are different levels of housing. There are also requirements in the housing element law to allow for certain areas in the city where emergency shelters are a permitted use, and so that is actually baked into our housing element as well.
Mm-hmm. And then going forward, obviously, if there was any direction to staff to explore these, you wouldn't bring something forward that would be illegal. I would assume you would do it in the realm of the legal framework.
No, we would work with staff. Our office would work with staff to bring back something that was consistent with the law.
Okay, and then just to be clear, this is about having the discussion with the county, of which from this has come up about how we discuss moving forward with the county and the state. Not so much mandating if we can't, but rather saying this is what we would like to do going forward. Councilmember Czernitskaya.
Thank you, Mayor. So I recognize that Santa Monica has been a leader in developing housing and services for people experiencing homelessness and people on the path out of homelessness. And I agree with you, Mayor Negrete, that we need our regional neighbors to step up and do their fair share to address this regional homelessness issue. I do believe that if this goes forward, we will need to be mindful about trying to not get in the middle of projects that we are not a party to, but rather to work collaboratively with both our governmental and non-governmental partners to address the transparency and accountability concerns that our neighbors have expressed. Because I don't want to risk not delivering for the neighbors on what they would like to see, but also I don't want to risk damaging our relationships with our governmental and non-governmental partners. And as Councilmember Zwick and the interim city attorney noted, we should also be very cautious so as to not risk any potential violations of state fair housing laws. And I do want to just also quickly note, I do understand that neighbors want to know where certain types of new homes are proposed for, but as we do this, we need to be very careful so that we don't inadvertently increase any stigma for people who have previously experienced homelessness or are escaping homelessness to use these types of services and live in these types of homes. So I just wanted to add that perspective and context. Thank you.
Councilmember Raskin.
Thank you. Echoing what Councilmember Zerniskaya said, this is a complex issue. Obviously, our community has a vested interest in participating in land use decisions. I mean, this is something that I think all of us believe in. It's something that we've wrestled with in the processes that we've created in our housing element, which, as Councilmember Zwick pointed out, reflect complicated state housing laws. The Housing Accountability Act is clear that we can't add new procedures. We can't add new requirements. We can't add new hearings above and beyond what's required by the law. But then how do you integrate that with the need of ensuring that the public does have a meaningful opportunity to participate in these processes? It's a complicated question. It's one that I think we all wrestle with. I think the point that I want to emphasize is one that Councilmember Zerniskaya just mentioned, that these projects involve vulnerable populations. They involve people who are going through traumas. They involve people who are in need of discretion and protection. And oftentimes there's a need to have layers of confidentiality and discretion with respect to the types of people that are utilizing the services, and sometimes with respect to the location of these services. These are populations that are often stigmatized simply because of their life circumstances and the need to utilize these services. So I don't know what the clear answer is right now, but I think we need to think about how these processes and opportunities for engagement don't further stigmatize populations that have already been so stigmatized through public discourse. And I look forward to seeing what solutions we come up with.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for bringing the item. Trust and transparency, I think, are sacred responsibilities of elected officials, and ones that I think I and everyone up here takes very seriously. And I think that trust must extend in every direction, with our residents, with our service providers, those that we depend on to administer critical programs, and as Councilmember Raskin said, with those experiencing homelessness and mental illness who are counting on us to lead with courage so they get the treatment that they need. For many years, we have heard countless calls for more mental health beds and more comprehensive services for people experiencing homelessness. And for weeks, we've heard calls for transparency about the timeline on the projects here, and a desire for transparency and communication. So I will be supporting tonight's item. But I'd also like to make sure that we're not running afoul of state housing law, or maybe even having the whiff of it, because I am concerned about falling out of compliance with our housing element. And we saw what happened when that happened last time. And trying to ensure that we are addressing the requests of community members to learn what happened. I think we owe some transparency around the timeline. So now that the projects are terminated, I feel comfortable doing that. So if you don't mind, I have some proposed amendments to the item that I sent the city clerk, if you're able to pull up on.
I did not receive an email from, oh, there it is.
And I can walk through, because I
Go
was,
item by item.
had similar thoughts to some of the comments made up here. So what I did was copied and pasted your text, Mayor, and then suggested some red lines. So if you can scroll down, Nikki, or excuse me, City Clerk.
Where's the first section?
Keep going.
I can't see from here, so section 5.
So in section 5, to address the exact point that Councilmember Raskin brought up, I would request that we add, knowing that these sites might one day serve extremely sensitive and vulnerable patient populations to include rape victims, domestic abuse survivors, and child sex trafficking survivors, these sites shall remain confidential to the extent the law allows until and only if a project is proposed, under which paragraphs 1 through 4 of this 16 item would apply, subject to a new paragraph 8, which I'll cover in a second. For paragraph 6, since I think the risk of litigation could come and we're asking for legal advice as part of these retrospectives, I would request that for the time being, the retrospectives be privileged and confidential as it's legal advice. Number 7, I would prefer we used the term explore, again, out of concerns that we're layering in additional process that might be viewed negatively by HCD. And then I've added, or I'm requesting to add these 2 new paragraphs. One, number 8, to ensure that we're compliant with HCD, our approved housing element in the Housing Accountability Act. So nothing in this item shall be executed if deemed contrary to AB 686, housing discrimination affirmatively furthering fair housing, or our HCD approved housing element, to avoid the risk of significant and expensive litigation, noncompliance with state housing law, and to avoid at all costs another builder's remedy debacle, which struck our city in September/October of 22 after a noncompliant housing element was passed by the previous council majority and resulted in skyscrapers being approved in our neighborhoods. That was 16 total projects, 14 of which were 10 stories or greater. And then 9, we heard time and time again in public comment and over the past several weeks, transparency around the timeline of these projects. And now that the projects are terminated, I feel comfortable waiving confidentiality of the timeline of the projects. So to respect the public's desire for transparency in these projects and recognizing that Supervisor Horvath has executed her executive discretion to terminate the proposed projects, so there's no longer a safety risk to any of the likely vulnerable patient populations, and any requests for confidentiality that any of us received from St. Joseph Center to all council members about the projects are now void. We as council would waive confidentiality of the project timeline outlined in City Manager Chi's email to City Council dated October 13, as well as the high-level information contained in the summary section of the email before the final paragraph. And we direct the city manager to issue a press release containing these details without modification unless otherwise required by law.
Councilmember Snell.
I'm also going to support this item with, I like Councilman Hall amendments to the project, so I'll support that also. But I appreciate, Mayor, you giving us this this transitional housing map. I think it's very important. It's really it's an eye opener to see that over the years where these particular projects have been located, and the fact that the project that brought this particular 16th item to us was a project that was on Ocean Avenue in our Northeast Neighbors location, which quite frankly, the residents there have more resources than most of us in the community. And I think what I'm hoping for with this outreach and all this discussion with respect to this particular project, that we will be able to get from our residents a support support in building some kind of engagement with the community so that these types of projects, when they do come in, that we really are able to engage the entire community. Because when I look at this this map here, obviously, when you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items, because I see you say Sunset Park, but it's 14th and Pico for the Palm.
That's where I live.
It's 5 items that are in the neighborhood that 5 of us live. We all know why that's the case. I mean, I don't need to make it public. We know that's the case because the engagement is such that at times those people in this community aren't able to do that for whatever reason. And I'm hoping that what we're bringing forward with this 16 item will, and also with what happened on the Ocean Avenue project, will bring our community together to engage in, because these kind of recovery and supportive housing projects are needed. And you're right, Mayor. We have been probably the community more involved than most communities with respect to it. And I'm hoping that we can be leaders from a standpoint to get our county and our state to understand that these are necessary, but we have to find a way to do this in a manner that is respectful for those that we're trying to support in these projects. And so I will support this item with the amendments that Councilman Hall has taken forward.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Negrete and Councilmember Hall, for both your contributions to this. I'm supportive of this path moving forward. Just 2 minor requests I would make. If we're going forward with the version that Councilmember Hall presented here, I just having read this just now, I would just hope we can make it clear that before any implementation, that the City Attorney's Office can review this and ensure that it's all compliant.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just be clear with that. I think that's all our intent.
I would hope that any direction we give, that you guys do it within the framework of the law, anytime we're giving direction up here. But, I mean, that's an assumption I'm making. I would just...
Yes, and we work with the manager's office on that.
Yeah, thank you.
Keep that abundantly clear. And with respect to Part 9, I similarly perhaps would ask that we give the City Attorney's Office some discretion with respect to what is disclosed, understanding that we recently, well, I'll leave it at that.
So I don't have a prepared speech or a type statement or a chess move or a gotcha, but I do want to say something here. I think that's what's happening right now. There was some really egregious language on the top that was really for shock value, to say things like rape victims and things like that have nothing to do with what I'm asking for. It's really simple. I don't want to laden this with political jargon that people can't digest and conceptualize. I'm trying to make it simple in plain language, and this is what's happening. We have a crisis on our streets. It's a national problem. We have homeless people. We have folks that are experiencing mental illness that need to be in medical facilities and have treatment by medical doctors. My uncle lives on the street. He's homeless, and sometimes he's in a tent, and sometimes he's in a facility. I work with Claire Matrix because my oldest half-brother lives now in a recovery home because he was in and out of Claire Matrix because of substance use disorder and an unchecked and undiagnosed mental illness. I'm not speaking from a place of trying to side with neighbors that are in higher tax brackets on the north side, but I do want to point something out. You make a good point. And as I said before, yes, some neighborhoods are more resourced with both time, access, and maybe money to be able to raise their voices and show up. And what happened was they collaborated with the other side of the neighborhood who said, this has been happening to us all along, but we weren't resourced with the same things that you have to be able to bring it up. And I helped broker those communities together to raise the very same concerns. They all have the same fears, the same not the misunderstandings of what is going in because it just gets placed there and they deal with the aftermath, the not understanding what the good neighbor plan is. And we've also seen in our neighborhoods the failures of a lot of these facilities where there really isn't the plan that they say that goes forward. So unfortunately, we have only seen past failures. We have only seen lack of transparency, a very opaque process, if not completely blocked out of it. So to the extent that this is just because of one community, they're also our community and their fears are valid whether they have a higher tax bracket or not. And I don't think it's fair to kind of pin one community against another. And yes, I think we can all look at the scope of this city and ask ourselves why certain projects go in certain places. But I think in this particular instance, the bigger question is, do we really want to support folks that are utilizing taxpayer funds to address these vulnerable people temporarily to float a project and to use it as a bargaining chip to expedite permitting? I don't know about you, but I don't think any of us up here would want to deal with an individual like that. I think we've seen that the manor is being shut down because the Department of Mental Health, you walked into my meeting, said that it was poorly ran by the operator. And so what I don't want to see is a temporary fix to a very large problem. These are Band-Aid fixes. It begs the question and forces the other agencies to not just be complicit and everybody just keep shuffling dollars around while our homeless counts go up, while substance use disorders on our streets and mental health is playing out to the tune of 70% call rates to 911 while we sit here and pretend like this has to do with fair housing and blah, blah, blah. And let's make sure, yes, we want to make sure that we protect people that need it. And to your point, Councilmember Hall, Sojourn has a confidential address. There are different laws, and I'll let the city attorney opine on that. There are different types of housings. There are different types of funding sources. But for temporary shelters that have in and out, that don't have a plan for where these people go during the day, that is what we're discussing. Those are the things that have a totally different funding structure that don't adhere to any of the things you were speaking about up there that are being plopped down in our cities, and they're not having the plans go forward with us internally. Now, number 9, I'm totally fine with. All of our stuff is PRA-able, and city manager, is any of these projects confidential? I didn't share anything that was confidential, did I? When I shared it? Okay, so I just want to be clear that to the extent that all of our emails are subject to Public Records Act, I'm totally fine with number 9. Leave that in there. That's all great. We can go backwards and expose who knew what, when, where, why, and if that's meaningful. I realize that for you guys it's upsetting because you maybe think I incited a community against you. That was not my intent. And so to the extent that you're all supporting this tonight, I think that shows good faith that, hey, we were given information and maybe in your mind it was meant to be confidential. I wasn't told anything to keep confidential. I shared what I got out of an email. We clearly all had different meetings and different experiences and understood it differently, which is exactly why I want to establish a framework so that we all have the same definition of what it means to communicate transparently with the community, so that we all have the same framework as to when a project comes online, when it's going to be permitted, that internally we're having the discussion to start to have these questions come up. Oh, what kind of project is it going to be? What is it going to look like? Who is it going to serve? And let's look at our service map and ask ourselves, what's the conversations and the questions to be had with the county and the state? I cannot tell you how many more questions came up with the county and the state that made me concerned about how these things just keep going forward. And unless you guys can speak to some numbers that I don't know, I think we can all agree that nothing is getting better. We're not putting resources in the types of housing that's getting people better. People need to have facilities that are with this type of high acuity that are meeting the frontline staff, are medicalized staff. And it's unfortunate because these are amazing nonprofit organizations doing work with very little resources. When they have to hire only a set amount of doctors, they become administrative staff and not frontline staff. So the way we look at transitional housing in these programs, medicalized care needs to happen first in a lot of these circumstances. And to the extent that it doesn't, and it's an open facility, it does beg the question that we need to be able to have these conversations with the community so that they know what's coming forward near them, and so that whoever the provider is has a real strategic plan to address safety issues both for their residents inside the facility and when those residents are outside the facility engaging with the community. That's all. This isn't anything to do with fair housing or eliminating, and to compare a shelter, which is what they kept calling this because it is not intended to be a temporary housing even, to a multifamily unit apartment building is, in my opinion, unfair. But I think what I'm hearing is that there's a consensus to get around transparency, and so I'm fine with that. But to the extent that you're chopping up these other things to add everything in there, I don't know. All I know is if that makes you comfortable to take ownership of the 16 item for political reasons, or to add things in there to help, if it's all about legal stuff and making sure we're not getting ourselves in legal trouble, I trust our city attorneys to make sure about that. But to the extent that it's taking away the intent, which is to create a framework and a dialogue and transparency, I'm not for that. I'm for keeping the transparency. So
I don't think it's taking away transparency.
I mean, but there's no reason to put 8 in there. Is just a very sort of immature response to, like, you were on a council that didn't like buildings. I don't know if those projects, did any of those projects happen? Those builders remedy. So, I mean, like, that's like a rhetoric that goes out.
The council at the time settled several of them.
But what does that have to do with this?
Well,
I don't need you to explain. I'm just saying it has nothing to do with this. I think if we're all moving in the same direction, supposedly we're all rowing in this direction, and if that's what we want, fine. But that has nothing to do with this. That's a statement, let's be honest, because you want to make a point that, hey, you don't like buildings and I like buildings. That's fine. We disagree up here. You guys have the council majority. You've all said it. It's a Renaissance agenda. I'm not a millennial. I'm not a part of any of this. You guys have invented all the things that we're doing that are good in the city, and anything that's bad is blamed on the old council of which I was a part of. Fine. I don't care. Whatever. The point is, I just want transparency. So number 9, thumbs up. I don't really know the point of number 8, except for that you want to, like, throw people under the bus about some builder's remedy thing that has nothing to do with this item. But if it makes you feel better, I'll go for it, because I'll be the bigger person. And if we scroll up to the other adaptations, the very dramatic language around child sex trafficking survivors have nothing. We don't have any of that. There's housing that's here that has confidential addresses that's already laid out and is a completely different funding source and doesn't apply to this. But if for good measure, it's just good dramatic read, that's fine. Under state housing law, sure, I think we're always going to do that, I would imagine, city attorney. And in terms of establish and explore, this is just staff direction to come back anyways. So yes, this is all exploratory. So that's great. I like that word, explore instead of establish. Cool. That's a good vocabulary change. You guys are definitely way more articulate and probably went to colleges where you learned a lot better ways to put these things, and you've got all the tools, and you're definitely the policy wonks. So if you want to rewrite my item, knock yourself out, but I just want to make sure that we actually get to the nuts and bolts, which is the framework and the transparency. So, Councilmember Hall.
So I think we're all on the same page here.
Well, we're on your page, so if we want to move the item, we can.
Part of this is a public education piece. Part of why it's important to outline the types of victims and patients that might be living in places like this is so that the public can understand that sometimes projects have to remain confidential to a certain point. And then you can explore public outreach. When it comes to 8, it has nothing to do with making a political statement. It is a statement of fact that some of the things in here might put us at risk of falling out of compliance with state housing law. And it's super important for us as a council to make it clear that our intent is to not do anything that puts our housing element at risk.
Right.
And so that's why I felt it was necessary to include that in here versus leaving it in the city attorney's hands, because HCD doesn't get to sit in the city attorney's office. They get to watch our meetings, and they get to watch a council propose items that could be questionably legal per our city attorney's advice. And so I think we're all on the same page here about providing transparency and communication where it's allowed and where it's appropriate. But I do not want to risk falling out of compliance with our housing element. And that is incredibly important, I think, to the community. Whether it's about affirmatively furthering fair housing or it's about fulfilling of the promises that we made in our housing element. So I think we're actually quite close to the same page here. And I think that it's just important that we're very clear about what our intent here is. It is not my intent to take ownership of your item, Lana.
Well, it's red. It's bright.
That's how red lines are
I know.
are written.
We can see it. It's up on the screen. It's been worked on. It's all good. We can just move it if we're all on the same page.
Okay.
But we've got Councilmember Zwick. Speech.
Councilmember Hall covered some of what I was going to say. I just was going to clarify that, yeah, the point is not to talk about who likes buildings and who doesn't, but that there's a specific part of the law that indicates that if you zone to allow a multifamily building, you can't create a special set of requirements for transitional or permanent or even shelter housing in that same zone. So it's simply saying that if we were to do that, as it indicates in several points in the motion, we could have our housing element rescinded. So we just want to safeguard the city against having portions of this item that appear illegal on the face to not be interpreted as such or enacted as such. So it's not about liking buildings or not, it's just about following the law in terms of saying that if you have a zone that allows for housing, you also have to allow in that zone for certain other types of transitional and supportive housing at the same time. That's just simply the law, and I think we're all of a same mind that we want to protect the city when it comes to balancing the need for transparency, the need to actually have these projects, and the need to follow the law to not rain repercussions down on the city that we are entrusted to protect. I think there's real concerns here because I think even in your comments, I hear an interesting mixture of I support these projects, we have too many of them, and they don't work. And I think that there's a slippery slope in those comments where some speak to one thing and some speak to another. And I'm not sure if they're all rowing in the same direction. But that said, I think we've come to something that protects the city, conveys the intent, and provides the transparency that you're seeking. So I'll support the item and happy to vote whenever we're ready.
To answer your question, I support these programs, and as I mentioned, if you were actually genuinely listening, is in relationship to how I've seen it heal my own family members. That when you get medicalized treatment first, that these types of transitional housing projects, one which my own sibling lives in, can be very effective. But without doctors, without sometimes the opportunity to be in a locked facility or detox, that opportunity to be able to reassimilate it into a transitional style housing just isn't effective. So that was my note in terms of supporting these types of programs, but also recognizing that even the program operators themselves are operating with very little. That's all. That's all I was trying to point out.
I appreciate that. I would just also then point out, since you responded to me, that the project that was just recently proposed comes from a new pot of money that's been designated by the state specifically to address those with mental health needs. Many of the projects listed here have not been funded in that way and are not intended for that population. So while I'm not saying it was a perfect project, there was a new pot of state money made available through a proposition that was passed at the state level to address mental health needs. And while it may not have a locked facility, it was intended to treat those with acute mental health issues, whereas not all of the projects here that you are citing as failed were of the same nature, from the same funding source, or would have had the same resources attached.
I didn't say those were failed that are listed, and actually those do have those other programs you're talking about in them. And I guess because maybe I engaged in deeper conversations with the governor's office, the state, and the Department of Mental Health. But actually, as if to your point, community engagement was a part of that when the governor rolled that out. So oddly enough, all I'm asking for is the piece that didn't happen to happen. Councilmember Raskin.
Yeah, I don't think that the intent of anyone here was to be adversarial. I mean, I was speaking for myself that certainly was not my intent. And I think we're just trying to get to the same point here. I'm happy to make a motion to support
The revised version?
Yeah, and I mean, I do want to say that since this came up, that transitional housing, permanent supportive housing, and these other types of projects do, for the most part, have more protections than ordinary housing, like multifamily housing in state law and in our own housing element, largely because they serve vulnerable populations. And when these types of community events do happen, nobody speaks up generally for the residents of these populations. And they involve residents who are harassed and stigmatized. Right. So I do want to emphasize that I think it's important to recognize that what we're giving direction for tonight is something that's going to be vetted by our city attorney's office to make sure that everything is legally compliant. That we, at the same time, we are making a commitment to the community, that we're taking seriously our obligation to engage in a public process. So with that, if a motion has not yet been made, I'm happy to make that motion. Since it probably hasn't.
Councilmember Zernitskaya is in the queue.
Yeah, okay, so I'll move. I'll move the item as redlined by Councilmember Hall.
Of course, Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you, Mayor. So first, I wanted to thank you for bringing this item. I recognize that there were lapses in what the community has felt needed to happen that did not happen, and I recognize that that there was a lot that went into that maybe should have been more public, but. And I also did not interpret Councilmember Hall's requested edits to be adversarial or to attack anyone in any way. I saw them more as an attempt to be collaborative in how we're trying to all work together, and I recognize that it's difficult sometimes. And I also just wanted to thank you for your vulnerability in sharing your family experience with these types of facilities and the things that your family members have experienced. But I also do want to note that what works for one person might not work for another, and what doesn't work for someone might work for another person, and we need to be able to ensure that these types of programs and these types of homes are addressing the individual needs of each specific person, and just to approach it in that way. But so thank you, and I will be supporting the item.
So the question was called as amended by Councilmember Hall, seconded by Councilmember Raskin.
No, it was made by Councilmember Raskin, seconded by Councilmember Zwick.
Oh, sorry.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Potem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Before we move to the adjournment, if you wouldn't mind if we revisited the resignations. According to the council rules or the Board of Commission rules, these need to be noticed for 30 days. And since council has decided to put any appointments on hold unless a quorum is necessary, I would ask that council amend the direction that we not post the resignations or post the notices to fill these vacancies unless a quorum is needed.
Oh, I see. You're saying that.
So we don't keep bringing them back for council just to table them.
Yeah, so moved.
I mean, I guess that's until we decide what we're doing with council, with the boards and agendas. I'm not sure I fully understand that, just because
Because they're noticed, at this point, by the time we notice it, we're going to have to bring it back in December. And we're having the
see.
board and commission discussion in January.
is this a vote by acclamation?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Seeing none?
Thank you.
I have 2 adjournments tonight. The first one is in memory of June Lockhart. It is with great sadness that we adjourn this council meeting in memory of a longtime Santa Monica resident, June Lockhart. June Lockhart, the beloved actress best known for her iconic roles in Lassie and Lost in Space, passed away at the age of 100 of natural causes in her home in Santa Monica, surrounded by family. Born on June 25th, 1925 in New York City to actors Kathleen and Jean Lockhart, she made her film debut at just 8:13 in A Christmas Carol, made in 1938, appearing alongside her parents. She became a household name in the 50s and 60s, starring as the caring mother Ruth Martin in Lassie, and later as Maureen Robinson in Lost in Space. Her television career also included appearance in The Alfred Hitchcock Hour, Magnum P.I., Full House, Las Vegas, and Grey's Anatomy. Lockhart had been fascinated by journalism since childhood when she started a neighborhood newspaper. She later became an unofficial member of the White House Press Corps, attending briefings, travelings with Richard Nixon and John F. Kennedy during their campaigns, and joining Ronald Reagan on the campaign trail. A proud supporter of the Santa Monica Police Department Mounted Unit, Lockhart will be remembered for her warmth, intelligence, and grace. She is survived by her daughters June, Elizabeth Lockhart, Triolo, and Anne Lockhart, and 4 grandchildren. Okay, I'm going to try to do the next one without crying. It's already too late. Okay. Tonight, we adjourn our meeting in memory of Brad Lipshe and Maura Cohen, 2 cherished members of our Santa Monica community who were tragically killed on Friday evening when a vehicle traveling the wrong way on Wilshire Boulevard struck them and others before the driver fled the scene. Brad Lipshe, 61, was the founder and CEO of Event Solutions, someone who I worked with often, a Santa Monica-based event planning company known for its creativity and community partnerships. He was described by those who knew him as more than a leader, a dad, a brother, a mentor, an artist, and a friend who lifted others through his kindness and optimism. Maura Cohen, also 61, was a beloved friend and neighbor, an active member of our local community whose warmth and presence touched many lives. Together, Brad and Maura represented the very heart of Santa Monica. People who had built their lives here, contributed to our city's vibrancy, and cared deeply for the people around them. The sudden loss is a devastating reminder of how fragile life can be and how important it is that we continue working to make our streets safer for pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers alike. On behalf of the City Council and the people of Santa Monica, we extend our deepest condolences. And I just also want to make a note that a good friend said that not only did they live many years here, Brad loved swimming at the YMCA and exercising, which I always boasted was the best gym deal in town. He loved his beautiful children and was retired and even had an art opening of his paintings on Main Street. He was a successful businessman and loved by everyone that knew him. And he died that night going to his favorite restaurant, Sushi King, with his girlfriend. And they both died after having a lovely dinner, one that was a favorite of theirs. And so tragic. He had a huge belief in God and the St. Monica's community. We prayed for them on Sunday. So I just wanted to send our condolences to his family. With that, that adjourns our meeting, and we will be back, is it November 18th? At 5:30. Thank you.